It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill.
The Music Hour?
Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill.
We can pause it at any time. If anybody wants to chat, we can pause this at any time. It's fine.
Is a mirage.
Otherwise, I'll turn the volume back up.
No matter how many dumb sheeple believe it, and the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
Freemasonic galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems
It's
to have
ODD.
vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
Is that Eli's voice as
You were
well?
born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world.
How's it going, man? I figured I'd go ahead and stop it there so that if anybody wanted to chat, we can.
Was Eli in that as well?
I think that was just ODD. I'm not sure who was in it. I can link the original video, though.
Yeah, thanks. It sounded like Eli was in that. But I will say, I've heard Eli's music before, and his singing voice is very different to his talking voice.
Yeah, I post the link. It's Cartoon Ball, and then the other one's Level.
I got him. Did you hear about Matthew Learns going to Nathan's show recently?
Which one? I know one time he went to somebody's show and got completely and utterly eviscerated. He went back to a new show doing something else. Hey, how recently?
He was at Nathan's show last week.
I don't think I've heard that one.
He's at the wrong Discord, mate. He's at the wrong channel because he was on there saying that we can't measure the curvature. But yet he has every right to assume it's a sphere. So he threw Eratosthenes saying under the bus, saying that wasn't a proof of a sphere Earth either. So then I want to see on his next YouTube video should be debunking Alberuni, debunking Eratosthenes, debunking all the globers. I don't see why he's in a flat Earth Discord telling flat earthers that there's no measurements. He should be arguing with Fight the Flat Earth, Simon Dan. He should be telling them that, not us.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's strange, mate. Very strange. People are.
They'll jump through a ton of hoops just to maintain their own paradigm, like tons of cogdis hoops. Matthew's a weird one, though, because there's a lot of times where he'll talk just like as though he's a flat earther, the way that he's saying it, and then he'll vehemently defend the globe. It's like, dude, what are you... Bro, come on. You already know. You already know. Even if you won't admit it, you already know.
Yeah, he reminds me of Flat Earth Maths, Charles. The same passive-aggressive attitude towards it all.
Yeah. I think he's not only a bit peeved at the existence of flat earthers, but he's also pissed that this is a problem that he cannot solve. With all his mathematical prowess, he can't solve this problem specifically. And he'll never be able to.
If you look at his Discord photograph, it's of him smiling. But when I say smiling, he looks like someone who's been told to smile but doesn't really know how to, and they're trying to smile. So I think he's on the spectrum, to be honest.
That's okay. I consider myself to be a full spectrum artist. I've just forgotten how to smile. There's a difference.
Does this subject not make you smile? This subject makes me laugh out loud.
Yeah, that's well, honestly, yeah, it's comedy gold. It actually helps like a pain reliever to come and listen to some of this stuff. It's just I'm usually every morning I wake up in pain if I've like fallen asleep the night before. I end up suffering for some weird stuff, and right now I'm feeling weird. that's why I was just being emo. Well, fuck that shit.
If you're around your local supermarket and you see a guy keeling over, belly laughing, it's probably me thinking about gas pressure about a container, or thinking that we're spinning.
Yeah. Just keep spinning. To do a parody of the Just Keep Swimming song from Finding Nemo, but make it say Just Keep Spinning. a little cutaway theme for when people start spiraling. Quiet morning this morning. I reckon it's because it's Sunday, the weekend.
Oh, I've got a dash, man. Hopefully I'll be back soon. In a bit.
All right, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
It seems normal to be deceitful. We'll never be treated equal, and I wanna know why. Rich people start all the wars, but only poor people die. Just take a look, it's so easy to see the system is rigged by degenerate pigs targeting our innocent kids. They start programming you just as soon as you exit the womb. Now money is your god.
You must obey and consume.
Always practice conformity, stay within the majority. Never think for yourself, and do not question authority. Man, I still can't even believe this is the way that they have us. I'm taking my chances, I have to try and wake up the masses. Can't get away from the madness, but still I'm trying my best. And as long as I'm still alive, I will fight till the death. Because we cannot let this be the end. It's now or never, sink or swim. The time has come for the great awakening.
Never sleep again.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Listen, I woke up with a fever today. Sick of the fact people believe everything that this evil media say. Morality has been deleted away. Zionist heathens display that they're the predators who see us as prey. Transparency is what they need to purvey. They even have us thinking that eating a fruit that has no seed is okay. Victims of greed and impeded by hate. The glaring question is, how can we get to God if Satan's leading the way? Ravenous witches, scientists with moral character glitches, preparing malicious conditions and sick narrative switches. The elite is wearing his privilege as he battles for riches, while the lower classes carry out the establishment's wishes. The portrayal of their intentions is unfair and fictitious, acting suspicious. Undercover agents snapping your pictures, suggestive messages embedded in the movies to trick us. Music and advertisement slickness plus remixture of scriptures. Come on.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
It's 2019, but it feels more like 1984. Our rights are fading away. Every day they're taking more. It's time to stand and take action. What are we waiting for? They're waging war on humanity. This we can't ignore. My brain is sore from all the lies that they constantly feed us. Elitists that follow the phoenix can swallow a penis. And we're not gonna stop until we know all of your secrets. The Bible says in our final days our knowledge increases. That is exactly what's happening now on this challenging road that we're traveling down. We have to get rowdy, we have to get loud and keep spreading the truth and just pass it around. You work like a slave and you live in a loop. They're turning your sky into chemical soup. I'm always watching these videos, often like Richie from Boston to give me the scoop. Waking the world up to dispensing the truth like a doctor that's handing out red pills to everyone. What in the world are they spraying up there in the air? It's aluminum, lithium, barium. Nobody notices, nobody cares. Everyone's greedy and nobody shares. I wanna help you, you'll be in my prayers. But now we must separate wheat from the tares.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
for their number is legion, and wherever people live, there also live the mentally retarded. But who are the mentally retarded, and what are they really like?
Define small triangle.
Yeah, you can't define it, therefore I'm right there.
Triangle, you're not going to fucking overtalk us.
You do it all the time.
So we ask you what a triangle is. You say define small triangle.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude? Are you retarded?
I am.
I know you're done. It's been fun, but that's it.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
So Ruhif, you got Globe Earth roles got onto you, so you should be able to talk. You're locally muted right now, so just unmute your mic.
There we go. Good morning, everyone.
What up?
Hey.
So Wendick was texting me in the DMs, and he says that you have drop over distance measurements. Is this correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You know what? Let me give you some perms. Don't fucking post any like rugged images in my live stream voice text though, because you'll be swiftly taken away. So I'm gonna give you image link. I'm gonna give you image link perms so you can start posting stuff in the live stream voice text.
Yep.
All right, so you have image link perms, Ruhif. Go ahead and post the relevant info. You got it like a spiel you're going to go into?
Oh, not particularly. But the basic idea is you get on top of a mountain and you point a theodolite at another mountain, both points of known elevation. You can make a prediction for what that angle will be if the Earth is flat, or you can make a prediction for what that angle will be with a globe and factor in the drop. The angle that you do measure matches the one with drop. That's it.
Let me read this here. So if I'm standing on the top of a mountain that has an elevation of 1,000 meters, and I point the theodolite at a mountain that is 30,000 meters away, and that has an elevation of 1,200 meters, what a vertical angle will I measure? ? Make any assumptions about that atmosphere that you require, or any assumptions that you believe are required to calculate this predicted angle. Are you willing to test your prediction in reality? You're making a question. Are these questions in lieu of this test, or what?
No, I've done the measurements, but that slide is more to get you guys to understand the geometry of it.
Brandon debunked this years ago.
Yeah, I mean, just go ahead and post your method, I suppose. Go through the method, post your method, and then go through it, and we'll see.
It's in video form, so if we can stream.
Oh, shit, dude. Are you serious? You don't got it? Well, we're gonna need something out so you can bring some context to it. Put your video up, anyways.
Yeah, we'll do. One sec.
But I'd say put all the information up.
Okay, 1 second. Excuse me. The link is in the chat for my video. So I went up to the Californian Aqueduct, took a theodolite up there.
Hold up, it says Epic doing it fucking properly. What is that? Why did you? This got a fucked up title, but yeah, go ahead. It says doing it fucking properly.
Oh, that was in reference to. That was in reference to Jay Tolan Media.
Okay, so you're rebutting Jay Tolan in this video.
Yeah, and doing my own measurements where he did his measurements. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I went to LA.
The max distance that you're doing, because is that you on the thumbnail?
Yep.
Is it okay? Go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, George.
What's the maximum range for a theodolite?
If you can see it, you can measure an angle to it.
I was going to ask, yeah, you're right. But, well, just finish your spiel, but we'll go ahead and get into that, George, after he's... Yeah. I want him to finish his kind of like whatever he's going to present.
Yeah, so I went up to the Californian Aqueduct. It's a known elevation. There are survey benchmarks all around it. Pointed the theodolite at various mountains around in between 30 kilometers and maybe 60 kilometers, made predictions for what the angle would be on both a globe and a flat Earth, and the measurements matched the globe one and contradict the flat Earth prediction.
What was the flat Earth prediction?
It was assuming no refraction and just a right triangle between the 2 points.
So assuming
I'll take some screenshots. Yeah, because that actually works against you. So I was being generous. I'll show you a screenshot. There we go. Screenshots.
What was Jay Tolan's? Because I just need some context here. You're rebutting Jay Tolan's. What I would say it's a video that he had up.
He did a video.
Infrared, right? Infrared camera.
Yep.
Okay, and
But
what,
he
what
set
is
up.
Go ahead.
Okay. He set up an inclinometer strapped to a telescope, and made a couple of measurements over about a mile. And just in short, his instrument was first of all not able to be calibrated to horizontal, and it just wasn't accurate enough. His instrument was bad.
What was he?
So I
What
went and
was
did
he
it properly.
using? By the way, what was the instrument that Jay Tolan was using?
An inclinometer strapped to a telescope, so he couldn't actually level the device properly like a theodolite.
I get it. Yeah, so I see what you're saying. You're in contrast to what you did. Is that what you're saying? He's using something differently as far as equipment goes to what you were using. You're using something different. Okay.
Yeah, I use something better, so more accurate and able to be leveled. So I've just posted in the chat a screenshot from the video. That is basically the flat Earth prediction. So, it goes through where the observer is, the elevation of the mountain we're looking at, and the distance, and works out a predicted angle. If I had incorporated refraction into that, it would be worse for flat Earth. So I was being generous.
But if you use that equipment, how do you determine level?
George, go ahead, George. Wait, did you finish, Ruhiv, by the way? Because I don't know if you have more to add.
Oh, we can go through
the end of your... No, I want you to finish your presentation, dude. Because if I want you to give me your A game. Let's say I
can post the formula for the globe. The globe formula is a bit complicated.
Yeah. Put everything up there. Because you're coming into a place where, in just a moment, you're gonna find out. Like,
oh yeah, I've been here before. I've been banned here before.
I know.
Understood. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, you gotta, because I don't want there to be something that's left out, and you'd be like, "Oh, I didn't get to fucking post this." So go ahead and post what you.
Yeah. Where are we? Live stream voice text. All right, so I've just posted the formula for a globe. Well, sorry, the top formula there is the formula for a flat Earth, and the bottom formula is obviously more complicated because it takes into account curvature and refraction and blah blah blah. Yeah, so it's a bit more complicated, but that's the expected angle on a globe at the bottom.
Okay.
All right.
So we got the formula. We got the expected. Wait. As the angle measurement that's above that image you posted, what's expected on a flat Earth?
Yeah, without refraction.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Without refraction?
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, with refraction, it would be worse.
Oh, you're using your video as a presentation slide, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else? Because I'm going to open up to the panel and I'll let one by one ask you. Okay. So George or Sasha, any one of you guys want to come in? Because I'll wait to the end. I'm patient. Anybody wants to jump in, you guys can come in here and ask Ruhiv anything about this test that he's done. And of course, we got context, so it's against Jay Tolan's video. But he says, on his thumbnail.
Yeah,
it says epic doing it fucking properly. So
I have a question. Okay, if is that equipment working on Jay Tolan and it's okay, can you do that also on Santa Barbara, or in Croatia, in Italy, in UK? All that things, the same equipment, the same theodolite, and then we put the same things, we level that, and then we make an experiment again. No, experiment testing.
Yeah, theodolites are the most accurate thing we can use, to measure elevation angles.
And why we have the horizon then in Santa Barbara 10 miles behind it?
You're talking about the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Black Swan? Yeah, I mean, do we want to talk about Black Swan? We can, but I mean, it seems a little bit off from this.
Yeah. No, I'm saying if you put now your equipment, does that will change that observation?
No, you just get a very accurate measurement of whatever you're trying to measure.
Okay, that means that, can we call that 10 miles flat there?
The Black Swan?
Yep.
No, unless you make a measurement.
I'm making measurement. It's a sea level. I see the oil rig. Oil rig is on 10 miles. You see the bottom of the oil rig. You see the water between the two oil rigs. Is it that water real? Yes, it is, because it's ocean. You see the water behind the oil rig. Second one, why? Because the oil rig is in the water, and that's the water. And then you see the horizon, and then you see the horizon behind there. Who knows where it is, because that is a apparent place. But the water, what making the horizon visible, it's still physical. It's not optical.
Okay, at the thing that I posted at 13 minutes past, where I posed the question to you guys.
Now my question is,
answering your question.
When you put your equipment, how that will change now the angles?
It's just measuring the angle. It's not going to change the angle. Right? But there's a reason.
That means that I will see again the 10 miles flat.
Depends on the day. Depends on the day. Depends on the gradient.
Sometimes I will see the 4 miles, but surely I will see also 10 miles.
Maybe. Depends on the gradient on the day.
Maybe. No, not maybe. It is there, and I saw it in my eyes. It's not maybe.
Okay, but the graphic that I posted at 13 minutes past, there is a reason why it says if I'm standing on the top of a mountain looking across to another mountain. And that reason is if you are looking over air that for the most part is a decent height above the surface, right? So it's not close to the surface. If you're looking through air that is above the surface, then refraction is quite predictable and stable. If you are looking at through air very close to the surface, like the Black Swan, then refraction is very unpredictable.
There is no refraction in Black Swan example.
I don't know how to respond to that. There is.
There
cranes.
Yes, cranes. I'm not speaking about cranes. Yeah, there it is. Distorted cranes. But there is no refraction doing anything with physicality of that water.
How do you explain a bent crane without light bending?
The bent crane has nothing to do with the physicality of water, what I see and experience with my eyes. And not only that, you can take a boat and you can see that boat will reach the second oil rig, you can travel there. And that water, it's real. Nothing is happening with that water, Only crane ups, they are distorted, They have nothing to do with the physicality of the water. And the physicality of the water has to do with the shape of the earth, but the cranes has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Okay. The crane is clearly distorted. Is that due to light bending?
Can I tell you what is the crane?
Yeah, is it due to light bending?
No, the crane is this. This is the big screen. Listen to me very carefully, simple. It's very big white screen with written 6 point some miles. And second one, it's also big screen with written 9.2 miles. And now, maybe that 9 miles written, it's bending, Letter.
Okay. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
Do you understand me? I will translate you again. It's written big screen, white one, with the black letters, 9 miles. And that now letter, number 9, it's distorted, Do you understand me?
I understand you. I'm just asking, do you know what an inferior mirage is?
That's about oil rig. That is the number 9. It's distorted. Do you understand that? It's written there. Okay. Now we are speaking about physicality of water. There is nothing distorted there. There is real water. Do you understand that?
I hear you. Right. I'm asking, do you know what an inferior mirage is?
There is no inferior mirage there, because inferior mirage needs object on the horizon. There is a horizon itself. You know.
Right, but do you know what one is though?
There is only one horizon. In my life, what I experienced and learned, you know, there is no 2, 3, 4, 7 horizons.
Okay. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
Doesn't matter what it is, inferior mirage. There is a real physical water you can see.
I agree. There's physical water. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
On the Black Stone example, it's water there behind the first oil rig. Right. Is that water physical or optical?
Physical. All physical.
Good. That means that is no drop over distance after 1.2 miles what should to be, you know?
Okay. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
Do you know what the drop over distance is?
Yes, I've measured it. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
If you measure it,
that you're avoiding. Why are you avoiding the question?
I'm telling you, if you measure it there, it must be also here.
Right. And as I've said, my graphic at 13 minutes past specifically says if you're on top of a mountain, because I know that's where refraction is predictable.
That's all right. It's there. Now, if it's there, it must be also in Santa Barbara.
Right. But you're close to the water, right?
Right.
You're close to the water in Santa Barbara. Yes, refraction is unpredictable close to the surface.
Okay, tell me why people made Globe Earth videos about how horizon work.
I don't know, because they wanted to.
They wanted to. And did you saw that video how horizon work?
I've seen lots of videos. Do you have a particular one?
The particular one, yeah. Type on the YouTube how horizon work.
I know how horizon works. I've made stacks of horizon measurements. Do you want to see one of my horizon measurements?
Okay, with 1 foot observer height, where should to be geometrical horizon?
Right. It could be anywhere, because when you are very close to the surface, refraction is unpredictable.
No, it cannot be anywhere. It must be there because that is the globe model, and you need to learn because you don't know what it's heliocentric model, what people claiming it is, what you should to see if you are if your eyes it's 8-inch above the sea level, you know.
Okay, I've just posted a photo in the chat of me taking a horizon measurement. I'm well above the surface. It's pointless taking these measurements so close to water because refraction is so unpredictable close to the surface.
Are you telling me that you are the person who are science communicator who are telling that there is no 1.22 miles, but they are saying that, but you are somewhere else who is more advanced science or whatever, but they still didn't publish your work, but we are learning about that 1.22 miles.
Yeah, 1.22 miles times the square root of observer height in feet is wrong. It ignores refraction. It's wrong.
Okay.
Hey, Sasha, whenever you're sorry guys, whenever you're ready, Sasha, other people want to chime in. So I don't know if you want to get ready to
only to conclude. That means that what we're learning in the school, and that what we have the claim that what you can find on Google, that math, that 3959, that 1.22 miles, it's wrong because he's saying, and who are you?
Ruhif.
Ruhif.
Yeah, 1.22 is wrong. I
don't understand. Albert Einstein. Do you know who is Albert Einstein?
I do. Yes, I've heard his name.
I don't know you, man. Who are you?
That's Ruhif, dude. We've been saying it. He's just a regular guy.
He's saying, Miggy, that it's wrong, you know. But who is he?
Oh, I'm just a
regular
dude.
Guy.
Oh, okay. You're the guy from the street, like saying like a bullshit, okay. Thank you.
Like a bullshit. Welcome, Sasha. All right. So if anybody else wants to jump in and add to whatever the conversation between Ruhif and Sasha, you guys are welcome to do so. If there's some points that they brought up that you want to bring forward to Ruhif, Ruhif right now is going to stand for the claim that he just made. Obviously, he's saying he's measuring drop over distance with his theodolite. Oh, by the way, there might be some leading questions about your equipment and stuff, so I don't know if anybody wants to jump in. Or words that you were used in the conversation with Sasha. But does anybody else want to talk to Ruhif? If not, I will. I'm just waiting for anybody else.
Yeah, I just want to know what his claim is.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, measured drop over distance. So I go up on a mountain of known elevation, shoot to a mountain of also known elevation, and the predicted angle matches what I measure for a globe.
Is that after you've taken into account other things?
I've taken into account all that I think needs to be taken into account.
Right, so would that involve basically like post hoc, like drawing a target around, you've shot an arrow and then you go and draw a target around the arrow to say that
I'll go to any location. Well, sorry, I won't go to any location. I will bet any location from mountain to mountain, and you give me the elevations, I'll tell you what whoever will measure.
Who measured it first?
Who did this drop over distance measurement first? I don't know.
I'm not bothered about
this conversation.
We're not bothered about your conversation, about your measurement. Who did it first?
Yeah, I don't know. We've had this conversation. It's not a groundbreaking measurement. Why would it be recorded by history? Correct. I don't know who did it first.
So you've got no proof then?
Yeah, so I guess I'm going to go ahead and segue. Since this is being brought up, I'm just going to go ahead and take them through the 3 points that no Glober can pass. Unless anybody objects and you guys want to... I didn't want to have to do this, but we're segueing into it. One deck brought it up. So does anybody want to come in and
bring
talk
him
about
into it?
Yeah, fire for effect.
But hang on a second.
Go ahead, man.
We don't want that just yet, man. Ruhif has brought some information that can be refuted solely on what he just been talked about. So if anybody wants to chime in before I go in with it, because I'm concerned about what he said in the conversation with Sasha, but not so much so that I want to get into that, because I know exactly where I want to go. But if you guys can refute him on anything that he said with Sasha, then you can do so right now. Other than that, I'm going to take him to the 3 points. So any objections?
Take him to the
only
3
that
points.
he threw. Yeah, only that he threw the globe claim under the bus. That's all I got to point out.
Also,
take him to the 3 points.
Yeah, just go through the 3 points. We can come back to that later.
All right. So it seems like I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then perhaps if there's any objections, if you guys are good with that, we can come back, circle back around to what he said with Sasha. It's just make a note of the points that if you had any objections, then you can talk to him about that after I do the 3 points. So we're going to find out right now, Ruhif, is your baseline knowledge for the Earth being a globe with the 3 questions that are fundamental for the Earth being a globe and what props it up being a globe. There hasn't been not one single academic scholar that's passed this, not one single human that I've ever given this to. So you'd be the first if you're able to. How about that?
Who decides who passes?
You do.
Okay, then I pass. I pass without answering the questions. Done.
All right, so let's go through the information, right? So the first question is going to be simply this. Who has ever measured directly the curvature of the Earth as per drop over distance?
Drop over distance? Me?
Correct. Yeah. Well, any time in history.
Me, yeah.
Okay, so only you.
I'm not saying only me. Like I said to one deck several times, it's not exactly a groundbreaking measurement.
Well, it's not groundbreaking, so who's done it?
Me.
Other than you?
I don't know. It's not something that would be recorded by history.
Well, obviously, if it's a globe, Ruhif, it would be.
No, the radius, as I said to one deck several times, the radius has already been
worried about
known.
one deck. We're not okay. So right now it's just you and I.
Yep.
That's it. So what we're concerned about is my conversation to you and your baseline knowledge. So if you have the information to support the claim that somebody's actually taken the drop over distance measurements, then you can go ahead and state it, and then we can get into the primary source from that citation, then a demonstration. Obviously, you got some bit of information to add to this, but what we need to establish is why you have this information in your mind in the first place to even state what you're claiming, right? So we're going to go into history because obviously somebody said it somewhere, right? So we're going to find out who did, and which is why you have the idea in your mind right now to do this measurement, let's say. So who has done it any time in history? So we're gonna figure this out, you and I, Ruhif.
Yeah, it's not a measurement that would be recorded by history. It's trivial.
So nobody?
I don't know. I'm sure other people have done it. I've done it.
That's all. Thank you. That's all I needed. So I don't know is sufficient for me. Therefore, now we're going to get into a demonstration for you to tell me how have you measured drop over distance, because you don't know the first statement, which is like who has ever directly measured the drop over distance. Now we're going to get into how you measure drop over distance without any sufficient evidence that somebody's ever given you the inclination that they've ever measured it.
Yeah,
I don't know how. You're the only one on Earth right now.
No,
that's ever
never said I was the only one. I'm saying that this type of measurement is
then tell
trivial.
me. Right, but okay, then if it's trivial, then tell me who else has done it.
I don't know. It's not something that would be recorded
so
by
we're
history.
Back to you don't know.
Yeah,
so you don't
I'm
know.
Fine. I've done it.
Well,
if you want to reject my measurements, that's okay.
Well, I can hand wave dismiss it based on that you don't have any evidence that somebody else has done it. I don't want to do that. However, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, because otherwise, why would you do it?
Because I'm in the flat Earth globe debate.
No, you're verifying information, right? So the information that needs to be verified is how they've actually done this in the first instance. So that's what we're trying to identify at the moment.
Let's say, for sake of argument, I'm the first person to do it ever in the world. Will you look at my measurements now?
No.
No. Okay.
I need to know. Listen, I need to know why you even want to measure the Earth in the first instance.
We want proof.
Because I'm in the flat Earth globe.
I need to know why. That's fine. I don't. Well, that's great. That's great, Ruhif. That's great for you, right? Kudos to you. Now, why did you want to do it in the first instance?
I've answered that. I'm in the flat Earth globe debate.
So that's definitely not good enough. So nobody's done it. Nobody's done it in the history of the world, but you're going to be the first one to do it because you're in the flat Earth and globe debate.
Anything to avoid looking at the measurements is fine with me.
No, we're going to actually take a look at all the things that you presented, because I haven't even broke into that yet.
Okay.
So
anyway, question 2.
What we're stepping about that and question 2 yet, because question 1 is not sufficiently answered. You haven't done anything to demonstrate that in any time in history, drop over distance was measured, and also you don't know who's done it. And then you said it's trivial, and now we're going off on like you're just doing some kind of cowboy measurement because you're in a flat Earth and globe Earth debate. That's basically what you're telling me. It's unverified by anyone, and you are the one who verified it. Solely one human being on Earth who's ever done this, and everybody else has not done it.
Okay, so I failed question 1. Let's go to question 2.
Excellent. Question 2. So question 2 is the rotation of the Earth, axial rotation. They're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So now what we need to establish here is that because of the Earth doing such a thing, what is the naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning? Can you tell me who's observed this and how they've measured the Earth to be spinning at that rate?
Right, the naturally observed phenomenon that would lead me to making a hypothesis of the Earth spinning?
Go ahead.
Is that what you said? Yeah.
No,
sunset.
No. Well, not just. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Did you not hear the question in the first place?
Yeah,
I heard it.
We're just going. We're going back to
ambiguous.
Okay, so who, as in people or person or people, who's established, right, in history that the Earth is rotating on its axis, and what is their naturally observed phenomena of the Earth spinning on its axis to then concur that it is spinning on its axis? So we got to find out, because they're telling us that it's spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Someone somewhere has figured this out. So if you know that information to support the claim, then you can definitely advocate for it right now, Ruhif. I'm going to allow you to.
Once again.
Yeah, tell me.
You're going to history, and I'm going to say, for the sake of argument, let's say I'm the first person ever in the world to suggest that the Earth is rotating because I saw a sunset. That's my hypothesis, because I saw a sunset, that the Earth's rotating globe.
The Earth's rotating because of a sunset. What is
that's my hypothesis?
Sure. But once again, I'm restating the question so you can understand the naturally observed phenomena of the Earth rotating. Where is that being observed? Are you
Sunset.
saying is that what you're saying with sunsets? Okay,
Yeah, sunset
so with
leads me to make a
Okay.
hypothesis.
with sunsets, how are we seeing the Earth spinning?
It's a,
'Cause all
it's a
I can tell you-
suggestion, right?
It's
If
a
I see a
suggestion. We're
sunset,
not
I can say,
Right.
is the sun rotating around us or is the Earth rotating? I'll make a hypothesis and say maybe it's the Earth rotating.
Well, we're not observing Earth rotating.
No.
We're just saying we see the sun move across the sky, and you're
Okay.
making the assumption that the Earth is rotating.
Right? It's a
Right.
hypothesis.
So it's an assumed understanding. It's not a naturally. We're not, me and you, when we go outside, we're not seeing the Earth spinning around.
Well, if you're suggesting that
Right.
my naturally observed phenomenon is the Earth rotating, phenomenon, sorry.
Right.
Yeah. If you're saying that my naturally observing phenomenon is the Earth rotating, then what's the next step? What's the next step to that? You're basically accepting that it's rotating, right?
The first step is to see the Earth rotating. So I'm asking you, where
Well,
in
it's proven.
nature do we see the Earth spinning?
Why is there a second step if you've already observed the Earth rotating?
Where do you see the
What?
Earth? Dude, you go outside and you said you see the sunset.
Yeah.
You see the sun moving across the sky. The sun is what's moving across the sky. The Earth isn't doing anything. So apparently,
I can still make a hypothesis.
But the base axiom of where you and I begin to make our observations, because naturally observed, we're naturally observing the sun. When we naturally observe the sun, we're seeing it move across the sky. Now, at what point are you starting to distinguish that it's not the sun and it's the Earth?
Right.
Because we don't make. You do. How do you mean you don't have to? You
I
can't
just
say
see a
that you see the Earth
phenomenon.
moving.
Yeah.
I see a phenomenon and I make a hypothesis. Right? Newton supposedly.
Hypothesis. No, it's not a hypothesis. It's an
Yes, it is.
assumption. No, your
It's
assumption.
a presumption. It's a presumption.
But so what you're presuming to say is that the sun is moving across the sky, therefore the Earth is spinning. You know what we call that?
It's a testable hypothesis, yes.
You know what we call that, Ruhif?
I know what you call it, and we're going to get into a
What
fight,
do you-
which Elijah
No, we're not going to
knows
get into a
lot
fight.
about.
We're not going to get into the reason why we're going to get into a fight, because you already know the route we're taking here.
Not me.
That's affirming the consequent.
No, it's not. No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
No, it's
Because
not.
you're saying, well, form a logical syllogism out of it.
Okay,
with the
if
sun
the Earth
actually-
is rotating, if the Earth is rotating, then I'll expect to see centrifugal force. That's not affirming the consequent.
No,
That's
you didn't
conditional.
say centrifugal force. You just added that little spicy comment there, and it wasn't centrifugal force. No, say
Okay,
it like
then-
you would as if you're seeing the sun, because your stance right now is that you see the sun move across the sky, right?
Yeah.
So you have to form it with the sun being involved in that structure. So
Right.
in a
If the
logical
Earth is
syllogism-
rotating, the sun sets.
yeah, and then now flip it backwards. The sun
No, I
sets,
don't.
therefore the
I'm
Earth
not
is
going to
rotating.
affirm the
Yeah,
consequent.
that's exactly because you have to. Otherwise,
No, I
how can
didn't.
you can't come to the conclusion that the Earth is spinning unless if you affirm the consequent, which is what you
No.
just did.
Incorrect.
You are the one not stating it, but the end result is, the conclusion is that you are saying because you see a sunset, therefore the Earth is spinning.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm saying it's a possible hypothesis.
What is the natural? I asked you, what is the naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning, and you said sunsets. So your conclusion is definitely what
No,
I've
it's
been
not.
telling you. Yes, it is. You stated it.
No, it's not. I get to make my.
now-
Would you like me to make my own logical arguments, please?
Stop
Well,
saying
you
no,
didn't.
it's not.
You didn't make it in the very first instance when I asked you what is the naturally observed phenomena. You went straight to the sunsets. Right.
Right.
So
Right.
where
And it is
where
true.
in that is a centrifugal force? You didn't
Oh,
involve
yeah, that's
that
right.
in.
That's secondary, right? But if the Earth is rotating, then the sun will set, correct? That's not a fallacy to say that.
Is.
No, it's not. It's a conditional. If the Earth is rotating, then the sun will set. Is that correct?
So when do you make that logical leap into that? When does that happen? How do you understand that it's connected to the Earth rotating?
Do you agree that if the Earth is rotating,
you're not
then the sun
answering
will
my
set?
question. You have to answer my question. In order for you to stand firm on this is a true understanding of what the Earth is doing, then you have to be able to withstand the scrutiny that I'm giving you right now. So you're able to say that if it is the Earth moving around, then you're going to have to tell me how you went from the sun moving to now we know that it's the Earth that's moving. How did you go from that leap?
We're going to test that in a minute. That's the hypothesis, right? I haven't gone back and said if the sun sets, then
okay. So you're adding more. You're going to add more to it. Then it's not just the sunsets.
We'll get to this hypothesis test in a minute, right? But the hypothesis, my guess at why the sun sets is that the Earth is rotating. Wrong. My guess. Okay, that's my hypothesis.
Yes.
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go as far as you want, man, because I'm interested. I already know the response, but I'm gonna humor you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Elijah's here. I hope Elijah's listening.
No, he is listening. He's pretty frustrated listening to you. But listen, go through the hypothesis test of how we understand it's not just the sun moving, because you started with sunsets, right? So now you're gonna test if it's the Earth or the sun. So go ahead.
Yeah, so my hypothesis is we're on a rotating globe, right? So my hypothesis test, if the Earth is a rotating globe, then there should be centrifugal force.
Just presupposed.
Presupposed what?
Oh, wait, say it again, Roof. I didn't hear you, man. There was...
Okay, if the Earth is a rotating globe, then there will be centrifugal force.
Okay. Wrong. Hold on, just... What the fuck?
Do you agree?
No, I don't fucking agree. What the fuck, dude? How did you
don't agree there would be centrifugal force?
Bro, you pulled the rabbit out of the fucking hat, bro. What the fuck? Ruhif?
Are you saying that there would not be centrifugal force in a rotation globe?
You've already said that sunsets don't prove the globe, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Right. There you go. So what actually does then? Let's talk about something that actually does prove the globe in your imagination.
When we get to the end of this, right, there will be a question about proof, right? Because Elijah's here. Elijah and I have had this very long conversation.
What do you mean get to the end of it? You've already admitted that the sunsets don't prove the globe, so why are you still talking about it?
Ruhif, don't tell me about your conversation with Elijah. I know you guys had a different conversation than this one. It might have been similar, but I'm having one with you, so fucking stay on the point, bro. Okay. Now, you just logically leapt into oblivion with this shit. So,
all right. So anyway, do you agree that if the Earth is a rotating globe,
no,
do you agree that if the Earth is a rotating globe, do you agree that there would then be centrifugal force?
That's a fucking hypothetical.
Exactly, it's a hypothesis.
That's a hypothesis.
Exactly.
Hypothesis? What the fuck, dude? You're making shit up. You're just saying if the Earth was a globe, nobody wants to think about it like that. You're trying to prove the information. Okay, you see a sunset, you're like, okay, I see the sun doing some shit. Now we're gonna get to how we know it's the Earth moving.
Yeah,
I don't have to think of it, bro. Listen, I don't have to think of the Earth doing something fucking I have to think of it like a ball. Fuck it, dude. You need to tell me how it's proven that the Earth is moving. Where am I seeing the Earth doing that? I don't see that.
To the end,
I only see the sun moving.
Science doesnn't prove things. Science doesn't ever get to the
end. Science doesn't prove things.
Yes.
Ruhif.
How are you gonna? And you're gonna prove that? Yeah.
Oh, I will give you my video. I'll post my video. Hold on.
How is this the level you're at after however many years you've been in this conversation that you can barely make an argument about the sunset whilst admitting that the sunset doesn't prove the globe?
Hang on.
I mean, this is terrible.
For those people, for those people that think science does prove things, I've posted my video in the chat in response to Quantum Eraser.
Fucking hell, mate.
Yeah, really quiet. There we go.
Now, One Deck has to be whispering probably because he doesn't want to get loud. There's people probably sleeping at One Deck's place. So, go ahead, One Deck. Did you want to whisper your comment? Because I know you can't speak loud. No.
I have questions.
No, hang on, Sasha. We're taking him through the 3 points. It's a struggle, I know, but Wolfgang's here. All right. So your hypothesis test has failed because I have to now think of the Earth like some shit that I don't think of it like. And you wanted me to agree to that, which I'm not gonna, because you haven't provided any evidence for it to be that. So we're
that is how hypothesis is tested. That's how science works.
Am I imagining shit?
Yes. If my hypothesis is true, then I expect to see some kind of result.
Ruhif, you've been doing this shit too long, man. Why are you bringing this weak ass argument?
This is how science works.
Listen, no, it's not, dude. That's how Ruhif's idea of
how you very manipulate the spin of the Earth, man. How will you very manipulate?
We can't even get into that, George, because he's talking about you first have to imagine it. It's like fucking. I don't want to imagine this shit.
So
this is how science works.
You're saying that science hasn't proven the globe, then?
Yeah, science cannot prove anything.
So the globe isn't proven, and isn't scientific?
Not scientifically. Correct. It is not scientifically proven.
This is a guy that is bringing a hypothesis to the table, and he says science doesn't prove anything. My God.
Some of your years in the globe Earth flat Earth discussion, you've come out with, well, yeah, the globe isn't scientifically proven. So always people who come in and say, hey, you science deniers, they don't have any science for the globe.
Hey, Jedi,
you deny the scientific measurements.
Hang on a second, man.
Scientific measurements. Wow.
Ruhif, 1 second, Wolfgang. So, Jedi, check this out, man. You just came to the party, I know, but hopefully you got your tuxedo on right now, because we got Ruhif in the chat, dude. He's on the second question of the 3 questions. And from the looks of it, we have to imagine the Earth's a ball before we can get to the idea that he's making a logical leap from the sun moving across the sky to that the Earth is moving. So as for a naturally observed phenomenon of Earth spin, we haven't got that yet. We've got these presumptions that he's saying and this hypothesis test that he hasn't provided. So I don't know, man. Like, I think we're going to be struggling from this point on. So we are still trying to figure out where you made the logical leap from the Earth and the sun, right? Because we got to connect them to. We see the sun moving across the sky. How do we know the Earth's spinning around? Ruhif.
Right, it's a hypothesis, right?
Yeah, but what did you test, bro? Like, what did you test?
We're getting to that.
Okay, all right. Well, you're kind of teasing me, bro. Like, I don't like teasing. Just get to the fucking meat and potatoes, bro. Like,
okay, you guys are on this, the quantum eraser 4-step method of science, right? Quantum eraser is a big fan of Richard Feynman. I've posted Richard Feynman talking about the scientific method in the chat. He says you come up with a guess, right? And the audience laughs. The audience literally laughs in the clip. And he said, no, this is exactly how you do it. You make a guess, you work out what the consequences would be, and then you go and test those consequences. So if you want to take that to QE and discuss it with him, that's going to be great.
Sorry, couldn't give a shit about QE, mate.
Okay.
That's kind of a straw man. Don't give a fuck about that.
Mayhem is clearly following the QE.
Hold on. So you can remove that idea. Right? You can remove that idea and stop building your straw man. We want a direct measurement of the Earth movement. Go.
Yep. Okay. If the Earth is a rotating globe, then I expect to measure centrifugal force. I go out into reality and I do measure centrifugal force consistent with an Earth.
Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Hold on, that's affirming the consequent formal logical.
No, you said
that's affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
You said
hold on, this man. I'm not feeling very well, so give me a second. You're literally building a formal logical fallacy.
No,
right?
you did.
Hold on. You have to prove the first instance that the Earth is a ball. If the Earth is a ball, I would expect to see this. Oh, I see this. Therefore, the Earth must and can only be a ball.
You.
What do you mean? That's me. That's a formal logical fallacy. It's literally
you're making a formal logical fallacy.
No, I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out yours. Can you say it again for the audience?
I didn't say it. I didn't say therefore the Earth is a globe. You did.
Wait. So Ruhif, you're not saying that the sun's a globe.
My God. Say what you said 10 seconds ago.
Right. If the Earth is a rotating globe, I expect to measure centrifugal force. I go out into reality and I do measure centrifugal force. That is consistent with the Earth being a rotating globe. You are saying therefore.
Logical fallacy. Would you like me to say it for you?
You keep saying therefore the Earth is a globe. You are putting words in my mouth that I am explicitly telling you I am not saying. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Say it again for the audience.
If the Earth is a rotating globe, then I expect to measure centrifugal force. I go out into reality and I do measure centrifugal force. That is consistent with a rotating globe.
excellent. So it's a logical fallacy. I don't understand why we've got fucking getting this.
It is consistent.
I told him that Jedi earlier, bro.
Listen, hold on, 1 second. Ruhith,
please tell me, Jedi. No, Jedi.
Hold on. Either way you slice this, it's no good. Either you're committing a formal logical fallacy, or you're saying something that you're agreeing doesn't actually prove the globe, when we're asking for something that proves the globe.
Okay, did I say, therefore the Earth is a globe?
No.
That's a
no. So you're not saying it proves the globe. So you're not saying it proves
Did
the
I
globe.
also say science doesn't prove things? Don't misquote me. I'm careful with my words here.
So, you know the first premise that if the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Have you proven that to be true?
No, it's my hypothesis.
That's not a hypothesis then, so you got a bit of a problem. So you are, hold on, you are begging the question.
No,
this is
Eli.
Hold on. This is a begging the question if the Earth is a ball. Formal logical fallacy.
Okay,
so hold on, I haven't finished. Can you demonstrate a direct measurement of the ball first, please?
Okay, it's not a begging the question fallacy.
Can you demonstrate your first premise, please, that the Earth is a ball with a direct measurement? Please don't make me throw up all over you. I'm not feeling very well, so just fucking entertain me. Give me a direct measurement of the R value first in your begging.
I'm going to ask you a question at the risk of being kicked out. At the risk of being kicked out.
I'll tell you what, you will get kicked out if you don't answer my question. How about that? I'll do it for you, you cunt.
Okay, all right.
All right, so how about you just fuck off now?
You kick me out, ban me.
Just fuck off. Just fuck off.
Okay.
Go on, piss off.
No, you have to kick me out.
Okay, no problem. See you later. Bye.
See ya.
Because you're not going to answer my question, are you?
You're accusing me of begging the question.
You're not going to answer my question, are you?
You're accusing me of begging the question. I'm not begging the question, and I'm going to demonstrate to you that I'm not begging the question. Would you like to kick me out?
I would like a question for the 5th time. I would like a direct measurement of drop over distance curvature of the Earth, please.
Okay, I've done that earlier in the chat. You can scroll back up.
No, you can give it to me now.
Okay, I'll post my video.
You said that a video. Can you speak about it?
Sure. I go to the top of a mountain or a high place, shoot a theodolite over to another point of known elevation, make a prediction for both flat Earth and globe as to what angle I will measure, and the measurements are consistent with the globe prediction.
There's a globe? What do you mean consistent with a globe? You haven't proven the globe yet.
Yeah, science doesn't prove things.
Hold on, science wouldn't be the fucking tool. Hold on.
Please expose the absurdity of saying that already.
Why? Science wouldn't be
the science, and then he says that science doesn't prove things. Then by his own line of reasoning, he failed to prove and cannot prove his conclusion. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah. Correct. Science doesn't prove things.
Right, so then you did not successfully prove your conclusion. Thank you for saying you failed to prove your conclusion. Thank you.
Yeah, take that soundbite, post it everywhere. Science doesn't prove things. I even posted my video.
Is this thing on? What are you trying to do? Convince us to believe what you believe? Is that what you're here for?
One deck brought me here to
you
show
said you
measurements.
can't prove anything, right?
Right.
So are you trying to convince us to believe what you believe?
You should be convinced
because you don't know because you haven't proven anything, so it must be a belief. So you must be here to convince us to believe along with you.
I have surpassed my own level of subjective.
Being a cunt.
Who was that? Who was?
Don't worry about it.
That was funny, man. Anyway,
so it's like you're just conceding that you can't prove the globe, right?
Correct. I've posted my video at 49 minutes past.
To end a video, end of debate. You failed to prove your conclusion. Thanks. You don't know that the Earth is a ball flying in a vacuum.
Yeah, you believe it.
I've posted my video at 49 minutes past, right? So it's in response to Quantum Eraser saying that science doesn't prove things.
Who gives a shit about Quantum Eraser?
Okay.
What does that matter when we expose the absurd implications of your premise?
Okay, I'll finish the sentence. He brought up 3 citations of science educators saying science doesn't prove things, Since he brought
you
those
must
up.
really like him, Ruhif. You must really like QE.
I love QE. I love him.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, with that being said, if that is true, you cannot prove your conclusion to be true. Thank you for conceding you don't know your conclusion is true.
No, I've exceeded my own threshold.
Okay, what does that
what I
mean
consider
for
true.
us?
That retort is meaningless.
Oh, to you, of course. Yeah.
To the whole world.
You believe the story.
You guys should accept the model that explains all the observations.
That retort does nothing to refute my reductio ad absurdum your position.
The horse shit's too fucking deep right now, dude.
Hold on, can I just say, but Ruhif, remember, you're telling us to abandon observable reality in favor of your belief that you just said you can't prove.
Yeah, science doesn't prove things. You should accept.
Okay, so then you fail to prove your conclusion is true. We're not moving past this point. This is the sophistry that infuriates me.
So you reject observable reality based on a belief that you can't prove?
No, I don't
yeah,
object.
You experience a flat, motionless Earth.
I don't experience a flat
So
Earth.
when you go to the beach, and you see the horizon, is it a straight line or a curved line?
It would be a straight line at the beach on either model.
So flat.
So it's it would be a straight line. It would be a straight line on either model if you're at the beach.
So you observe it as flat either way.
It's indistinguishable. So I don't therefore conclude that
What do
it's
you mean
flat.
it's indistinguishable? Like flat
Even if you argue that way that it's indistinguishable, if it's indistinguishable, then you cannot know that you live on a ball and not a flat surface. Thank
not
you.
From looking at from looking at the beach, Gregory.
So a
I'm at the
straight
beach. I
line-
can't distinguish.
What do you mean? What do you mean the straight line is indistinguishable?
If I'm at the beach, the horizon will be a straight line, irrespective of the shape of the Earth.
So you agree that you experience it to be flat, regardless of what it is?
If I'm at the beach, yes. But if I go up on a mountain, like I've been talking about,
So you're
I can
telling
measure
us
curvature.
you're telling us to deny.
No, not
You're telling us to deny that experience in favor of your belief that you said you can't prove that it's a ball.
I don't get my globe belief from standing at the beach looking at the horizon. I go and do a
obviously,
test
because
that
you
distinguishes
experience it
between the
flat.
two.
How could you get a globe belief
I
from
don't experience it as
Earth?
flat.
You just said you did.
At the beach, yes, because the horizon would be flat either way.
Okay, we don't need to go in circles on this point.
Yeah, it's indistinguishable. It's not a good test. It doesn't tell you anything.
No, but
Don't
it's where you
stand at the
start
beach.
because you're telling us to reject that experience in favor of your belief that you said you can't
No.
prove.
I'm telling you that if you're at the beach looking at the horizon, that doesn't tell you anything.
It does tell us something.
A flat
It doesn't.
It doesn't tell us anything. Are you on drugs, bro?
What are you, a Hindu? Do you believe in Maya? Reality is illusion?
So, our sensory perception of a flat horizon, it doesn't tell us anything. It does tell us something. Now, you might not like the conclusion. No, it does tell us something. It tells us that the horizon looks flat. Now, you might not like the conclusion that it looks flat, therefore it is flat. You might not like that conclusion, but it does tell us that. Now, you might be able to conceptualize all sorts of freaking giant shapes that you might be on. Pineapples, pretzels, squares, spheres, whatever, eggs. It's so large that it just looks flat. You can conceptualize any shape in your head and rationalize why it's actually some other shape. But the sensory experience is that it's flat. You're not out there going, man, this looks like a giant ball. That never
It's an a priori. It's an a priori theory which you superimpose on the empirical data that you experience. It's not that you actually directly detect with your empirical senses that the Earth is a ball, or that it's spinning, or that it's flying around in a vacuum.
If you're at the beach on a globe, the horizon will look flat. It doesn't.
No, not repeat that. What we just said. No, not repeat what you just said. What we just said. That's not. That tactic ain't gonna work.
Horizon doesn't tell you anything about a curve, does it?
At the beach, it doesn't know.
But when you go to
either way.
Sorry, but when you go to a mountain, you can see curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that will distinguish between globe.
Hold on. So left to right curvature from the top of a mountain. What happens if you turn around 45 degrees? Hold on. What happens if you turn 45 degrees? Do you see that curvature then? What happens if you turn another 40? Hold on. Another 45. I'm talking about left to right curvature, you fucking imbecile. You notice that at every increment that you turn around 360 degrees, you see that curvature, right? So if you try and join all of those lines up, you've got a wibbly wobbly fucking line, you bloody retard.
Right, that's a problem for you guys.
No, that's a problem.
It's not at all a problem for our position because that's not what we empirically do.
It is. Let me.
So are you saying?
Let me get through this.
Are you saying the horizon turns curved when you go up a mountain?
Yeah, the left to right horizon curve is a function of height and field of view.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should kick you out right now, because you're a fucking imbecile.
Yeah,
you're a fucking imbecile. Hold on. You see the image? You see the image in the live stream of somebody doing a 360-degree pan? You prick. You fucking prick.
What's your evidence that it curves when you go up a mountain, Ruha?
No, I'll explain why you guys should accept that it must.
No, don't explain. Show me the demonstration. Show me the curve at the top of the mountain.
Oh, yeah, the what's his name? Rory's Horizonator 3000.
What the fuck is that?
He got like some.
You globies are so lame. The Horizonator 3000. Show us the curve
name, right?
at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, I don't have it to hand, but he basically set up two.
So it's a cool story.
Yeah, I just don't have it to hand. I can explain it to you if you like.
Listen, if everyone was going up a mountain and seen a curve, there would be millions of images ready to hand. Why do you not have one?
Would you like me to Google it for you in the meantime?
Yeah, go and get the photo of the curved horizon and show us the elevation. All that. Give us the information for your claim.
Okay. If the Earth was flat or a ball, you would have a 360-degree view around you, and that would be flat. You're a fucking imbecile.
No. The reason you guys should accept horizon curve is because of the fact you should, right?
Have you got the information there for us?
I will explain it to you. Okay.
No. Show me. There should be millions of pictures.
I'm trying to find Rory's, right? But do you guys accept that the horizon
does it have to be this one guy? Is it only Rory that's climbed a mountain?
It's the one guy that I know of that did this.
The one guy who's climbed a mountain and took a picture. He's the one guy that climbed a mountain and took a picture.
He set up a specific apparatus that had straight
So he had a very specific apparatus to show what apparently everyone should just see normally. Why did he need special apparatus?
It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said. So you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And then you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad.
This is the unnecessary communication disruption that we get when people are insistent on smugly insisting their position because they refuse to turn off their pride and just accept the truth as it is so patently manifest.
Yeah, but look how beautifully he just exposed himself as an outright liar.
I want to point this. I want to point this out to the audience. This guy, Ruhib, has been on this topic for 5 years. And he's saying that you can see left to right curve from the top of a mountain. Or he did say that. Now, nobody in the science that doesn't prove anything even believes that either. So, I don't know where this shit's coming from. This is like one of the high schoolers that come in here. This is sad.
You would think someone who's so educated.
I'm just like, I'm trying to keep it real, man. Like, he's been around long enough that, like, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, because just along in tandem with that point, you would think someone who's so educated and has been in the discussion for so long would have something better than self-defeating premises that just explode his own position for us. Science doesn't prove things.
He just lied. He just said he saw the curve up a mountain, but now he can't see it. There's only one guy called Rory who's climbed a mountain with special apparatus that can see it. Where's that information, Ruhith?
All of the propaganda that we've received our entire lives about science, and you have to have science. Science proves things. I'm not going to believe anything unless it's scientifically proven. Blah 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 blah. And then when it's time to finally prove one of the most essential doctrines in the worldview that is taught by the institution, the very method that they exalted for decades upon decades doesn't actually fucking prove anything. And I'm not supposed to be frustrated at that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like the 2023 globe earthers are just pissing in the face of the 2020 or 2017 globe.
That's disgusting. That is satanic. Yes, I said satanic.
I don't know what it is, man, but it's freaking not a good look, man.
It's just
it's like, well, I mean, think about, like, we talk about this, and I hate to actually talk about him when he's just sitting there freaking muted, but whatever. It's, you know, after what he just said, that absurdity, like, it's like 2017. Like, dude, you're talking about seeing curve from the top of the mountains based upon some freaking weirdo anti-flat earther named Rory that did some test goddamn 5 years ago. Jesus Christ, man. You can't, like, you need to update your shit or something, man.
To really believe that holding a theodolite in front of your eyes and misaligning it with whatever object that you're not focusing on in the distance, to really think that that proves curvature, that's asinine. That's what little children do with their finger, saying, "I'm squishing your head."
That's some kids in the hall.
Can we quickly talk about how he set up the theodolite?
Holy Jesus Christ! That
he got it wrong.
That picture shows the curvature of the horizon.
Yeah, he's using that fucking table set up next to the horizon. That's like a 5-year-old debunked image, and that's still what he's on. This is sad.
Oh my Lord. No, he didn't. No way. No way. Well, I know someone just did this on Twitter, so I have like 2 days ago, because this is just nonsense, right? So let me show you something. I'll just post it. Oh, God damn. Wow. But people are like, why don't you let these flat earthers in there? Like, oh, because they're stuck in 2017 and we want to move on.
If that's curvature, then the ball's really small.
Who proved curvature? A guy called Rory on Metabunk. Who proved rotation? A guy who didn't believe in the globe called Bob Nodell. Seriously, you globies need to get it together.
I just posted. Wait, hold on. I'll find it.
So nobody in history has ever measured the curvature of the Earth, but Ruhif has measured it.
Ruhif did.
The Ruhif
by simply aligning a theodolite in the distance to some object in the distance.
Doesn't prove anything.
Is just citing Rory, who didn't actually prove anything because you can't prove anything, but it's good enough for Ruhif.
It's really not good enough for him. It's not good enough for him because tomorrow he'll be here again. He didn't even convince himself, but he's trying to convince you to accept his bullshit, but he doesn't accept it.
By this line of reasoning with the theodolite supposed operation, all I have to do is just move the theodolite under the line that is the horizon, and now the Earth is concave.
Yeah, well, I asked him originally, like, what is the claim exactly? Because he just says, oh, drop over distance. Right, okay, drop over distance. And?
All right, and fill in the blank. All this could be avoided if people would just stop being so smug and prideful and inert. You want to talk about inertia?
It's a special technique on how you set these things up as well, because even if it's digital or analog, they need to be calibrated to make sure the level is actually level, because they get bumped around. So what you have to do is, when you're setting it up, you have to set the target, the initial target, which, you know, it shouldn't be that far away, and then you have to set up a target in the middle. And then you have to adjust your theodolite to line up the two targets. So the error, even over even over 200 meters, your error, even when you're setting it up level, can be, you know, in the range of from 0 to 30 millimeters. This is on foundations. So, you know, 30 millimeters doesn't really matter over 200 meters on a foundation, because you'll change it with, you know, your building stuff like your bricks and stuff like that. But for him to say that he's measuring a point 100 kilometers away at the top of a mountain, that's not what they're made for. How do you determine what the top of the mountain is and the line that you have?
So, I can't believe he posted that shit, man. That's embarrassing, bro.
Can I just mention something? Because what he did, he denied the globe. He denied the model already, because his conclusion is that from the beach looks flat. So it's not blocking the bottom of boats and buildings anymore. It looks flat. On his opinion, it only curves if you go up the mountain.
Dropped out.
Eli is trying to point our attention to something.
Yeah, the elephant in the room, yeah.
We can bring him back.
I'd like to point out what he said. He said that you can't determine where the horizon is. You remember that in the beginning? Sasha was talking to him. I'm sure, Sasha, you remember that, right?
What's a black swan? Yeah.
No, he said, period, you can't determine where the horizon is. It wasn't a partial claim.
Oh, okay.
And what he's saying is, quote unquote, logically correct when he says it's consistent with, right? So, you know, it's a meaningless statement. It's a meaningful qualifier, so you can just say, it's like PR bullshit, right? So you can say something without actually saying anything and taking a position. Right? So, I want to determine if someone is male or female. Well, well, that's consistent with being a female. It doesn't mean anything. It's also consistent with being a male. So it can be consistent with this, that, or the other thing. It doesn't mean anything because it doesn't exclude other things.
All right, so he's back. Was Timbo? Did you want to ask him a question?
Yeah, I just want to know. So with your models, the Autolite that you've got, they're actually made for building sites. Yeah. So they have an error over a certain distance, and then is yours set up with a bubble or is it set up with an automatic leveling system?
Both. There's a bubble that gets you in range of the compensator, then the compensator takes over at I think it's 5 arc minutes or something like that.
Yeah. How often do you get that calibrated?
Oh, once a year.
Once a year?
Yeah.
How often do you use it?
Not that often, no. I only use it for flat earth shit, so it's, yeah.
Okay, that's even worse. The more you use it, the better it is.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
So your error, well, do you use these professionally or not?
No.
Okay, so you don't know that much about them.
I know that they measure angles. I know how to use it. Just because I don't use it professionally.
Do you know what angles they measure and what for?
They measure angles to anything. Horizontal angles, vertical angles. Yeah.
Well, they're specifically built for construction, so...
Not necessarily.
Yes, they are. That's what they were made for.
They're used to do surveying of... Yeah, they do geodetic surveying as well.
Surveying for?
For mapping the country.
Surveying for construction.
No, for mapping the country. That's another thing you can use.
They map the country with theodolites, but anyway.
Yes,
so what you do is, right? If you don't have them calibrated properly, that tiny little bit is going to throw you off. Now, this can throw you off even in 200 meters if you're not leveled properly, which you need a stick in the middle to actually work out from your target if you're leveled properly. Now, this is in the setup techniques in the instruction manuals. There's 20 20 points that you have to go through in the setup to make sure you are accurate. Did you go through the 20 points?
No.
So how do you know that you were accurate?
I do the proper setup. So I set it up. I get my
20 points.
No, not every time. No.
No.
I zero out my front face and back face. Second.
Do you know what the 20 points are?
Oh, not off the top of my head. No. I've seen them.
You don't do it every time, but you don't know what they are.
And I guarantee you that no survey goes to the 20 points.
Man. I guarantee they do, because there is a list and you have to fill out a form with the 20 points on what time you did them, what was your error, and then you have to go after you take the data, and you have to do it again. And then this gets registered with the surveying.
Okay, I'll post it in the chat at 19 minutes past.
It's not a simple thing to do, mate. You have to be accurate. This is only over 200-300 meters. And then they walk down the road and set it up again. They don't do mountains in the background for fucking,
first of all,
for 100 kilometers away.
Okay.
That's insane,
first of all,
man.
I've posted in the chat at 19 minutes past.
I want to know, what was the elevation difference in angle?
Okay, you've claimed 5 minutes ago that they only use theodolites for construction. I've posted in the chat.
What they were originally built for, so...
Okay, but you said they were only used for construction.
No, I said that was what they were built for.
But they were built for surveying the country as well.
They were built
Do you agree
for
that
construction, and then they use them for surveying.
Okay.
But they don't measure curvature of the planet.
Yes, they do.
Do they?
In fact, this survey that I'm pointing to here did measure the
angle
survey.
difference? What was the angle difference?
The angle difference, what do you mean?
Well, what are you measuring? Tell us what you're measuring. Go through it and explain it.
The thing that I've posted here is my slide of spherical excess.
I'm not looking at the screen, mate. Just explain it.
Okay. All right. So this is a survey of Utah in 1927. They had massive theodolites.
Your measurements.
Say again?
Your measurements.
My measurements up in California. Yep. Okay. Yep. So I measured the vertical angle between 2 points of known elevation and known distance.
An angle?
Yep. I made
elevation angle?
Yep. Made predictions for what that angle is.
That flat baseline?
Oh, Jesus. The surface of the Earth is not the reference point or the reference line for an elevation angle. Okay.
Really?
The reference.
What is the base?
The baseline of an elevation angle, the reference for an elevation angle, is horizontal. It is perpendicular to plumb.
Yeah, no shit.
What is horizontal? What is being horizontal?
Yeah, perpendicular to plumb.
Perpendicular to plumb?
Yes.
Like, that's a relationship between objects, right? Well, what are the two objects?
A relationship between down. Yeah, down. Hang a plumb bob.
Down to what?
Something to the Earth.
The Earth. So not the Earth, the Earth.
Down points down, right? You construct something.
Right, down to the Earth, right?
Right.
Right, so not the Earth, the Earth.
What are you talking about?
God damn.
Would it not be your feet and the base of the mountain?
You hang up.
So the Earth is the baseline. Right? Down to the Earth, the baseline.
No, perpendicular to down.
No. But you just said, yes, the Earth.
Do you understand the difference?
Yo, everybody else whose attention I've been trying to grab around this point right here. What's wrong with what I posted?
Okay, very simple question for you.
I'm not talking to you, Ruhif. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm about to go back on mute. I just don't understand what the clusterfuck chicken heads cutoff is going on in here.
Yeah. Can I, if the Earth is a globe, can I hang a plumb bob? Will it point down?
All right, down to what?
No.
Down to the Earth.
The answer's no.
I can't hang a plumb bob on a globe.
Not on a globe. No. Curve line.
I can't hang a plumb bob.
Plumb lines curve on the globe, dude. Plumb lines curve in the geodetic surveying.
So does anyone want to correct Indio? Is it possible to hang a plumb line on a globe?
You got your answer. Why are you just...
Yes, but your plumb line is supposed to be curved on a globe.
No, plumb lines are not curved.
Oh,
lines
really?
Point straight. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that in reality that's what happened. I know that in reality that's what's happened. In the geodetic surveying, plumb lines curve.
No, they don't. Plumb lines are not parallel.
No, they don't. Okay, base of plumb line's curved, dude.
They
I'm
don't,
gonna show it to you.
curve. Plumb lines are
Yeah,
straight.
they do. Yeah.
He's gonna show
Plumb
you.
lines are straight.
Yeah.
Bro, he's gonna show you. Relax.
Yes, I agree with you. Yes, I agree.
Relax.
Plumb lines are straight. But in the globe model, they curve.
What the hell? Where is that from?
He go to the live stream voice text, Ruhiv. They posted it there for you.
Yeah, that's
you can read
ridiculous.
I just gotta find it.
What do you mean that's ridiculous? I think he posted it
Ridiculous.
I know it's ridiculous. So I agree with you 100%.
Yeah,
It's
I reject. I reject that plumb line.
I reject. He's like, fuck, I reject it. It's incriminating. No, fuck that.
Yeah.
I reject it.
Yeah. Plumb lines hang straight down. The end.
He rejects the globe model.
He rejects it.
Do you think?
Welcome to flat Earth, man. Like, what the hell?
Okay.
He's throwing it all under the bus, man.
Yeah. Plumb
That's a
lines hang
double.
straight down. Does anyone disagree that plumb lines hang straight down?
What are you talking about? Look at the diagram I just posted. That curved line is the plumb line.
So you accept everything on that page?
What do you mean do I accept it? It's your fucking model.
Right.
Yeah, no, only the globe
I
heads
reject that
accept
part.
it, Ruhiv.
Yeah.
Welcome to
I think that's ridiculous.
So then how are you using geodetic surveying? Like, what are you talking about they use in a geodetic survey? This is what geodetic surveying has to do.
Do we agree that plumb lines hang straight down?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So they're straight. Excellent.
Yes.
Is it theoretically possible to hang a plumb line on a globe?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
But it's curved.
Okay. It's not curved. I disagree.
It's
That's
curved.
No. Do you think
You're
it's curved?
disagreeing with... No, but your model
Oh,
does.
okay.
It requires it. So
No,
you're
it
going to cite elevations that are based... That thing you posted earlier, that 1920, the NAD 1927, that's based on the Clark ellipsoid. They have curved plumb lines, deflection of the vertical, all that shit. That's how they found their elevations, right? Because they have the geoid, right? And then they have the reference ellipsoid, which is the Clark model, right? And then they find the orthometric height. That's what you're using for elevation, right?
We agree, you and I, Indio, that
Yeah, why
plumb
don't you
lines
just
hang
answer the
straight down.
question? Why don't you just answer the question, man?
Yeah, I reject.
What are you using for elevation? Because you're going to give us an angle, and you already gave it like the flat Earth prediction. Based upon what? Based upon a quote unquote known elevation, known how, measured how. Measured
You and I
based upon
agree.
geodetic surveying in a reference ellipsoid, which assumes that the vertical plane is not parallel to some other vertical plane, right? And then they correct
You
the
and I
horizontal
agree that
correct.
plumb lines hang straight.
Ruhiv, you're just asking, you're repeating yourself at this point. We're trying to address the actual part that's
He
in
says yes.
contention. You're waving past it.
Right,
Yeah, well, plumb lines do hang straight
about
because
plumb
they're on a
lines.
flat
Plumb lines
line.
point straight down in reality. Yes.
Excellent.
In
Okay, that would
reality.
be the case on a globe. We agree. You and I agree.
Incorrect.
No,
No,
it
we
would
don't
not be
correct.
the
That's
case
the part
on a
that's in
globe.
contention, Ruhiv.
Okay.
It would not be that way on a globe.
I think
That's
I
what the
think plumb
geoid
lines.
is.
I
Have you
think
ever seen
plumb
potato
lines-
Earth, bro?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I think plumb
Okay,
lines
why
hang
does that
straight
exist?
because of differences in density of the Earth.
Okay, that means a deflection of the plumb line, right?
Okay, but do they still hang straight?
No, it's a deflection
No,
of the plumb
they
line.
don't hang straight.
Not in your model.
I don't know where to go.
How many times are you going to ask again?
Well,
How
of
many
course
times are
you
gonna ask
don't,
again?
man. Of course you don't know where to go from here because you have to throw your own model under the bus.
But you,
to make
you
an
think
argument.
you think on a globe and I hang a weight from a string, it's going
How
to
many times
curve?
are you going to ask it, Ruhiv? You've got your answer.
He says
Post
no.
a citation for what you're saying, because we posted a
Yeah, I
citation
hang
for saying
away
what
from
you
a
heard.
string.
Yeah, citation.
Let me be perfectly
What
clear.
you're effectively saying
is you don't have a citation.
It's not what I'm saying. It's what they're saying. This isn't my claim. This is the globe claim.
You spent all this time triggered over flat Earth. You never learned the globe. Now you got to reset and learn what you think is true, and then test it. You're going to end up at a flat Earth anyway, homie.
So, I recommend a reading would be Use and Abuse of Deflection of the Vertical, written by Featherstone, which is out of Australia. So, they've measured deflections as great as 0.71 degrees. So, it's in order to quote unquote map it to an ellipsoid, that plumb line has to intersect that reference ellipsoid at 90 degrees, right? But if the plumb line's deflected That can't happen, right? It's intersecting at an angle. So they curve the plumb line to get this to work because they have to preserve distances.
Okay, I understand that diagram now, at how that line is deflected. Right. My question is a little bit different. If I hang a weight on a string on a globe, will it be straight?
You've already asked this.
Maybe. It'll look down to you, but it could be deflected.
Sure, but it would still be down. That would be the down, right? Whatever direction it's pointing would be down. Would it be straight?
Look, all I can say is what they say. Oh, yes. Listen, in reality, if you hang a plumb line, it points straight to the ground, perpendicular to wherever that spot is. Unless it's like a slope or something, then obviously it can't be absolutely perpendicular to that. But it points straight down. Yes, and then 180 degrees from that is a horizontal line.
90 degrees.
At that point. But only at that point.
Yeah. But we have a straight hanging weight on a string. Right? I now understand this diagram better. So I understand that, yes, that line is deflected, right? But the simple fact of hanging a plumb bob, that string will be straight, regardless of which direction it's deflected or whatever. It will be straight. Okay?
No.
That can happen. No?
No. It'll follow this line. So when you get the horizontal line, right, when you take your horizontal, you're going to be tilted down or tilted up, depending on whatever way it's deflected.
Right, but that string will be straight on a globe, right? I understand the diagram now that the plumb
it'll be
line
straight on a flat Earth. It'll be some fucked up shit on a globe.
Okay, what you are then effectively saying is that...
Not what I'm saying, dude. Good try, though. It's not what I'm saying.
Yep, I haven't gotten to the second half of the sentence, right?
Because it's not what he's saying. It's the citation.
I don't need to get to your second half because your premise is faulty. It's not what I'm saying. It's what they're saying. I am quoting them.
I understand that you quoted, Donato's posted that in the chat, and I understand the diagram.
I'm not quoting. Okay. Well, I also posted words, too. Did you read the words?
You posted words? Hold on.
Yeah, curvature of the plumb line. Deflection of the vertical changes with position along a curved plumb line.
Yep, understand that.
Okay.
Right. Okay. That is different, right? I can understand now that there may be density, big mountain next to you, whatever, and that as you go down further, the direction of down might change. Understand that, okay? I'm asking a very, very simple question. If I hang a plumb bob,
how many times are you going to ask, Rohit?
I already answered it, yes.
You've repeated this like 10 times now.
Well,
you just don't like the answer.
On a globe, will that string be straight?
No! Jesus Christ!
What the hell, Rohit?
So then, what you are saying is that if I hang a weight on a string and the string is straight, that is proof of the... No. Indio is saying that if I hang a weight on a string and the string is straight, that is proof of the globe because it contradicts the globe. Proof of flat Earth, sorry.
No, I never said that.
That is your argument, though, because it isn't my argument. Cannot be straight. It cannot be straight on a globe, therefore the Earth is flat.
No, I'm saying that the claim that a plumb line is perpendicular to the ground is not the actual globe claim.
Okay, I understand the difference between
in reality.
Yeah, this plumb line, like as you go down, it might deviate, right? It might point different directions if you hang a plumb line there. As I've said, I'm asking a different question.
I'm talking about the current globe model. If there was some other globe model available, then maybe it would point down. But in this globe model, as it currently exists, the WGS-84 ellipsoid, the Clark ellipsoid, the Bezel ellipsoid, going back to the 1700s, it doesn't exist in those models.
Okay, I'm asking a different question to what is in these diagrams. Okay, I'm simply asking if I hang a weight on a string on a globe, will that string be straight?
This is like the 15th time you've asked.
Yes.
Ruhiv, what is wrong with you, bro?
You keep saying no to it, and then I say, therefore,
how many more times are you going to ask it then? If you've got the answer, you've heard the answer, it's been clarified several times. So what, you're just going to keep asking the question over and over? So on a globe, if I hang up, we've already answered it. Why do you feel that you continue asking the same exact
question? On a globe, like a generalized globe? Like what kind of globe? Like what globe are we talking about?
Any globe, yeah.
Well, not in any globe, no.
Okay.
Because
Therefore,
I just named three which it don't happen on. So,
right.
like
but
maybe some other globe
logic?
it'll happen on. It's not my logic, dude.
Yes, it is. If you're saying that I can hang a plumb bob on a string and the string is straight, that disproves the globe.
Remember when you said stop putting words in your mouth?
Yes, you
so
are.
let's not put
That's
words
the
in.
logic.
You didn't want people to put words in your mouth.
I'm not saying that at all.
So, yeah,
yes, you
never
are.
heard India say that.
So let's say we adopt a Newtonian model of gravity, right? And like we take a big chunk of fucking uranium that's a trillion tons, and we set it off to 3 feet away on the left. No, it won't point to the ground on a flat Earth. There are situations where no, it's not proof of flat Earth. I never said it was. It's not meant to imply it is. It's meant to keep you consistent with your own model and not try to mix and match shit and make a Frankenstein monster model.
Okay, let me put this in a really simple modus tollens. If the Earth is a globe, then the plumb line the plumb bob hanging from a string will curve, right? In reality, the plumb line is straight, therefore the Earth is not a globe. Simple modus tollens. That is what you are saying.
It isn't, dude. There's two premises in a logical syllogism.
That was actually, truthfully, the first time it was actually an affirming the consequent. I've been waiting for it.
No, it's a modus tollens, Eli.
That right there was an affirming the consequent. Sometimes what I call out isn't even affirming the consequent. I've been looking at the formulation, and that was the first time it happened tonight. Invalidly concluding.
Look, your premise that the premise that a plumb line has to hang straight down on a flat Earth, that's it's not a valid premise because there's no actual reason for that to happen. But that's what we observe. We observe a plumb line hanging straight down. That's what we observe in reality. We don't observe a deflected plumb line. We don't observe a curved plumb line. The globe model claims that plumb lines are deflected and they curve them in the model to map them to their reference ellipsoid. That's a fact. It's not arguable. There's ample literature that you can comb over. There's published shit. It's not my shit. It's theirs.
Okay, let's do this logic, right? If the Earth is a globe, then the string will be...
You already did this through him.
Stop repeating arguments that have been concluded. That's your tactic. You just recycle the argument, the line of dialogue that was just done.
Why don't we get to your measurements? Because let's just cut it down, right? So you want to make your measurements, your angle measurements, they're consistent with a globe, they're not consistent with a flat Earth, based upon accurate elevations. Where'd you get the elevations? You looked in the book. What is the book? Where did they get their elevations? Oh, they did geodetic surveying. What did they do in geodetic surveying? They assumed the Earth was a globe and they projected our measurements onto a reference ellipsoid. It's the same way as your little greater than 180 degree triangles. They didn't measure greater than 180 degree triangles, Rupert. They projected the measurements onto a reference ellipsoid. That's why it exists. Why don't you guys know this after all this time?
Eli accused me of affirming the consequent. Here is the very simple modus tollens.
Someone else talk.
He's going to repeat it again. Ruhiv, we heard you clearly.
Bro, you're a wannabe occultist, bro. Time. You're trying to do an incantation. Stop.
For real. You don't have to just say it one more time as if we didn't hear you the first time, and the second, and the third.
Why don't you, I was going to say, just talk to Elijah, man. We freaking burnt this bridge, man.
Really, just let Eli talk. You don't need to interrupt him at all.
Everyone, everything they needed to stop the conversation an hour ago. In his video, right? No, you guys see it in the chat. I mean, y'all got to prove to me y'all understand what I'm saying now, because I'm looking at y'all suspect.
Fuck you, man. I didn't see what you even posted. What did you even post? How far up?
I reposted it. So the first one is, in his video, and what he's claiming is flat Earth math, and then on the right side is Al-Biruni's method.
Between you and that lady.
All right, Eli, can you withdraw your accusation, please? Okay, accusation withdrawn. We can move on.
It's all recorded, fam. Everything that I said is as it is. You can pull a video and challenge. Only then will I go back to that conversation.
Okay, so I didn't affirm the consequent. The logical syllogism is: if the Earth is a globe, then the string will be bent. We go out into reality. The string is not bent. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe. That is not affirming the consequent. That's recorded. All right, let's move on.
Wait, can you say it? If I didn't catch that, can you say it one more time?
Okay. If the Earth is a globe, then the string holding the plumb bob will be bent or curved or whatever.
We do not
go out into reality. The string is straight. It's not bent. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe.
I'm here to tell you.
You own it, man. You own it.
I'm showing that. Is it Indio? Yeah, it was Indio's saying that a
why is that what you want to focus on though?
Because I'm telling Indio his logic. He is saying a straight hanging plumb bob is proof of flat Earth.
No, I am not. That's about the 9th time you straw man me. If I wanted to say that, I would just say it.
Okay, then attack that.
I told you that it's not proof of flat Earth because there's other scenarios which are also possible, which could cause a deflection of a plumb line. Right? So I would never say it's proof of anything because proof means that's the one and only one possible explanation. That I would never say that unless it actually was proof.
Look, you requested earlier that people don't put words into your, which is funny. We didn't. It was recorded, and we can play the clip where you said what you said. But now you're doing the whole putting words into other people's mouth. And we told you that that's not what he's saying. I didn't hear Indio say that. He's telling you directly that's not what he's saying. Let's not have double standards here, bud.
Yeah, he's saying it.
Hey, I gotta do something. Someone else take the or however we say it.
Or we can listen to the clip where you can hear your own words back, just so you don't have to hear from us.
The left to right horizon curve is a function of height and field of view.
So you think left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should accept it to be the case.
It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said. So you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you could see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded.
Clarify what you said again.
It's pathetic and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, bitch!
Okay, Ruhith. Left to right curvature doesn't equal left to right drop over distance doesn't equal curvature. You have a drop over distance on a flat line. If you prove drop over distance, it's not curvature.
We want to address that now. Okay.
So I reposted in the chat what was asked, and again, nobody addressed it at all. I really am questioning y'all.
So I'll say it again because I know it's going to be whistled past. Drop over distance does not equal curvature. So even if you proved drop over distance by whatever quantity, that doesn't prove curvature. That could be a flat line on a downward slope.
That's technically true.
And you don't have proof of hills of water anyway, so there's that.
Hey, there we go. All right. Do we want to address the left to right curvature alleged contradiction? Yeah?
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see left to right curvature on a flat earth or a ball.
We'll get to that in a minute. Right. Now, me personally, I have never claimed to have gone up a hill and measured left to right curvature. Right. I have gone up a hill and measured drop over distance. Okay. Rory. Second.
What are you looking at? Hasn't Timbo gone through just already 20 minutes ago? Are you respawning again?
Well, that was the most recent thing brought up. So I assume that's what you want me to address.
Yeah, didn't Timbo go through this earlier with you?
A Timbo slice. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
Right,
you don't
but
know,
I've been
maybe.
accused of...
I remember the conversation that you had 20 minutes ago.
Right, but I've been accused of making a contradiction. Right, so I want to clarify. I personally have never been up a mountain and saw left to right curvature. Right, Rory has.
Good. And you understand that seeing left to right curvature is fucking stupid. That would be an optical phenomenon. You would not see left to right curvature on a flat earth or a ball earth because you have a 360-degree circle of vision. You should just have a straight horizon on a ball earth anyway, right?
No, you guys should accept left to right curvature regardless of the shape of the earth. Do you want an explanation for that?
Is that physical or optical?
Physical.
Oh,
like everything you see is optical.
Now,
So.
Hold on. So the horizon is the physical curvature of the earth?
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Yep.
Even though we can demonstrate to you earlier, because when we're down at the beach, you say it's not there. It's an optical phenomena, depending on the technology that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day. You were saying that when you go a little bit higher, that then is the physical curvature of the Earth, and it curves from left to right, which is fucking redundant.
Right, left to right curvature. Right. Do you guys understand?
But Ruhiv, is there a reason why you just choose not to address? You were like, well, look, what should we address? Well, what will you address?
Please tell me what we
I'm just waiting for you to stop steamrolling people. I haven't heard you address things people are saying.
I'm getting thrown so many things. So I think you guys should accept it.
You see, you're just steamrolling what I've said, and Elijah's trying to get in too. So
okay, well, someone take control.
Tell me what I should steamroll that again.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous. You guys can see right there. You see the graphic; they look similar. Like a 5-year-old can go, what's this? But then, just look. So, what's the predicted angle on a flat Earth? Observer elevation at site 1, blah blah blah. Elevation of saddleback, which means he's making an elevation angle measurement to a mountain or a peak, right? Which this is basically saying that these angles are wrong because this isn't the case. But here we have Al-Biruni. Move over to the next slide, right, guys? Right? You paying attention? Get a banana. Because they're doing the exact same thing to get the height of the mountain to begin to build on this premise. After looking out on the horizon, how do we?
You want me to address Al-Biruni?
So are you guys not? I'm not talking to you. So do you guys not see what's going on here?
I'm following.
So what would you like me to address?
The thing that he needs for his heights, right, of the mountains to then go ahead and take these observations of is the premise that he's refuting in his fucking video.
Yeah, I said a straight line from his feet to the bottom of the mountain.
That's why I was pressing him earlier about that point earlier. No, not the Earth. No, not the Earth, the Earth. If the baseline of that elevation angle is not the Earth, then what is the object which the elevation angle is stretching upward from?
Right. And this is why we're talking about plumb bobs. Can I hang a plumb bob on a globe?
He's just going to ask the question again 15 times.
Dude. Everybody, that's non sequitur.
Not a non sequitur. Not a non sequitur.
Can you answer Red Herring? Where are you hanging a plumb bob when you're taking an elevation angle to the mountain?
Wherever I'm standing.
Yeah, suck a dick.
Thanks, Eli.
It's begging the question too.
I'm asking a question. Can I hang a plumb bob on a globe?
He's not. No, he's not. No. He's not hanging a plumb bob when he's taking an elevation angle of a mountain somewhere else.
If I cannot hang a plumb bob, on a globe, then the act of hanging a plumb bob is proof of flat Earth. Do you agree with that logic?
Ruhif, we've already covered this.
Right.
No. The answer was no.
Okay. So I can hang a plumb bob on a flat Earth, right? On a globe, sorry. On a globe.
Oh my God.
Yes.
So what?
Can I hang a plumb bob on a globe?
A false dichotomy.
But just follow the line of reasoning, since he's so insisted on trying to say it. So what?
Right. Yes. Can I then construct something perpendicular to that string?
Would you build an edifice where you're standing?
Just hold a set square against the string of the plumb bob. Can I do that on a globe?
I'm trying to understand you. So you're just trying to build. You're standing where you're standing. You hang the plumb bob. Now you're attempting to build an edifice where you're standing. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just holding a set square against the plumb bob. Can I do that on a globe, or is that proof of flat Earth that I can't do?
I don't know what you're asking.
Stop saying on a fucking globe.
I'm just asking whether this is possible on a globe.
Hold a plumb bob.
Because you guys think elevation angles are not possible on a globe.
Acquire the horizontal he needs to then take his elevation angle measurement. How y'all not understanding?
Bro, Elijah, just
I'm not misunderstanding this. So you said the refutation
definitely needs the horizontal. So then, what is the point after that? I can't really talk right now, guys. It's like I'm trying to keep it on this point, and y'all are running away from it as fast as you can.
Okay, so
I'm not misunderstanding. I'm trying to move forward in the dialogue. All right. So he's insisting on trying to say his retort. I'm going to address his retort then. Since no one wants to really address it, then I'm willing to address his retort to what we just said to him.
The retort is that he is using a horizontal plane. That's what he's trying to get y'all to whistle past with the plumb line thing. But that doesn't really address why he's using a horizontal angle for the elevation of the mountain.
But he's not making me whistle past it. That's what you don't understand. I'm just doing the argument. All right. I'm just addressing his point that he's trying to say. So you're hanging a plumb bob, and then you want to build an edifice where you're standing. Is that what you're saying?
You guys claim that we can't get elevation angles on a globe. All right, so I'm taking you through the very simple process of getting an elevation angle on a globe.
Okay, what you're describing is not an act of measuring an elevation angle. You said you hung a plumb bob, and then you want to build something where you're standing.
Yes, we hang a plumb bob. We construct something perpendicular to that, like a set square. Okay. I look along that set square, that is horizontal. I've established a horizontal on a globe. Do you agree?
No.
No. Which one of those steps is not possible on a globe?
When you say perpendicular, are you talking about left to right or up and down?
Perpendicular in the vertical plane, yeah.
So up and down.
I hold one edge of the set square against the string, and the other edge is horizontal, because that's a 90 degree, right?
So you're holding a string with a plumb bob on the end, and there's a square under it.
A set square. You know what a set square is? Like a right angle.
No, I don't recognize that term.
Okay, it's just a plastic geometry tool that we used in high school. It's a right angle, right? Just a right angle.
A T-square.
Yeah, that'll do. So I've hung a plumb bob, and I've held something that has a 90 degree on it against the string. I've established a horizontal on a globe, correct?
This is fascinating.
No?
No!
How have I not?
Because what you've done is you've hung a string and took 90 degrees from the string.
Yes.
Irrelevant. You're just adding on a globe.
Right.
You could also add
to do that
on a pineapple. You could also add on a pretzel, on a on a goldfish, on a whatever.
Right. But is it possible on a globe to do those two things?
The horizontal line then isn't the Earth. Then it's just this abstract entity that you're conceiving.
Thank you.
No, it has to be because the 90-degree position needs to be directly in the middle of the mountain.
Right, that's my point. He's trying to assert, like, I don't need the baseline to be the concrete surface of the Earth. No, I just need this abstract baseline that I can imagine. And then
yes,
are you measuring the Earth to the force of gravity, or the gravity vector?
That's the plumb bob. Yes. Yeah.
So you're measuring the gravity vector.
It's the plumb bob is pointing in that
90
direction.
degrees from the gravity vector. Right.
That's what I'm establishing with the set square. Yep.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with a globe.
Correct. I agree. 100%.
Okay, so why is it on a globe? Why do you keep adding that?
Is it possible to do those two things on a globe?
Ruhiv, if you're trying to insist that you're measuring the elevation angle from an abstract baseline, then you're not measuring the elevation angle from the Earth.
I'm on the Earth. The reference for an elevation angle is horizontal. Yes, it is.
No, Ruhiv. If you're imagining this abstract baseline upon the Earth, and it's not the Earth's surface itself, then you're not measuring the elevation angle from the Earth's surface.
I'm on the Earth's surface, but the reference for an elevation angle
No, not what
is
you just said,
horizontal.
what I just said. You're standing on the Earth and you're imagining a hypothetical abstract baseline, and then the elevation angle from that, not the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, the baseline for an elevation angle is not the surface.
Insufficient with the so-called elevation surface, because the elevation angle isn't from the Earth's surface, it's from your hypothetical abstract baseline that you're imagining.
Are you familiar with celestial navigation? How familiar are you with it?
No, not interrogate me about this. What I just said is a savage refutation against your position. It's not the Earth's surface, it's a hypothetical abstract baseline.
Yes. Exactly right.
So not the Earth's surface, so you didn't measure the Earth's surface.
The elevation and the reference for an elevation angle is an imaginary horizontal line. It is not
right.
the
So
Earth's
what I just said then.
What did you say?
What I just said. Play the clip back.
Holy smokes, dude.
It's either the line that is the Earth's surface, or it's not the line that is the Earth's surface. You're trying to imagine some hypothetical flat baseline of a triangle that you're imagining, which is not the Earth's surface.
Correct.
So then you're not measuring the elevation angle from the Earth's surface. So then you didn't prove that you measured the elevation angle from the Earth's surface.
I am on the Earth's surface, but the reference for an elevation
haven't proven Earth's surface is curving in the first place.
Exactly.
You would need to prove
You're not on the Earth's surface. You're like a hummingbird, and you're just floating there. You're not on the Earth's surface. Can you still do the same thing?
Am I in some gravitational field?
Yeah, you're a hummingbird.
Why can't you just prove the Earth? Why can't you just prove the Earth curving surface in the first instance?
Holy shit! Your audio is really bad.
Yeah, Sonny, man. Holy shit.
Maybe pull back a little bit from the microphone. A little bit, Sonny.
Yeah, man. Gregory's got it. Gregory's got it. Yeah, the reference for an elevation angle is not the surface of the Earth. It's horizontal.
So then you didn't measure the Earth's surface.
My God, what's a GP, you prick?
GP, the ground position for a star.
Awesome stuff. And what's the angle underneath that GP? What's the angle underneath that GP?
Between what and what? Between the observer and the GP?
Yeah, so underneath the star's got a ground position, and that angle is what?
There's it's not a straight line between the observer and the GP.
No, I'm asking you a question, mate. The GP is an angle on the surface of the Earth, so what is that angle on the surface?
The GP
Then the answer would be in degrees, ding dong.
No, you are. I can stand at the GP and I can establish a horizontal. That horizontal does not hit the observer.
Right, so I'm going to ask you again, underneath the GP, what's the angle?
Yeah, again, the angle to what? I can construct a horizontal at the GP. What you are claiming,
The answer will be in degrees, ding dong.
You want me to give you the angle?
It'll be a number. It'll be a numerical value.
Okay, you're asking what the angle is between the GP and the observer?
In reverse, is that the horizontal doesn't hit the GP, because he said the GP horizontal doesn't hit the observer. But if you're an observer somewhere else, not under the star, then he's saying the horizontal doesn't hit the observer, aka no 90 degree between you, the star, and the GP.
It's the base of the mountain. The angle between the star, the GP, and the observer is not 90 degrees. That's your answer. Okay?
Right. So you don't know what celestial navigation is.
Well, I've done it. You guys haven't.
Oh,
yeah, you don't know shit about it. You don't know what you're talking about.
Did you do it in practice?
Yeah.
Did you do it in practice?
We've taken angle measurements.
Where'd you sail to?
I didn't sail. I've done celestial
Okay, so you've never done it.
I've done celestial navigation. Does not require you to be sailing. It requires you to get a position fix by taking angles to stars.
What position do you get? Do you get longitude and latitude? Yeah.
Yes. Hang on, my son's.
How do you get those latitude? How do you get the latitude signs to begin with? Oh, you're going to fuck off now, are you?
Relax, my son here. I have 4 children. We'll be back in a minute.
That's absolutely fine. We'll come back and we'll figure out how you got your elevation angles to Polaris to get latitude lines. We'll do that in a minute.
This finally needs to be all this. What he's trying to assert is that he can do investigation upon the curvature of the supposed curvature of the Earth, but he doesn't need to appeal. He doesn't need to reference the curvature of the Earth's surface. He can just reference this hypothetical flat baseline to get the elevation angle. If he does that, then he didn't get the elevation angle from the Earth's surface. And if you don't get the elevation angle from the Earth's surface, you didn't get the position about the Earth. You're not getting any geometric quantitative facts about the Earth and the relationship between the Earth and other objects. You're getting only quantitative geometric facts about hypothetical abstract entities.
I'm back. Right. Have you done celestial navigation?
The diagram that curve function collapse and I reposted, that's in effect what he's saying.
Jedi,
that's what he's saying. So he literally conceded.
So there's a flat line, but there's no relation with you standing on the Earth and the mountain, or in celestial navigation, some star somewhere else. There's no relation.
Did you say you've done celestial navigation?
Rohif, you're not trying to address anything anyone's saying. You're just
really
shocking. I'm so shocking.
At this point, if you're just going to continue to do that, like, you're going to have to address things directly, because this is getting.
I'm going to say this again, in refutation to this last point. His calculation method is to get quantitative geometric facts about hypothetical abstract entities. He's not getting quantitative geometric facts about concrete entities, the Earth and the celestial bodies, and his position. That's ineffective.
Yeah, or the base and the top of the mountain.
Well, it's actually worse than that, because what he's claiming to measure is the relationship of the Earth to a phenomenon, right? And this phenomenon, he's assuming, is intersecting the ground at 90 degrees. Because if it isn't intersecting the ground at 90 degrees, then his horizontal line will be tilted up in some direction. Or down, depending on which, right? You're on top of the mountain, it can be tilted up or down, depending on which way the vertical is deflected. But he's appealing to a phenomenon no one in science claims exists. No one past 9th grade says that the plumb line points to the Earth at 90 degrees to the surface. And it can't, because it's an oblate ellipsoid, that's one. The Earth gravitational model, which is supposed to be lumpy gravity, right? The fact that the astrogeodetics don't line up to geodetic surveying, and that's why we have deflection of the vertical in the first place. That's why it exists, to explain away the fact that the celestial sphere doesn't match the sphere that they claim is under it. So these 3 facts, you're trying to bring your own globe. And I was even thinking of changing the name of this event to Bring Your Own Globe, because that's what you're doing. You're trying to bring your own globe and say, yes, there's a globe out there where the plumb line would point straight down and intersect it, and then I could take a 90-degree abstract horizontal line, and then I could measure the Earth relative to this phenomenon of straight down gravity on my globe that doesn't exist. What are we talking about here?
Well, he
So drop over distance.
Meet the GP.
So drop over distance does not equal curvature, and your supposed elevation angle that you got with your hypothetical abstract baseline that is not the Earth's surface is not informative about the geometric quantitative relationships between the Earth's surface and the celestial bodies in your position. And that is not how sailors or celestial navigators do what they do.
He's trying to construct a relationship of the Earth's surface by saying a plumb line points straight down to the ground. And the geometric relationship is 90 degrees. He's trying to construct that with words, right? But it's not the model. He's trying to make his own homogeneous, isotropic, perfect sphere, and then say, yes, the phenomenon of gravity makes the plumb line point straight down. Nobody believes that. That's not the globe model.
So even if you did prove what you did prove, if you prove drop over distance, you haven't proved curvature. And if you proved that your geometric quantitative calculations, including this hypothetical flat baseline and your hypothetical triangle and your hypothetical attempt to do this elevation angle measurement, you haven't, again, calculated or quantified any geometric quantitative facts about concrete reality.
It's drop over distance. Well, not even really. In a completely perfect abstract vacuum world, it's drop over distance relative to the gravity vector's horizontal line. It has actually nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, other than measuring the angle relative to his gravity vector, whatever angle that intersects the ground at. But who knows, right? Because,
notice how we can make forward progress in the dialogue when he's not talking and come to a conclusion.
Yeah, that's because we're not playing whack-a-mole. With him constantly editing, going back, re-editing what he said, adding a word, adding a qualifier, erasing a word, and then trying to remold and remodel his claims until he gets something that stands logical scrutiny.
That's why, to negate that sophistry, I simply let them rephrase what they said. No, Gregory, you got what I said wrong. Okay, go ahead, say it again. Okay, go ahead, say it again. Okay, go ahead, say it again. Okay, go ahead, say it again.
Okay, if we're going to unmute this guy, we're going to get to something. Oh, you did? Shit.
Okay, Roof is back. Hey, Roof. Maybe you could just talk to Indio. That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
because I know Indio knows this stuff.
3 words in and got muted for 5 minutes. That's not a way to have a conversation.
Well, let's not talk about that anyway. It's not productive.
Just put it down in your diary. You'll survive.
I agree. It's not productive to mute you for 5 minutes at a time. I agree. All right, anyhow, India, what's up?
Yeah. I don't know. What are we talking about? Look in the chat. You see that all these are horizontal lines, right? All these red lines, they're horizontal lines. This is your model. So how can you take a horizontal line and assume anything about its relationship to the ground?
That's the distinction I was making, is we're just hanging a string on a weight.
Yes.
So then you are not getting geometric quantitative facts about the relationship between the celestial body and the GP and your position. So you haven't successfully gotten an elevation angle from the Earth.
Can I hang a string on a weight on a globe? Is that possible on a globe to hang a string?
No, not what you just said, what I just said. Not your red hair.
This is why you were muted, Rufy. This is why you were muted, because I said this in the chat. It's because you're not addressing what people are saying. You're getting a rebuttal, and then you're just sidestepping it, steamrolling, and then maybe repeating the last question you asked 15 times. That's why you're
claiming that I can't get an elevation angle.
So you've also not addressing what I just said. You see what I'm saying?
addressing Gregory's claim that I can't get an elevation angle on a globe.
No, you're saying words in response to me after I spoke. You didn't say it with a logically sequitur response to what I just said.
Well, if you let me speak, then I can actually get through.
You said this
to speak is
1,000 times already. That's why you got muted.
Okay, can I get an elevation angle on a globe?
You want to do it again? Mute him.
This isn't you just doing it again, bro.
Come back when you get a logically sequitur response to what I just said.
Do you have a question?
Elevation relative to what?
Sea level.
Hold on. Okay. Sea level.
Yep.
How'd you find sea level?
They measure the mean difference between the high tide and low tide over several years.
Okay, can you get an elevation angle from sea level? I don't know how you measure that. So what are you going to measure, the horizon?
What do you mean, can I get an elevation angle from sea level?
Are you going to measure from the horizon? I'm trying to figure out where you're measuring. Where's that? What is that angle, right? So you got to have two lines, right? One line has to be parallel to the ground, and the other line has to be some elevation. That's why we call it an elevation angle, right? So
one line is
elevation off of what, right?
One line is perpendicular to plumb. The other line points to the object.
Okay, so the line that's perpendicular to plumb is the baseline.
Yes, for an elevation angle.
And you're measuring from that.
Yep.
And what's its relationship to the ground?
It doesn't have one. The ground could do anything.
There we have it. There we have it, folks. Clip that shit. It doesn't have one. Thank you very much.
That is the Earth. So then you're not getting any geometric, quantitative related facts about the Earth and its relationship to the celestial body and your position on the surface of the Earth. Thank you.
I am on the surface of the Earth measuring an elevation angle. Do you have a problem?
An elevation angle that has no
what I just said is a savage conclusion of what he just said.
You just admitted it has no relationship to the ground.
Yeah. The horizontal line
it has no
relationship to the surface of the Earth.
Informative. It is completely uninformative about the GP and your position on the surface of the Earth and the relationship between the elevation height of the celestial body above the GP.
Right, the GP. So the line between, the angle formed between the star, the GP, and the observer is not 90 degrees.
So there isn't.
What is it then?
What if the star's a zenith?
We already know why he says not 90 degrees, because he knows that you can't get a 90 degree with that curved baseline. And he already told us that it's not related to the Earth. So it's not informing him about the relationship between the celestial body and your position at the GP.
Yeah, I'll repeat it again. It's not a 90 degree between the star, the GP. And
why do you feel the need to repeat it?
What if the star's at zenith?
Then it's at zenith. Straight above you. You know where you are.
Yeah, what's that angle?
Between what and what? It's no angle.
Between you and the horizontal line. What's that angle?
Yeah, anything between
you and the horizontal line, right? You took your plumb, you took your square, you made your horizontal line. The star's at zenith. What's the angle between those two things? What's the star's elevation angle if it's at zenith?
The star is at zenith, right? That's an elevation angle of 90.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Game over.
We need a numerical value here.
He did. He said 90. It's over.
All right.
Thank you. It's all you needed to say. 90 degrees. That was it.
This is what you really want to do?
Now, you do understand that every single star's got a GP of 90 degrees.
Right.
If I'm just going to be muted when I get 2 seconds in, what's the point?
Whistle past what you just said.
There's no point to you. No point to you, Ruhif. You understand that the GP angle underneath the star is 90 degrees, right?
When you say it's 90 degrees, right, any vertical to any horizontal is always by definition 90 degrees. I'm careful with my words to say that the angle between the sun, the GP, and the observer is not 90 degrees.
Stop the cap.
You understand that? Let's call the star in question Polaris.
Right.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Beautiful.
And that has a 90 degree ground position underneath Polaris, correct? If we're using celestial navigation correctly.
If I'm standing at under Polaris,
question, are you? I'm not standing underneath Polaris.
Got to answer the question, buddy. Want to ask it again, Jedi?
It's okay, I'm sure you can.
Okay, let me rephrase it for you, Jedi. Jedi's a freaking polar explorer. He wants to go to the North Pole. So he has to find out the GP of Polaris. What's that angle?
Okay.
What's that
The angle between what and what?
The North Pole and Polaris.
That's a straight line. That's 2 points. What is the third point to form that angle? Yeah, his observer. It's not 90 degrees.
Now look.
Of course not. A fucking triangle doesn't add up to 90 degrees. It's 180 degrees. God damn it! What is your point?
There's no triangles in celestial navigation.
No.
Oh my God! Yes, there is. You see what I just did? You see what I just unlocked when I said that?
No, hold on. Yes, but hold on. So, with what Indio is saying, obviously the GP is under Polaris. That's 90 degrees to what? To the observer. Now, figure 2 says. All right. Now, figure 2 says the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on the Earth.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's a wrong diagram.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, mommy looks like.
You have 3 points, right? The celestial body, the GP, in your position. There's 3 lines between those 3 points, correct?
Hold on. You might want to wait. Someone was one of his children was talking to him. I muted him so we don't have to hear his stuff. Ruiv, just type in the chat when you're ready. I muted you so your personal business ain't on the internet.
It's not a triangle, right? 3 points, 3 lines. That doesn't make a triangle.
Look, we don't have to talk to this guy because he says there's not a right angle triangle within celestial navigation. The guy obviously doesn't know what celestial navigation is. So what the fuck are we talking to him about?
What is his triangle? An obtuse triangle? An equilateral triangle?
The whole point of celestial navigation is triangles.
Well, Gregory, doesn't matter for triangle. For the angle, you need 2 straight lines. Doesn't matter triangle.
Well, of course, again, you see, there's a tactic we need to learn. We need to learn how to expose the absurd implications of someone's premises. So the reason I'm saying this is because in his mind, what he was thinking, but I then had to say a response to provoke him to say it out loud to expose that presupposition in his line of thought, is that triangles are not involved, or at least not always involved, in celestial navigation. So for us to insist that it's only triangles involved as it concerns celestial navigation, then of course he thinks that's an invalid thing to say.
Navigation.
Hold on, Ruben.
Okay, so here he is. Here he is. So 3 points, 3 lines, all together. That doesn't make a triangle, Ruhiv?
No.
Hold on a second. Before we start that, right? Think for a second. Do you know why I muted you?
Hopefully because my kid came in the room.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted you to know you weren't muted for. I didn't want your business on the internet, so.
Okay. All good. Yeah.
All right. Carry on.
3 points, 3 lines. That doesn't make a triangle altogether.
Right. The geometry of celestial navigation, the line between the GP and the star is parallel to the line between the observer and the star. That's why it's not a triangle, right? Because of the huge distance to the star.
Parallel?
You treat those lines as parallel, yes.
What kind of goddamn sense does that make?
They're very far away. We treat them as parallel. That's how the geometry works.
Did you treat them as parallel or not?
Sorry?
No. You want to talk about being accurate and being careful with your words? I can play that game. You said you treat them as parallel. Now, either you're treating the situation as it is or you're not. So are they parallel?
I've posted in the chat at 22 minutes past to show you, for the closest star, how close they are to parallel.
Answer the question. Okay. It's a close-ended question, yes or no. Are they parallel or not?
No.
So the line that stretches up to the celestial from the observer and the line that stretches up from the GP to the celestial body, they don't intersect at that point. That is the celestial body?
They intersect at the star, but they are so far away.
They do intersect at the stars, so they're not parallel.
right? But they are so far away that we treat them as parallel. That's how.
No, they're not parallel. So you're treating them as they're not.
Okay, I'll repeat it for a third time.
You're measuring what is not the case. So you failed to get the elevation angle. You failed to do celestial navigation. Thank you.
Sorry. You don't need to repeat it, Ruhif. You speak plain English very clearly. We can hear you. It's all recorded. So if this thing in your mind, you're like, well, maybe if I just say it one more time, then they'll finally hear me. We're hearing you. So stop repeating yourself, buddy. You sound like a robot.
Okay. As long as
he just told us
how close to parallel they are.
He just told us that the lines from the observer to the celestial body and the GP to the celestial body do intersect at the celestial body, so they're not parallel. So when he says we treat them as parallel, he's treating the situation in celestial navigation as it is not as it is. So he failed to do celestial navigation.
All right, my infographic thing is in the chat at 22 minutes past. That is why we treat them as parallel.
Whatever. Okay. Begging the question has even got the distance to the star in the first place.
Yeah, they're very far away. The end.
And that's
they're very far away. The end.
The assumption of
so specific, so sophisticated. What wisdom?
Yeah, a lot of rigor, such rigor as well. Amazing.
Yeah, this geometry only works. Oh, billions. Yeah, the geometry of celestial navigation.
I guess I have to say this. This retort is no refutation to my refutation of you.
Every star's got a ground position, isn't it?
Sure. Yep.
That's why it's called a GP, isn't it?
Yes.
Every single star. So every single star is a GP angle of what?
What are the 3 points that form the angle?
It's got an angle. Hold on. It's got an angle underneath the GP. What is it, mate? What is that angle on the GP?
Clarify what the 3 points are.
I will. It's 2 lines. Straight line down from the star to reach the GP and horizontal line to the person with the fucking sextant. So what's that angle?
This will be a numerical value. Okay, we need a number, Ruhif, not word salad. Number.
Okay, it is not 90 degrees between the...
We're going to need a number, Ruhif. Try again.
You're not moving from this point to you give a number.
Okay. Let's try again. What is the angle? What is the angle? I'm not asking you what it's not. What is the angle? We need a direct answer here, buddy. Take the tap dancing shoes off, please.
Okay, Jedi is asking for the angle between...
Yeah. So what is the angle? We need a number. We need a number here. He's gone. He's gone anyway. Fuck him.
He left?
Fuck him.
Ridiculous. It's not 90 degrees. 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 Come on, make the spell work. Work.
Yeah, but it is an altitude angle between the horizon U and the star. So obviously the word horizon is confusing for some because the horizon is supposed to be some geometric location. So I don't know how that would fit into this explanation of the angle from the horizon, because the horizon is just horizontal. That's all, really. It's a 0 angle. If you were to put your, like Jedi says, sextant on the floor, the angle is 0. Straight out.
Altitude is 0. The altitude is 0. Just to stop all of the calculations, because we're going to want to know our altitude above the surface. When we have drawn our tangent line down to the horizon, we then subtract our altitude to the surface to make the altitude 0. So that's why I always put the sextant on the fucking floor. Straight line from sextant
line could also be characterized as a 0 angle. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's what a horizontal is.
On its face, on English grammar, it's horizontal. It's the horizon. It's the horizon because it's horizontal. It's a line that's not curving.
Horizontal.
It's not a point. It's a line that's not curving. Okay, so what did we just say? So Drop over distance does not equal curvature. So even if he did prove quote unquote drop over distance, he did not prove curvature. So that failed. He's trying to do celestial navigation according to a hypothetical horizontal baseline, and it's not the Earth's surface. So therefore, at best, even if he did get calculations correct, then he's only mentioned quantitative facts about a hypothetical relationship between the hypothetical baseline object, whatever that surface is, or whatever that object is, to the celestial body and his position on the surface of that hypothetical object. So he did not get any geometric quantitative facts about the Earth and its relationship between the celestial bodies and the position of anyone else doing the measurement on the surface of that goddamn Earth. God bless her, should I say.
Where did this idea... Yeah. Where's this whole, like, you need 3 points for an angle? What's going on there?
It's a complete non sequitur. He knows it doesn't make any sense. He just has to direct a focus away from the obvious implications that are being reached. He knows full and well. You don't need the 3 points, technically, it would be the 2 points at the end of 2 lines.
At the end, yeah.
Right? And then the 2 lines at one of the 2 ends, the 2 points at one of the 2 ends of the 2 lines then intersect. So now you have 3 points with 2 lines. And that's why I had to say what I said in response to him, because a triangle, well, we're not talking about a triangle, are we? We're talking about 2 lines, right? 2 lines, not 3 lines, right? Triangle. We're not talking about a triangle. We're talking about a uni angle, because there's only one angle in this question. But if you don't have the 3rd line, then you don't have 2 more angles to talk about. So, of course, a triangle doesn't fucking add up to 90 degrees. It's 180 degrees.
Jeez, Gregory, he's got you blaspheming and cursing and everything.
Look, listen to me.
Eddie,
I have a limit.
Take a breath.
I have a limit. When I hear someone making, you see, I have this issue in my own personal life. So it's kind of an issue for me. So when I detect that someone is making speaking English far more difficult than it needs to be, that infuriates me. And especially when it's in a sophistic, prideful defense of a lie that has profound implications, right? And that is integral to so much suffering and pain in the world, which he has the nerve to complain about, then I especially just multiplies my infuriation by what is a magnitude. So yeah.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Yo, this is the day that Mikey gets made, as known as Flat the Mac. He ain't no Earth skeptic, he knows it's all a trick. It ain't no globe, it's all a choke. Now, get on the game, give me the question, and I'll pass the test and become a real made man. I wish I'd thought my rap through before I joined. Never mind. I just don't want to be. I want to be asked the questions and become known as the flat earther, not an earth skeptic. Man, that was whack. Just so that Mikey Mac knows it's flat. What's this about there being several moons? That's quite a bizarre thing that I'd never come across.
Hello, everyone.
Well, so I just seen a picture of two pictures changing from two separate photos of the moonland, and it's basically the exact same landscape, the exact same pinpoints on the land, with the exact same structures in the background. And one picture shows a bunch of rocks, and the next picture shows is where the moonland is parked. I mean, the audacity to do that. It just shows it was made in a movie made on Earth. Hey, what's up, Akira? I know the sky's up, but I hope you all got your chin up.
photo with the boots? Where did that go?
Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eye. To me, it's no surprise. Her eyes don't mean curve, it means flat. You know, what I found fascinating is REM and his song. Can you believe they put a man on the moon? I was like, whoa, REM knew it was flat in like 1998 or something. Like, that shit blew my mind. Because the song, it's not one of his most popular songs, but like, it is blatantly saying that the moon landing is false. Big up REM.
Yeah, it fascinates me how many song albums there are that have kind of references to flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only one I knew that was major was the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Now I know the REM. Can you believe there's a man on the, they put a man on the moon? That one. There's a lot more, and then there is flat Earth music as well. A lot of Rastafarian music. I imagine there'd be some Muslim music that would atone to the nature of the Earth being not being made by the way that physics tells us.
So the album cover of Journey has a globe on it, and it has "Don't Stop Believing."
Oh yeah, and then there's a song that everyone loved a few years ago that, or something like the lava. Well, them lava bugs, them flying bugs that glow. There's something about making the world turn. Anyway, there's a lot of songs about making the world turn.
Yeah, I'm going to post this in the live stream chat. This is probably my favorite album cover. And coincidentally, Journey has like multiple references in their album covers to this subject, which is not a coincidence at all. There's also this one, which like shows the path of the sun, I guess, or something of the sort.
so annoyed with myself. I was wondering where the hell all this talk is coming from. I've got other pages open and I'm like, who the hell's talking? Sorry, guys, I'll leave.
No, man, no worries.
No, man, get involved. It's a bit dead here, you man. I mean, nice, the more the merrier, really.
Yeah, everything's cool, guys. But yeah, it's, what is it, 1:47 in the morning here in Australia, so a little bit lost. I probably should go to sleep, so I'll stop bothering you guys.
Peace out to you, man. Good for you. I like being do you know, I used to find peace like late at night, at like after midnight, 1 a.m. I'd be sat up, I'd have a spliff and a beer and play some game, and I'd look out in the night sky, sit at the back garden, and just be like, everyone's resting, everyone's asleep. I feel like the only person thinking and being awake, and I just feel at peace. And that's like what I felt, what it really means to be a night owl. It's like knowing everybody's at rest, nothing can happen, all you can be is on your own. Like, it's just a very restful feeling.
It is a beautiful time. Yeah, I must admit, Michael, it is a beautiful time of the night, and I do appreciate following the moon. I get a lot more satisfaction following the moon than following the sun, and living in the slave system that we're all indoctrinated into this 9 to 5 system. So yeah, I agree with you 100%, man. Like, follow the moon and your life changes. It really does. It is so simplistic. It simplifies your life, and you can actually see how it interferes with the female and the male energy that is all around us, and there is no doubt.
I think like the moon softens the man and brings out his feminine, peaceful side. Like you see it in movies where you're like the young boy, like the young college guys are sat on the roof of their dad's house, maybe smoking a joint, like, but they're looking at the moon and the stars, and they're at like their softest moment, thinking about their love, you know, and what they care about is feminine.
As I say, yeah, for sure. Sorry to cut you off.
I wonder if there's something to the fact that they have this folklore about the moon being something that makes you go crazy.
No.
You know, see, it's like a thing.
Honestly, with all my logic, the only reason why more things happen with the full moon is there's more light. Like honestly, there's no more pull to the full moon to what there is to the new moon. The new moon's actually, I feel, a little bit more powerful in our consciousness to awakening and what really happens, and our connection and our strength and like, I know I just said connection, but we really do connect to people in the new moon a lot more than what we do in the full moon, because everybody's open in the full moon. So having the closed moon or the new moon, you really do cement or solidify your actions and your words, and they do have a lot more meaning in the new moon, I feel. Just I don't know, 5 years I should have some sort of opinion on it.
Like, things can be manic and stuff on a full moon. Like my mum used to say, because like I didn't know whether I was bipolar or manic, or just up, you know, just like up and down, you know, like neurotic, or manic. And she'd say, well, Mike, you're on a cycle. Every 3 weeks you go mad, or every 4 weeks. She said, I'm sure it's on the way, it's the full moon. And it's just a saying that we've had in Britain for like 1,000 years. You know, the people go mad and then you go out onto town. But then, as far as like actually being out under the moon, no matter what kind of moon it is, late at night, I think it's a time of contemplation and like weighing up the month before, like where you're at in like the series of social events, social interactions you've had, what you've learned about yourself. That is a time of reflection and contemplation, and like weighing up where you are and like where you're going to go next into the next phases. Do you know what I mean? Like when the moon is full, and that could be in something that lines up with the phases of the moon.
I can agree with you more there. Like I do appreciate that thought. Thank you very much. And if I may, it's look, a lot of women and a lot of people who like to manifest things through the moon and through that consciousness, they will connect to that moon. I do feel that the full moon is a lot stronger for you know, doing things that you may or may not normally do otherwise. But hey, look, that's just crazy talking, and I'm the craziest of all. I'm the happiest of all and craziest of all. I seem to be the angriest of all. I don't know. I'm all of nothing. I must admit, but for sure. The full moon. Look, there's a lot of what do you call Luigi board, Ouija boards and Ouija boards, sorry, and people do a lot of full moon rituals and whatever. So there is quite a bit of power that comes with the full moon. There's no doubt about it. I'm not trying to take anything away from anybody, but purely I do feel that the full moon. And it's funny, I've been to court quite a few times over the last few years. Plenty of things, all fun, all got to do with law, but anyway. So look, I'm going nowhere, guys. Honestly, I'm way too tired for this. So I've got heaps to say, but I don't know why I can't talk, guys. I'm dumbfounded. I dumbfound myself how stupid I sound. Just with the simplicity of conversation.
Don't tell yourself you sound stupid. You're really interesting to listen to. It's the first time I've heard you speak, and I've only been around for 5 days, so I hope you make sure you come back, man. I'd love to listen to you more.
Well, thank you, Michael. I've actually been here since 2017. I left by mistake a couple of years ago. I cancelled the server. I cancelled quite a few servers on this day. I'm just like, stuff the world, I'm going to do things myself, and then, here I am.
That's what I did.
It seems like I've only been here for a year or so, but yeah, honestly, I've been here for about 6-7 years now, 7 years, 8 years, and before that, I was with a few other guys. So I've been around a little bit, but I try not to talk because you guys, honestly, you say so much that makes sense to me. I don't need to interrupt your thought. You seem to be going on, so I write a few things in chat and seem to stop a little bit of conversation every now and then. But hey, nobody calls me in to justify what I'm saying, so I just keep saying it. So here I am. So look,
you don't need to be an Einstein and start backing out theories to be written down to be proven as a fucking the reality of the earth, like banging out equations.
Look, as far as I can see, Michael, we are all aware that we have all been deceived. Everyone pushing the bloody mantra of this heliocentric model that we're all defending, or like we're all saying, guys, wake the hell up. It's those people that need to look at themselves. We're looking at ourselves. That's the whole point of us being here. We are objective enough to say, hey, reality is not what you think it is. We've all been deceived in some way. So we all need to look up to ourselves. No matter what shape the earth it is, it definitely, there's definitely a lot more behind the scenes that we have no idea about, and if we all knew the power, there would be no government.
100%. I mean, the things they've done, they've hidden the run on water, and he got poisoned to death. I mean, they've taken away like powers that would have taken away their prerogative, like the fact that we can run on hydrogen. And just many, many, many things that they have knowledge of that we haven't been able to discover because there's some big blockade in front of it, which is that they hold the key to the truth.
There's quite a bit of information. Sorry, Michael. There's quite a bit of information coming out in the last week that I've noticed that I haven't been noticing before, and there's a lot of information coming out, and I think like there's a song I watched a song tonight actually, which I've never heard before, and I'm quite into music quite a bit. So Dolly Parton was singing, and she mentioned flat. She said the world is flat, and I'm just like, wow. That's amazing. Like, and how that Dolly Parton passed away, didn't she? Not all that long ago. So,
you know what I found bizarre? I was when I used to speak on a different YouTube chat. It was called Free Chan. It was like 2015 or 17. We all used to speak in Google Hangouts. Me, Flat Earth, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Earth, Yvette. And the one day there was nobody speaking, so I thought I'll read some Welsh poems because I'm Welsh. I started reading this poem, and it's like, And then they said the lands up of Wales are completely flat. Well, it just said flat Earth. Like I was like, whoa! It's my second poem, and flat Earth is in there. I think it was a famous poet and all. It was a famous Welsh poet. And I was like, whoa, because like obviously because Welsh is very hilly and all, but like the central section from south to north is flat. But it was just the way it was a poem in it, and flat Earth was in there. I was like, whoa. I've just found a flat Earth thing just by reading to people. It is
so true, Michael. Once you awaken, you cannot go back to sleep. It is that simple. You hear it in everything. Like it's in every part of our life. We just don't realize it. Realize. So yeah.
Yeah, I actually was saying that like 9 years ago. I thought realize, real lies. And I just started spamming it in the chat. I was like, I've had an epiphany. I'd never seen it before, nothing like. And now it's like people got this channel names. It's fucking people go by it. Like.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's awesome that you used to sit around with 4chan or whatever. I used to listen to the guys and whatever, but I never got involved because I'm not. Clearly, this is the first time you've spoken to me, and I've been around forever. So, I don't speak very often, but I have a lot to say, but there seems to be misread or misunderstood in so many ways. So I just keep doing what I do because it makes sense to me. So, look at
when it's quiet time, when people are having the low down and are running an argument directly about flat Earth, we should be able to express ourselves. I think that should be there should be allotted times, like when there's only a certain amount of people speaking, or there's nobody asking for information about flat Earth. That people who are usually quiet and have their own way of speaking about things should, if they've been around such a long time, that they should be valued to express themselves and give their opinion, even though it may not be about the geology of the flat Earth. That it's still about being a flat Earther. You know what I mean?
Look, I'm a firm believer of you only need a couple of true believers or true friends in your life. So everyone else is a learner. So it's when they're ready to listen, they'll listen. That's all I can really say. Like I've said it all along to everyone. I'm in many channels, and I've got heaps of roles and whatever. So I'm not fussed about anything that I do. But the people who listen to me actually. We communicate and we understand each other in a way that makes sense. So I'm not here to confuse anyone or interrupt anyone's thought. So if I'm allowed to speak, I'll try and make sense. Otherwise, it'll just be convoluted.
Are you a spiritual man, Big Pond?
I like to think I am Kundalini meditation and yoga and all that sort of stuff. So I try a little, but I'm only as good as what I'm allowed to be.
Yeah, you sound like a very peaceful man. I would love it if you. Basically, I got a lot of family in Australia, in Sydney and New South Wales, and my nan's sister died yesterday. Her name was Sheila. She was a beautiful woman. She used to come back to Wales, to the UK, and she used to take me and my twin brother and my sister out and take us on trips, adventures. And she died yesterday in Australia. So you could spare a moment for her in Australia and just send a positive vibe from me, because you're stood in Australia. You can send it closer to her.
Yeah. All right. Sending love to Sheila and family associated with. So yeah, that includes you, Michael. So thank you for sharing.
Thanks, man.
Much appreciated. So yeah, look, I'm sorry. I hope it was a natural cause and not induced in any way. So yeah, with that, I'm going to leave you in peace. It is now just after 2. So I probably should.
Nice rest, man. I hope you have nice dreams. You don't wake up kicking the air.
I'm so peaceful. Like I never go to sleep. Like I lived in an abusive relationship for 23 years, and like mentally abusive. Like there was nothing I could do that could please this woman. So
leaves scars in you. Like you wake up. Someone for me. Someone pissed off.
Hey, honestly, I used to go to sleep crying to myself. Like I'm not trying to be a weep. I'm quite a large man and quite a intimidating man in many ways. But just personally, she used to attack me that much that I was just like, why? And I just leave my heart open, and I'm just like, well, if the devil's coming, he's going to take me now. Yeah, if her words are true, he's going to take me now. And I used to give myself to the universe each night just because I was made to feel so useless for so long. So the reason why I think one of the reasons why I'm so quiet or so timid or don't want to talk over people or don't want to interrupt or break anybody's thought is purely for that fact that I've been suppressed for so long. It's just sort of, that's now my natural instinct. If you're not going to listen, you're not ready to learn, or you're not ready to accept what I've got to offer or to share.
You've been invalidated. You've been made to believe what you say and what you do is not valid when it is valid. You're a human being like the rest of us, and everything you feel and say is as valid as anyone else says, as long as you're trying to be reasonable when you speak. And obviously, she would be unreasonable by squashing you. By trying to put you down.
Thank you, Michael. I'm not going to bag the mother of my children, but she has a lot of growing up to do. Let's put it that way. So, look, all I can say is I offered my life, and it wasn't good enough. So, I'm not offering it to anyone else anymore. It's all about inner growth and self appreciation. So, once
look to the self. You've grown as you've looked to the self instead of looking about what treated you.
I sort of look at it this way, Michael. I've given my life away, and now it's time I started not giving anymore and just sort of accepting that
your life to be yourself.
What I should fill me up, not everybody else. So this is why I don't present myself too many times to too many people, because everybody I give myself to takes it all. So I'm happy keeping a little bit to myself these days. So I'll just meander on.
I've had a lot of the same, man. It's like where they suck, like where they just always want something from me, or they want you to do. Saying you got to do this way. Why are you doing that way? You're not speaking that way. Don't speak to them like that. Why are you thinking that way? Why are you saying that? It's just like, whoa, I'm just experiencing life and trying to be as honest as possible.
Yeah, for sure. She, my ex used to tell me that I only had two problems: everything I said and everything I did. But everything I did was worth a lot of money, and everything I brought into the home was like well worth it. My boys are absolutely beautiful boys, and I cannot fault them in any way. So all I know is I've done the best I can. It's up to her to leave them. It's up to her to leave them wherever she chooses now, because I've left them in her care, because she didn't want me around anymore. So, with that in mind, that's my simple life. Now I'm looking for the adventure of escaping this matrix with everyone else that is wise enough to see that we have all been deceived. So, it's time to go.
Taking that red pill. We're up in the spaceship. Goes up ahead of us. We're trailing along.
I'm kicking and screaming whether they like it or not. But if they do any harm to anybody, they'll be forgotten like everyone else. And I don't mean that in a cruel. I don't mean that in a cruel way. If you're going to be a dog, mate, you can piss off. You know what I mean? And there's plenty of people online that are absolute idiots. That will just bag people and belittle them just for the hell of it, just because they say they don't believe in their belief. You know what I mean? It's like going to a Catholic church and a Buddhist church. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous how people argue with each other. So look, I can't find peace in a lot of these conversations that I listen to online, but I know it's peaceful in my mind, and I try and portray that online. So
I found it all on my own, like in 20. Basically 6 weeks of 9 hours a day of everything, and I made sure solidify my belief. Can I believe? Can I accept this? Is this true? Is this really something that is real? Is it like reptilian grey aliens are abducting people and stealing cows' organs, or is the Earth really flat? And is this something tangible and real? And I spent up like 2 months just all day, every day, finding every bit of content, every bit of argument, every bit of evidence, and my shoulders dropped, and I just felt peace, and I was just like, Lord, the truth is, I've seen, it's not like Lord, but like the creator of all things, I finally see the truth of what is the nature of this reality, and not the complete truth, that it really isn't what I've been taught. And it was a load off my chest. I don't have to worry about black holes and supernovas and the sun blowing up on us. Do you know what I mean? Stuff like that. When I was a child, I used to worry about all the sciencey stuff, like, stars blowing up and all, and us all being so insignificant that we could just all die.
Yeah, we are forced into a fear campaign in everything we do. Like, what is the next sign up, or honestly, guys, like it is dumbfounding how stupid they treat every single one of us. And if you can't stand up for yourself, you're going to be treated, I don't know, with a stick, I suppose. I'm not sure what else to say. Like, I'm
going to be seen as somebody who's intellectually inferior, and somebody's going to view and
Yeah, the funny thing about me, Michael, is I give everybody the authority to talk over me. I really do. I will give a 10-year-old authority to talk over me. I will give a 60-year-old the respect to talk over me, purely for the fact because I want to listen. I want to learn to what they've got to say. You can look. The elderly can teach the young, but the young are definitely teaching the older generations. What's new, what's current, what's fresh, what's new. And all we can do is educate. Like, you show a young person what you know, and they'll run rings around their group. You introduce a young person into somebody my age, like in their 50s, and we can start running rings around people our own age because they're stuck in the system that we already know. Yeah, so education is the key, and communication is definitely the key. I've tried to listen all my life, and I really do see that is the downfall that I allow people to see. But I don't see it as it's holding me back. I see it as they're not ready to listen yet. They're still in their own little world, or they're still in their own little ego, and they just keep carrying on.
Like, I've been a reclusive antisocial person, and I was poor, and I was bullied in school. I didn't get to go to university. I didn't get a career. I had a job as a stonemason and a gravedigger. I had one beautiful relationship for 6 years. I'm 32 now. I've been single 8 years. I've been alone for most of my life, basically, other than the one relationship. My twin brother died 3 years ago, and that was sad because he shouldn't have died at 28. But that's just life, things like that happen. But basically, I used to follow my brother, and like all of his friends were my friends. I didn't have my own group, do you know what I mean? So I never learned to really talk the way that I would talk, as if I was having my own relationship, other than the few rare chances. So I learned to listen a lot more than to speak. So, like, communication is my weakness because I don't speak as well. But I do love to listen to what people have to say, and if I'm making a mistake or speaking the wrong way, I completely accept it when I hear something and they put a point to me, and it's like, yeah, that is a better way to go, and I think this channel represents that with their rules. But it shouldn't stop us from people like us who are quieter I used to be quiet, but I come here to talk specifically, so... But to follow the rules and have that discipline so that things can flow and move forward instead of being erratic.
You're awesome, Mitchell. You are awesome, man. Like, I'm not kidding. As soon as you mentioned your twin brother and he passed away, I'm terribly sorry to hear. At the age of 28, what a beautiful age, man, to be gone so soon. But you could hear it in your voice, and you could tell that there's a part of you missing. And for that, I'm deeply sorry. And much love to you, man.
Yeah, man. He had 1,000 fucking friends in this city. He was the naughty one. and ask you 21 questions in 30 seconds, and I'd be sat next to him quiet. They'd be like, "Well, what's the black horse? His twin brother? He might be more dangerous than him," because we used to sell weed, but we used to sell weed to everyone, like to the sweaties, to the gays, we were nasty, like we were nice to everyone, and we set ourselves aside from what it's like to be a weed dealer, and we were like of the most successful in for like 5 years. But Oliver would like to drink it up and party and have 20 friends in his house for 5 days, and he was an insomniac. He was so much charisma. Everybody loved him, and everybody would just keep coming back to the house just to see him, like just to spend time with Ollie. And my mum still gets messages now from my friends, from his old friends, saying I'm missing Oliver. Literally, he was a big character. So yeah, so thanks for saying that, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, man. So once again, for the third time, I'm going to head off. But I really do appreciate this conversation, Mitchell. So much love to Ollie. He sounds like an awesome bloke and sounds like a character and a larrikin that we could all get along with.
100%, man. Get along with everyone. God bless and good night, man.
Thank you, man. Lots of love to all.
I get a mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Anybody got their ears on?
Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
I just wanted to wish all the fathers in the panel and listening on the live happy Father's Day.
Oh yeah, cool. Happy Father's Day.
I'm gonna post a pretty hilarious article in the text chat if anybody wants to check it out. Apparently, they've done this new study and are claiming that we've pumped so much groundwater, we've actually affected the rotation of the Earth.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember reading an article years ago that global warming had melted so much ice in Antarctica that the orbit had been affected. So yeah, they'll literally say any old dumb shit just to try and sound sciencey.
I was wondering too if they might be trying to use this article and many others that might come out with it to try to somehow limit people's use of their own well if they have a well on their property. Because they got to control everything, you know.
So what's the name of the channel? Title for today's broadcast. So is there any gold members in voice chat?
Okay, dead air day. Silence meaning I'm roboting or I don't know. Anybody got their ears on? Say hello.
Yeah, man, you're fine.
Clear. Thank you, whoever said that. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Whether you choose to accept it as factual or not, if you're listening to me right now, I'd like you to know you do not live on a spinning ball that literally exists in nothingness. If you'd like to discuss this, come in and click the link, join the group. This is Dead Air Day. Back to the next person or silent choice. Just a friendly reminder, my mic's working. No, my mic's not the best, but we are in a voice call, and no one is using their voice currently. So, somebody's got a topic, somebody's got something to say, something. I just do an all call out there to the audience that's listening to get down to the base of this whole discussion. The priority claim is that we live on a ball of a certain size. And going on 8 years for a lot of us now, we're yet to get past step one, which is verifying and validating the curvature to establish the ball. So the globe believers would like to just skip by that, but to do a proper investigation, you'd have to establish claim one, wouldn't you? So we're still looking for the curvature. If anyone has direct drop over distance measurements, consistent, repeatable, verifiable measurements of the curvature of the Earth's surface, please join the call and share that with us. That's about all I got. So hopefully somebody else will talk or we'll go back to silence. Thank you very much. Somebody at least acknowledge that my mic worked during that, or did I waste my breath? Doesn't really matter.
It works.
Thank you.
Check.
Yo.
Text you and my bike's work. Very important.
It was a bit weird this time.
Kings Dethroned, a history of the evolution of astronomy from the time of the Roman Empire up to the present day, showing it to be an amazing series of blunders founded upon an error made in the 2nd century BC. By Gerard Hickson, 1922. Kings Dethroned. There we go. We'll go with the preface first. I do want you to, if you're watching this, definitely take a look at the reference notes. Kind of a, the structure of what the book's about. And as you can see, we have quite a bit of very particular issues he's going through. So let's dive right in. Preface. In the year 1907, the author made a remarkable discovery which convinced him that the sun was very much nearer to the earth than was generally supposed. The fact he had discovered was demonstrated beyond all doubt, so that he was compelled to believe that, however improbable it might seem, astronomers had made a mistake when they estimated the distance of the sun to be 93 millions of miles. He then proceeded to examine the means by which the sun's distance had been computed, and found an astounding error in the diurnal method of measurement by parallax, which had been invented by Dr. Halley in the early part of the 18th century, and which was used by Sir David Gill in measuring the distance to the planet Mars in 1877, from which he deduced his solar parallax of 8.80. Seeing that Sir Norman Lockyer had said that the distance to and the dimensions of everything in the firmament except the moon depends upon Sir David Gill's measurements to Mars, the author set himself the tremendous task of proving the error, tracing its consequence up to the present day, and also tracing it backwards to the source from which it sprang. The result of that research is a most illuminating history of the evolution of astronomy, from the time of the Roman Empire up to April 1922, which is now placed in the hands of the people in Kings Dethroned. The author has taken the unusual course of submitting these new and startling theories for the consideration of the general public, because the responsible scientific societies of London, Washington, and Paris failed to deal with the detailed accounts of the work which he forwarded to them in the spring of 1920. He believes that every newly discovered truth belongs to the whole of mankind, wherefore it is whose business it is to consider his work fail in their duty, and he does not hesitate to bring it himself direct to the people, assured of their goodwill and fair judgment. Astronomy has ever been regarded as a study only for the few, but now all its strange terms and theories have been explained in the most lucid manner in Kings Dethroned, so that everyone who reads will acquire a comprehensive knowledge of the science. The author takes this opportunity of assuring the reader that none esteems more highly than he himself the illustrious pioneers who devoted their genius to the building of astronomy, for he feels that even while pointing out their errors, he is but carrying on their work, striving, laboring, even as they did, for the same good cause of progress in the interests of all. On the other hand, he thinks that astronomers living at the present time might have used a better purpose, the greater advantages which this century provides, and done all that he himself has done by fearless reasoning, devoted labor, and earnest seeking after truth. Gerard Hickson, first edition, April 1922. All right. Chapter 1, When the World Was Young. 3,000 years ago, men believed the earth was supported on gigantic pillars. The sun rose in the east every morning, passed overhead, and sank in the west every evening. Then it was supposed to pass between the pillars under the earth during the night to reappear in the east again the next morning. This idea of the universe was upset by Pythagoras some 500 years before the birth of Christ, when he began to teach that the earth was round like a ball, with the sun going around it daily from east to west. And this theory was already about 400 years old when Hipparchus, the great Greek scientist, took it up and developed it in the 2nd century BC. Hipparchus may be ranked among the score or so of the greatest scientists who have ever lived. He was the inventor of the system of measuring the distance to far-off objects by triangulation, or trigonometry, which is used by our surveyors at this present day, and which is the basis of all the methods of measuring distance which are used in the modern astronomy. Using this method of his own invention, he measured from point to point on the surface of the earth, and so laid the foundation of our present systems of geography, scientific map-making, and navigation. It would be well for those who are disposed to underestimate the value of new ideas to consider how much the world owes to the genius of Hipparchus, and to try to conceive how we would have made progress as we know it without him. So, triangulation. The principles of triangulation are very simple, but because it will be necessary as I proceed to show how modern astronomers have departed from them, I will explain them in detail. Every figure made up of 3 connected lines is a tri, or 3 angle, quite regardless of the length of any of its sides. The triangle differs from all other shapes or figures in this, that the value of its 3 angles, when added together, admits of absolutely no variation. They always equal 180 degrees, while on the other hand, all the other figures contain angles of 360 degrees or more. The triangle alone contains 180 degrees, and no other figure can be used for measuring distance. There is no alternative whatever, and therein lies its value. It follows then that if we know the value of any 2 of the angles in the triangle, we can readily find the value of the 3rd by simply adding together the 2 known angles and subtracting the result from 180. The value of this 3rd angle is necessary and remainder. Thus in our example, diagram 2, an angle of 90 degrees plus the angle of 60 equals 150, which shows the angle of the distant object, or apex of the triangle, must be 30. Now, if we know the length of the baseline A to B in feet, yards, kilometers, or miles, to be ascertained by actual measurement, and also know the value of the 2 angles which indicate the direction of a distant object as seen from A and B, we can readily complete the triangle and so find the length of its sides. In this way, we can measure the height of the tree or church steeple from the ground level, or find the distance to a ship or a lighthouse from the shore. The reader will perceive that to obtain any measurement by triangulation, it is absolutely necessary to have a baseline and to know its length exactly. It is evident also that the length of the baseline must bear a reasonable proportion to the dimensions of the triangle intended. That is to say, that the greater the distance of the object under observation, the longer the baseline should be in order to secure an accurate measurement. A little reflection will now enable the reader to realize the difficulties which confronted Hipparchus when he attempted to measure the distance to the stars. It was before the Roman conquest, when the geography of the earth was but little known, and there were none of the rapid means of traveling and communication which are at our disposal today. Moreover, it was in the very early days of astronomy, when there were few, if any, who could have helped Hipparchus in his work. While if he was to make a successful triangulation to any of the stars, it was essential that he should have a baseline thousands of miles in length, with an observer at each end, both taking observations to the same time, same star, at precisely the same second of time. The times in which he lived did not provide the conveniences which were necessary for his undertaking. The conditions were altogether impossible, and so it was not at all surprising that he failed to get any triangulation to the stars. As a result, he came to the conclusion that they must be too far off to be measured, and said, the heavenly bodies are infinitely distant. Such was the extraordinary conclusion arrived at by Hipparchus, and that statement of his lies at the root of astronomy, and has led its advocates into an amazing series of blunders from that day to this. The whole future of the science of astronomy was affected by Hipparchus when he said the heavenly bodies are infinitely distant. And now when I say that it is not so, the fate of astronomy again hangs in the balance. It is a momentous issue which will be decided in due course within these pages. The next astronomer of special note is Sosigenes, who designed the Julian calendar in the reign of Caesar. He saw no fault in the theories of Hipparchus, but handed them on to Ptolemy, an Egyptian astronomer of very exceptional ability, who lived in the 2nd century AD. Taking up the theories of his great Greek predecessor, after 300 years, Ptolemy accepted them without question as to work of a master, and developed them. Singularly gifted as he was to carry on the work of Hipparchus, his genius was of a different order, for while the Greek was the more original thinker and inventor, the Egyptian was the more accomplished artist in detail, and the more skillful in the art of teaching. Undoubtedly, he was eminently filled to be the disciple of Hipparchus, and yet for that very reason, he was the less likely to suspect or to discover any error in the master's work. In the most literal sense, he carried on that work, built upon it, elaborated it, and established the Ptolemaic system of astronomy so ably that it stood unchallenged and undisputed for 1,400 years. And during all of those centuries, the accepted theory of the universe was that the Earth was stationary, while the sun, moon, and stars and planets revolved around it daily. Having accepted the theories of Hipparchus in the bulk, it was but natural that Ptolemy should fail to discover the error I have pointed out, though even though it had been otherwise, it would have been as difficult for him to make a triangulation to the stars in the 2nd century AD, as it had been for the inventor of triangulation himself 300 years earlier. However, it is fact that he allowed the theory that the heavenly bodies are infinitely distant to remain unquestioned, and that was an error of omission, which was ultimately to bring about the downfall of his own Ptolemaic system of astronomy. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Copernicus and Galileo. Ptolemy's was still the astronomy of the world when Columbus discovered America, 1492. But there was living at that time in the little-known town of Frennenberg in Prussia, a youth of 18 who was destined to later years to overthrow the astronomy of Hipparchus and Ptolemy, and to become himself the founder of a new theory, which has since been universally accepted in its stead, Nicholas Copernicus. It is to be remembered that at the time the Earth was believed to stand still, while the sun, moon, and planets and stars moved round it daily from east to west, as stated by Ptolemy. But this did not seem reasonable to Copernicus. He was a daring and original thinker, willing to challenge any theory, be it ever so long established. If it did not appear logical to him, he had contended that it was unreasonable to him to suppose that all the vast firmament of heavenly bodies revolved around this relatively little Earth. But on the contrary, it was more reasonable to believe that the Earth itself rotated and revolved around an enormous sun, moving within a firmament of stars that were fixed in infinite space. For in either case, the appearance of the heavens would be the same to an observer on the surface of the Earth. This was the idea that inspired Nicholas Copernicus to labor for 27 years developing the heliocentric theory of the universe, and in compiling that book, that made him famous. De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium, which was published in the last year of his life, 1543. And now it is for us to very carefully study this fundamental idea of the heliocentric theory, for there is an error in it. Ptolemy had made it appear that the sun and stars revolved around the stationary Earth, but Copernicus advanced the theory that it was the Earth which revolved around the stationary sun, while the stars were fixed. And either of these entirely opposite theories gives an equally satisfactory explanation of the appearance of the sun by day and stars by night. Copernicus did not produce any newly discovered fact to prove that Ptolemy was wrong, neither did he offer any proof that he himself was right, but worked out his system to show that he could account for all the appearances of the heavens quite as well as the Egyptian had done, though working on an entirely different hypothesis, and offered his new heliocentric theory as an alternative. He argued that it was more reasonable to conceive the Earth to be revolving around the sun than it was to think that the sun revolves around the Earth, because it was more reasonable that the smaller body should move around the greater. And that is good logic. We see that Copernicus recognized the physical law that the lesser shall be governed by the greater, and that is the pivot upon which the whole of his astronomy turns. But it is perfectly clear that in building up this theory, he assumed the Earth to be much smaller than the sun, and also smaller than the stars. And that was pure assumption, unsupported by any kind of fact. In the absence of any proof as to whether the Earth or the sun was the greater of the two, and having only the evidence of his senses to guide him, it would have been more reasonable had he left astronomy as it was, seeing that the sun appeared to move around the Earth while he himself was unconscious of any movement. When he supposed the stars to be motionless in space, far outside the solar system, he was assuming them to be infinitely distant, relying entirely upon the statement made by Hipparchus 1700 years before. It is strange that he should have accepted this single statement on faith while he was in the very act of repudiating all the rest of the astronomy of Hipparchus and Ptolemy. But the fact remains that he did accept the infinitely distant doctrine without question, and that led him to suppose the heavenly bodies to be proportionally large. Hence, the rest of his reasoning followed as a matter of course. He saw that the geocentric theory of the universe did not harmonize with the idea of the stars were infinitely distant, and so far we agree with him. He had at that time the choice of two courses upon to him. He might have studied that conclusion which had been arrived at by Hipparchus and found the error there. But instead of doing that, he chose to find fault with the whole theory of the universe, to overthrow it, and invent an entirely new astronomy to fit the error of Hipparchus. It was a most unfortunate choice, but it is now made clear that the whole work of Copernicus depends upon the single question whether the ancient Greek was right or wrong when he said the heavenly bodies are infinitely distant. It is a very insecure foundation for the whole of Copernican or modern astronomy to rest upon, but such indeed is the case. Some 30 years after the publication of the work of Copernicus, Tycho Brahe, the Danish astronomer, invented the first instrument used in modern astronomy. This was a huge quadrant 19 feet in height, the forerunner of the sextant, which he used to very good purpose in charting out the positions of many of the more conspicuous stars. He differed with some of the detail of the Prussian doctor's theory, but accepted it in the main and took no account whatever of the question of the distance of the stars. Immediately following him came Johann Kepler, and it is a very remarkable circumstance that this German philosopher, mystic, and astrologer should have been the founder of what is now known as physical astronomy. Believer as he was in the ancient doctrine that men's lives are predestined and mysteriously influenced by the stars and planets, he nevertheless sought to discover some physical law which governed the heavenly bodies. Having accepted the Copernican theory that the sun was the center of the universe and that the earth and the planets revolved around it, it was but natural that all of those reasonings and deductions should conform to those ideas. And it is so only to be expected that the conclusions dealing with the relative distances, movement, and masses of the planets, which were labored upon many years, and which are now the famous laws of Kepler, should be in perfect accord with the heliocentric theory of Copernicus. But though the underlying principles of Kepler's work will always have great value, his conclusions cannot be held to justify Copernican astronomy, since they are a sequel to it. But on the contrary, they will be involved in the downfall of the theory that gave them birth. While the life work of Johann Kepler was drawing to a close, that of Galileo was just beginning, and his name is more widely known in connection with the modern astronomy than is that of the real inventor, Nicholas Copernicus. Galileo adopted the Copernican theory with enthusiasm and propagated it so vigorously that at one time he was in great danger of being burnt at the stake for heresy. In the year 1642, he invented the telescope, and so may be said to have founded the modern method of observing the heavens. Zealous followers of Copernicus as he was, Galileo did much to believe his theory widely known, to make his theory widely known. He commonly believed, and we may be sure that it was because he saw no error in it, that other giants of astronomy who came after him accepted it, and more readily. Nearly 1,800 years had passed since Hipparchus had said the heavenly bodies were infinitely distant, and still no one had questioned the accuracy of that statement, nor made any attempt whatever to measure their distance. It is interesting to mention here that an event which at first sight might seem unimportant, but which now reviewed in its proper place in history can be seen to have had a marked effect on the progress of astronomy as well as navigation. This was the publication of the little book called The Seaman's Practice by Richard Norwood in the year 1637. At that time, books of any kind were rare, and this was the first book ever written on the subject of measuring by triangulation. It was intended for the use for mariners, but there is no doubt that the Seaman's Practice helped King Charles II to realize how the science of astronomy could be made to render the valuable services to British seamen in their voyages of discovery, with the result that in 1675 he appointed John Flamsteed to make a special study of the stars and to chart them after the manner of Tycho Brahe and Galileo, in order that navigators might guide their ships by constellations over the trackless ocean. That was how the British School of Astronomy came into existence, with John Flamsteed as the first Astronomer Royal, employing only one assistant with whom he shared a magnificent salary of £70 a year. And navigation owes much to the excellent work he did with an old-fashioned telescope mounted in a little wooden shed on Greenwich Hill. At about the same time, the French School of Astronomy came into being, and the end of the 7th century began the most glorious period in the history of science, when astronomers in England, France, and Germany all contested strenuously for supremacy and worshipped at the shrine of Copernicus. Chapter 3, Old Romer's Blunder. Among the many ambitious spirits at the time was one whose name is known only to a comparative few. Nevertheless, he had a considerable influence both on astronomy and physics. Ole Romer, best remembered for his observations of the eclipses of Jupiter's satellites. A study of the records, which have been made during more than 3,000 years, shows that eclipses repeat themselves with clockwork regularity, so that a given number of years, months, days, and minutes elapse between every two eclipses of a given kind. But Ole Romer observed that in the case of eclipses of satellites or moons of Jupiter, the periods of time between them was not always the same. They occurred 16 and a half minutes later on some occasions than on others. He therefore tried to account for this slight difference in time and was led to some strange conclusions. These eclipses occur at different seasons of the year, so that sometimes they can be seen when the Earth is at A, and the other times when the Earth is at B, on the opposite side of the Sun and the orbit, according to Copernican astronomy. So Ole Romer reflected that when the observer is at B, he is further from Jupiter than when the Earth is at A, by distance as great as the diameter of the orbit. And that gave him a new idea and a possible explanation. He thought that although light appeared to be, for all ordinary purposes, instantaneous, it really must take an appreciable time to travel over the immense distance from Jupiter to the Earth, just as a ship takes so long to travel a given distance at so many miles per hour. In that case, the light from Jupiter's satellites would take less time to reach the observer when the Earth is at A than it would require to reach him at B, on the further side of the orbit. And as a result of these reflections, he reached the conclusion that the 16.5-minute difference in time was to be accounted for that way. Following up this idea, he decided that if it took 16.5 minutes longer for light to travel the increased distance from one side of the orbit to the other, it would require only half the time to travel half that distance, so that it would travel as far as from the Sun to the Earth in 8.25 minutes. Therefore, he gave it as his opinion that the distance to the Sun was so tremendous that light traveling with almost lightning rapidity took 8.25 minutes to cover the distance. This ingenious hypothesis appealed strongly to the imagination of contemporary astronomers, so that they allowed it to pass without a sufficient examination, with the result that eventually it took its place among the many strange and ill-considered theories of astronomy. However, we ourselves will now do what we should have been done in the days of Ole Romer. We will stand beside him, as it were, and study these eclipses of Jupiter's satellites, just as he did, from the same viewpoint of the Copernican astronomy. And then we shall find whether his deductions were justified or not. The eclipses are to be seen on one occasion when the observer, or Earth, is at A, and on another occasion when the observer, or Earth, is at B, while the light of Jupiter's satellites, or the image of the eclipse, is supposed to cross the orbit at one observation, but not at the other. It is important to note that the observer at B will have to look in a direction towards the Sun and across the orbit, while the observer at A will see the eclipse outward from the orbit in a direction opposite to the Sun. Ole Romer found that the observer at B saw the eclipse 16.5 minutes later than he would have from A, and he believed that this was because the image of the eclipse had a greater distance to come to meet his eye. Let's now consider diagram 4, which shows two observers in the position Ole Romer supposed the Earth to occupy at the respective observations. We find that A would see the satellite in a state of eclipse, while it should be hidden from B by the planet Jupiter. The planet and its satellite are both moving round the Sun toward the east, as shown by the arrows, but the satellite is like a moon traveling around Jupiter, so that it moves faster than the planet. The satellite is eclipsed by Jupiter only when the two are together at the same line with the Sun. But as time passes, the satellite moves to the eastward of that line. It passes Jupiter, and then it can be seen by the observer at B. Thus, it is that B sees the eclipse a few minutes later than A, and that is very simple explanation which Ole Romer overlooked. It would be possible to write a volume on this subject, and there are some who would want to debate it at an interminable length, but in the end, the explanation would prove to be just this, which I prefer to leave in all its simplicity. The 16.5-minute difference in time is due to a difference in the angles from which the eclipses are seen and is not in any way connected with distance. And so the speculations of Ole Romer concerning the velocity of light and the probable distance to the sun amount to nothing. End chapter 3. All right, chapter 4, Giants of Modern Astronomy. Before passing on to the more important part of this work, it is only just to record the fact that the first practical work in triangulation since the time of Hipparchus was performed by Jean Picard and J. and D. Cassini between Paris and Dunkirk toward the end of the 17th century, when Newton was working out his theories. At this time, the Copernican theory of astronomy was well established and was accepted by all the scientific world, though it is probable that the public in general found it difficult to reconcile the idea of an Earth careering through space at prodigious speed with common sense and reason. Even the most ardent followers of Copernicus and Galileo recognized this difficulty, and some strove to find a satisfactory explanation. Nearly 100 years ago, Kepler had suggested that some kind of unknown force must hold the Earth and heavenly bodies in their place. And now Sir Isaac Newton, the greatest mathematician of his age, took up the idea and built the law of gravitation. The name is derived from the Latin word gravis, which means heavy, having weight, while the law of gravitation is defined as that mutual action between masses of matter by virtue of which every such mass tends towards every other, with the force varying directly as the product of the mass and inversely as the square of their distances apart. Reduced to simplicity, gravitation is said to be that which attracts everything toward every other thing. That does not tell us much, and yet the little it does tell us is not true. For a thoughtful observer knows very well that everything is not attracted towards everything. The definition implies that it is a force, but it does not say, for that phrase, mutual action, is ambiguous and not at all convincing. The Encyclopedia Britannica tells us that the law of gravitation is unique among the laws of nature, not only for its wide generality, taking the whole universe into its scope, but in the fact that as so far as it is yet known, it is absolutely unmodified by any condition or cause whatever. Here again, we observe the nature of gravitation is not really defined at all. We are told that masses of matter tend towards each other, but no reason is given why they do so, or should do so, while to say that it is absolutely unmodified by any condition or cause whatever is one of the most unscientific statements it is possible to make. There is not anything or force in the universe that is absolute. No thing that goes its own way and does what it will without regard to other forces of things. The thing is impossible, and it is not true. Wherefore it has fallen to me to show where the inconsistency in it lies. The name given to the mutual action means weight, and weight is one of the attributes of all matter. Merely to say that anything is matter or material implies that it has weight, while to speak of weight implies matter. Matter and weight are inseparable. They are not laws, but elemental facts. They exist. But it has been suggested that gravitation is a force. Indeed, we often hear it referred to as a force of gravitation. But force is quite a different thing than weight. It is an active energy expressed by certain conditions and combinations of matter. It acts. All experience and observation goes to prove that the material thing fall to earth because they possess the attribute of weight, and that an object remains suspended in air or space only so long as its weight overcome by force, which is contrary. And when we realize these simple facts, we see the gravitation in reality conditioned and modified by every other active force, both great and small.
What's weight?
Again, gravitation is spoken of as a pull, an agent of attraction that robs weight of its meaning, something that brings all terrestrial things down to earth, while at the same time it keeps the heavenly bodies in their place and prevents them falling towards each other or apart. The thing is altogether too wonderful, and it is not natural, and the theory is scientifically unsound. Every man, however great his genius, must be limited by the conditions that surround him, and science in general was not sufficiently advanced 100 years ago to be able to help Newton. So that, for lack of information, which is ordinary knowledge to us living in the 20th century, he fell into the error of attributing the effects of weight and force to a common cause, which, for want of a better term, he called gravitation. But I have not the slightest doubt that if he were living now, he would have arrived at the following more reasonable conclusions: that terrestrial things fall to earth by gravis, weight, because they are matter, while the heavenly bodies, which are also matter, do not fall because they are maintained in their course by magnetic or electric force.
Yeah.
Another figure of great prominence in the early part of the 18th century was Dr. Halley, who survived Sir Isaac Newton by some 15 years, and it is to him that we owe nearly all the methods of measuring distance which are used in astronomy at this present day. So far, no one had seriously considered the possibility of measuring the distance to the sun. That possibility of measuring the distance of the sun, planets, and stars since Hipparchus had failed, way back in the 2nd century. But now, since the science had made great strides, it occurred to Dr. Halley that it might be possible to at least find the distance from the Earth to the sun, or to the nearest planet, remembering the time-honored dogma that the stars are infinitely distant, inspired by the magnificence of the Copernican conception of the universe, and influenced, no doubt, by the colossal suggestions of old Abraham. He tried to invent some means of making a triangulation on a gigantic scale, with a baseline of hitherto unknown dimensions. Long years ago, Kepler had worked out a theory of the distances of the planets with relation to each other, the principles of which, when expressed in simple language and in round figures, is as follows. If we know the distance to any of the planets, we could use that measurement as a basis for which to estimate the others. Thus, Venus is apparently but twice as far as the Sun as Mercury, while the Earth is about 3 times and Mars 4 times as for the smallest planet. 4 times as far from the Sun as Mercury. So that should be the distance of the smallest planet be, let us say, 50 million miles. Then Venus would be 100, the Earth 150, Mars 200 millions of miles. This seems to be the simplest kind of arithmetic, but the whole of the theory of relative distance goes to pieces because Kepler had not the slightest idea of the linear distance from the Earth to anything in the firmament, and based all his calculations on time and on the apparent movements of the planets in azimuth, that is, to right or left of the observer, and to the right or left of the Sun. Necessity compels me to state these facts in this plain and almost brutal fashion, but it is my sincere hope that no reader will suppose that I underestimate the genius of the worth of such men as Newton and Kepler, for it is probable that I appreciate and honor them more than do most of those who blindly worship them, and with less understanding. I only regret that they were too ready to accept Copernican astronomy as though it were an axiom, and did not put it to proof, and that, as a consequence, their fine intelligence and industry should have been devoted to the glorification of a blunder. Kepler's work was of that high order which only one man in a million could do, But nevertheless, his calculations of the relative distance of the planets depend entirely upon the question whether they revolve around the sun or not, and that we shall discover in due course. However, Dr. Halley had these theories in mind when he proposed to measure the distance to Mars at the time when the planet reached its nearest point to Earth in opposition of the sun, and then to multiply that distance by 3, approximate, and in that manner estimate the distance of the sun. He proceeded then to invent what is now known as the diurnal method of measurement by parallax, which he described in detail in the form of a lecture to contemporary astronomers, introducing it by remarking that he would probably not be living when next Mars came into the required position, but others might be at the time put into the method into practice. He began by saying, if it were possible to place 2 observers at points diametrically opposite to each other on the surface of the Earth, as A and B in diagram 5, both observers, looking along their respective horizons, would see Mars at the same time, the planet being between them to the east of one observer and to the westward of the other. In these circumstances, the diameter of the Earth might be used as a baseline. The observer A and B might take simultaneous observations, and the 2 angles obtained on being referred to the baseline would give the distance of the planet. But this was in the reign of George II, long before the invention of steamships, cables, or telegraphs, and Dr. Halley knew that it was practically impossible to have B taking observations in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, so he proposed to overcome the difficulty by the following expedient. He suggested that both the observations could be taken by a single observer using the same observatory. Thus, let evening, when Mars will be at his east, let him then wait 12 hours, during which time the rotation of the Earth will have carried him around to point B. He may then take his second observation. Mars being at this time to his west, and the 2 angles thus obtained on being referred to as the baseline will give the distance of the planet. This proposition is so plausible that it has apparently deceived every astronomer from that day to this, and it might even now deceive the reader himself, were it not that he knows I have some good reason for describing it here. It is marvelously specious. It does not seem to call for our examination, and yet it is all wrong, and Dr. Halley has a world of facts against him. He is at fault in his premises, for if the planet was visible to one of the observers, it must be above his horizon and therefore could not be seen at the same time by the other, since it could not be above his horizon also. Again, his premises are in conflict with Euclid because he supposes Mars to be midway between A and B, and that is between their 2 horizons, which are parallel lines 8,000 miles apart throughout their entire length. And so it is obvious that if the planet, much smaller than the Earth, was really in that position, it could not be seen by either of the observers. The alternative, which Dr. Halley proposes, is as fallacious as his premises, for he overlooks the facts that, according to Copernican astronomy, during the 12 hours through the Earth, while the Earth has been rotating on its axis, it has also traveled an immense distance in its orbit around the Sun. The results are that an observer starting from A can never arrive at B, but must arrive in 12 hours, time at a point somewhere about 750,000 miles beyond it, as shown in diagram 6. The observer loses his original baseline, which was the diameter of the Earth, and does not know the length of his new one, A and G, because the distance of the Sun and the dimensions of the orbit had never previously been measured. 3. The angle of view from G is entirely different from the one intended from B. 4. Mars itself has moved along its orbit during the 12 hours to a new position which is very uncertain. And 5. The triangulation which was intended to is utterly lost. And the combined movements of the Earth and Mars plus the two lines of sight make up a quadrilateral figure, which of course contains angles of 360 degrees, and by means of which no measurement whatever is possible. In conclusion, Dr. Howley was mistaken when he supposed that two observations made from a single station with an interval of 12 hours between them were equivalent to two observations taken simultaneously by A and B. The actual attempt to measure the distance to Mars by the use of diurnal method will be dealt with in the proper order of events. But for the present, what more need I say concerning such ingenious expedients? A curious example of theorizing to no useful purpose is the theory of aberration of light, which is regarded by some of one of the pillars of astronomy. It's aimed to show that if the velocity of the Earth were known, the velocity of light could be found, while at the same time it implies the reverse, that if the velocity of light were known, we could find it at the we could find at what speed the Earth is traveling around the sun. If Bradley intended to prove anything by this theory, it was the apparent movement by which the stars prove that the Earth is in motion, which surely is begging the question. The fact that the theory of aberration of light has no scientific value whatever is very well shown by the following quotation from its author. If the observer be stationary at B, the star will appear to be in direction BS. If, however, he traverses the line BA in the same time as light passes from star to his eye, the star will appear at that direction AS. That is true, but it would be no less true if the star itself had moved to the right while the observer remained at B. But why did he say if he moves from B to A the same time it takes light to pass from the star to his eye? It is a needless qualification, for the observer moves to A while he sees the star at the same angle whether he walks there at 3 miles an hour or goes there by aeroplane at the mile a minute. It has nothing to do with the speed of light, and the velocity of light has nothing to do with the direction of the star. It is merely posing, using words with no purpose. Chapter 5. The distance to the moon. Let us pass on to something more important, the measurement of the distance to the moon, the first of the heavenly bodies to be measured. This was performed by Lalande and Lacaille in year 1752, using the method of direct triangulation. Lalande took one of the observations at Berlin, while Lacaille took the other at the same time at the Cape of Good Hope. A straight line or chord joining between two places, given them the baseline more than 5,000 miles in length. The moon was at a low altitude away in the west, and two observers took the angles with extreme care, and at the later date they met, compared notes, and made the necessary calculations. As a result, the moon was said to be 238,830 miles from the Earth, and to be 2,159.8 miles in diameter, the size being estimated from its distance. And these are figures accepted in astronomy the world over at this present day. I have occasion to call the reader's attention to the fact that some books, Proctor's Old and New Astronomy, for example, is describing the principle of how to measure the moon, illustrated by a diagram which differs from diagram A, though the principle as it is explained in these books seems plausible enough. It may be impossible in practice, for the diagram they use clearly shows the motion to be near the zenith. Further, it is often said that the distance to the moon has been several times measured, but the fact is that it is of no consequence whether it has or not, for it is the result obtained by Lalande and Lacaille which is accepted by astronomy, and their observations were taken, as I have stated, and illustrated in diagram 8. Moreover, one of the greatest living authorities on astronomy tells us their work was done with such precision that the distance of the moon is positively settled and is known with greater accuracy than the length of any street in Paris. Nevertheless, we will submit it to the test. There is every reason to believe that the practical work of these two Frenchmen was most admirably done, and yet their labors were reduced to naught, and the whole object of the triangulation was defeated, because in making the final computations they made allowances in order to conform to certain of the established false theories of astronomy. One of those is the theory of atmospheric refraction, which would have us believe that when we see the sun or moon low down on the horizon at sunrise or sunset, it is not really the sun itself that we see, but only an image or mirage of the sun reflected up to the horizon by atmospheric refraction. The real sun being at the time at the extremity of a line drawn through the center of the earth 4,000 miles below our horizon. That is according to the astronomy taught in all schools. Side note, wrapping around the ball, refraction wrapping around the ball. That's what he's describing. According to this theory, there is at nearly all times some degree of refraction, which varies with the altitude of the body under observation, so that, in simple, the theory declares that the real moon was considerably lower than the moon which Lalande and Lacaille actually saw, for that was only a refracted image. They had therefore... pardon me, I lost my place. 1 moment. They had therefore to make an allowance for atmospheric refraction. They had to find, by theory, where the real moon would be, and then they had to modify the angles they had obtained in practical triangulation by making an allowance for what is known as equatorial parallax. I will explain it. Equatorial parallax is defined as the apparent change in the direction of a body when seen from the surface of the Earth as compared with the direction it would appear to be in if it's seen from the center of the Earth. It is difficult not to laugh at theories such as these, and I can assure the reader that astronomers take them quite seriously. If we interpret this rightly, it is suggested that if Lalande and Lacaille will imagine themselves to be located in the center of the Earth, they will perceive the moon to be at a lower altitude than it appeared to them when they saw it from the outside of the Earth. And modern Copernican astronomy required that on their return to Paris, they would make allowance for this. Now observe the result. It was been shown that equatorial parallax is only concerned with altitude. It is a question of higher or lower. It has to do with observations taken from the top of the Earth compared to others taken theoretically from the center. Really, it is an imaginary triangulation where the line EP is diagram 9, and diagram 9 becomes a baseline. The line EP is vertical. Therefore, it follows that the theoretical triangulation by which equatorial parallax is found is in the vertical plane. We remember, however, that the moon was away in the west when seen by Lalande and Lacaille, while their baseline was the chord, a straight line running north and south, connecting Berlin with the Cape of Good Hope. These facts prove their triangulation to have been in azimuth, that is, in the horizontal or nearly horizontal plane, indicated by the baseline B and C, diagram 9. Now, the three lines of any and every triangulation are of necessity in the same plane, and so it follows that every calculation or allowance must also be in that plane. But what we find that while Lalande and Lacaille's triangulation to the moon was in the horizontal plane of B and C, the allowance they made for atmospheric refraction and equatorial parallax was in the contrary vertical plane, E and P. Just to look at it real quick. E and P, B and C, the vertical plane. They were doing it from the center of the Earth and factoring in the refraction. By the most inconceivable blunder, real and imaginary angles came into conflict on two different planes, so the triangulation was entirely lost, and as a consequence, the distance of the moon is no more known today than it was in the time of the flood. And all other attempts to measure the distance to the moon since that time have been defeated in a similar manner. Chapter 6, Romantic Theories. This history of the evolution of astronomy would not be complete if we omitted to mention here the fact that though the French school of astronomers had been foremost in adopting practical triangulation, it was not until the British took up the work in 1783 that the triangulation of the Earth was seriously begun. At about this time, Immanuel Kant was laying the foundation of the nebular hypothesis, the theory that the Earth and the planets were created by the Sun. Sir William Herschel became interested and carried the thought further, but the nebular hypothesis may be said to have been still only in a nebulous state until it was taken up and developed by the brilliant French mathematician and astronomer, the Marquis de Laplace. According to this hypothesis, there was a time, ages ago, when there was neither Earth nor Moon nor planets, but only an immense mass of incandescent nebulous materia, where the Sun is now, spinning and flaming like a gigantic Catherine wheel, alone amid the stars. In other words, there was only the Sun, much larger than it is at the present time. This mass cooled and contracted, leaving a ring of tenuous blazing matter like a ring of smoke around it. In the course of time, this ring formed itself into a solid ball, cooled, and became the planet Neptune. The Sun contracted again, leaving another ring, which formed itself into a ball and became the planet Uranus. And so it went until Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and Earth itself was created in a similar way, to be followed later by Venus and Mercury. In this way, Laplace explained how the Earth and the planets came to be racing around the Sun in the manner described by Copernicus. And, strange to say, this nebular hypothesis is now taught in the schools of the 20th century with all assurance that belongs to a scientific fact. Yet the whole thing contradicts itself, for the laws of dynamics show that if the Sun contracted, it would rotate more rapidly. And if it rotated more rapidly, that would increase the heat and so cause the mass to expand. It appears then that as every attempt to cool increases the rotation and heat and so causes further expansion, the Sun must always remain as it is. It cannot get cooler or hotter, and it cannot grow bigger or less. And so it is evident that it never could leave the smoke-like rings with which Laplace imagined. Therefore, we know that the Earth could never have been formed in that way, and never was part of the Sun. This nebular hypothesis is pure imagination, and it is probable that it was only allowed to survive because it made an attempt to justify the impossible solar system of modern astronomy. It ends in smoke. Just like a weed, which is always prolific, the nebular hypothesis soon produced another equally unscientific concept known as the atomic theory. The idea that everything that exists consists of or can be reduced to atoms was discussed by Anaxagoras and Democritus way back in the days of ancient Greece. But it was not until the beginning of the 19th century that we had made to account for this creation of the entire universe. Let us dissect it. An atom is the smallest conceivable particle of matter. That is, smaller than the eye can see, even with the aid of a microscope. It is the smallest thing the mind of man can imagine. And the atomic theory suggests that once upon a time, a long way further back than Laplace thought of, there was nothing to be seen anywhere. In fact, there seemed to be nothing at all, but everlasting empty space. And yet, that space was full of atoms, smaller than the eye could see, and in some manner which no one has been able to explain, these invisible atoms whirled themselves into a wonderful universe, and now that you see around us. But if there had ever been a time when the whole of space was filled with atoms and nothing else but atoms in a state of unity, they must have been without motion, and being without motion, so they would have remained forever. Of course, the idea that all elements could have existed in uniform atomic state is preposterous, and shows that the whole theory to be fundamentally unsound. But if, for the sake of argument, we allow for the assumptions to stand, the atomic condition goes crash against Newton's laws of motion, which show that everything persists in a state of rest until it is affected by some other thing outside itself. The tide of events now carries us along to the year 1824, when Encke made the first serious attempt to find the distance to the Sun using the means of the transit of Venus. He did not take the required observations himself, but made a careful examination of the records which had been made at the transits of 1761 and 1769, and estimated the Sun's distance from these, employing the method advocated by Dr. Halley. What is meant by the transit of Venus is the fact that the planet passing the observer and the Sun in daylight, when by using colored or smoked glass to protect the eyes, it may be seen as a small spot moving across the face of the solar disk. The method of finding the distance to the Sun at such a time is as follows. 2 observers are to be placed as far apart as possible, as B and S in diagram 10. From these positions, B will see Venus cross the face of the Sun along the dotted line 2, while S will see the planet projected nearer the top or edge of the Sun, moving along the line 1. The distance which separates the 2 projections of Venus against the solar disk, indicated by the short vertical line 1 to 2, will bear a certain proportionate relation to the baseline, or diameter of the Earth, which separates the observer B and S. On referring to the third law of Kepler, laid down in the 17th century, it is calculated that the ratio of the line 1 and 2 as compared with the line B and S will be as 100 is to 37. Consequently, if we know the dimensions of the triangle from B and S to Venus, it is simply a matter to find the dimensions of the triangle from Venus to the points 1 to 2 by the formula as 100 is to 37. Therefore, when we have found the number of miles that are represented by the space which separates the 2 dotted lines on the face of the Sun, then we can use line 1 to 2 as though it were a yardstick or rule and measure the size of the Sun from top to bottom. Such a method, which Encke used in his study of the records of the transits of Venus, which had been made 50 years prior, and it was stated as most reliable authority that the results he obtained were accepted without question. In round figures, he made the Sun to be about 97 million miles from the Earth and 880,000 miles from the top to bottom. All this seems reasonable enough, and it certainly is ingenious. And yet the observers were not, as a matter of fact, placed at the poles, nor were they diametrically opposed to each other in the diagram, but they observed the transit of Venus from 2 other points not so favorably placed, and so allowances had to be made in order to find the dimensions of the triangle BS. Venus would have been if the observers had been there to see the transit. And in making these allowances, our astronomers were all unconscious of the fact that if the observers really had been there, as the diagram and illustrated in all books and lectures on the subject, they could not have seen Venus at the same time, because A and B are upside down with respect to each other. Their 2 horizons are opposite and parallel to each other, and the planet could not be above the 2 horizons at the same time. But the allowances were made nevertheless, and the triangle, which as we see, was more metaphysical than real, was referred to as the third law of Kepler, which has been designed to fit a theory of a solar system which, so far, has not been supported by a single fact. The result of an entire proceeding was nil. Chapter 7. A Galaxy of Blunders. The world of astronomy being satisfied that Encke had really found the distance of the Sun, the time had come when the triangulation to the stars might be attempted, and this was done by F.W. Bessel in the year 1838. He is said to have been the first man to have a successful measurement of stellar distance when he estimated the star known as 6I Cygni to be 10.5 light years, or 63 trillion miles from the Earth. Its angle of parallax being 0.31. And for this work, Bessel is regarded as virtually the creator of modern astronomy of precision. The reader who has followed me thus far will suppose that I intend to examine this measurement of 6I Cygni. That is so, but as it will be necessary to introduce astronomical terms and theories which will be unfamiliar to the layman, I must explain these at some length in order that he, as one of the jury, may be able to arrive at a just verdict. In the meantime, I respectfully call the attention of the responsible authorities of astronomy to this chapter, for it is probable that I shall here shatter some of the most cherished theories and complete the overthrow of the Copernican astronomy they represent. Light is said to travel at a speed of 186,414 miles a second. That is 671,090,400 miles in an hour, or 6 billion miles in a year. So when 6I Cygni is said to be 10.5 light years distant, it means that it is so far away that it takes its light 10.5 years to travel from the star to the eye of the observer, though it is coming at a rate of 671,090,400 miles an hour. 1 light year equals 6 trillion miles. An angle of parallax is the angle at the star at the apex of an astronomer's triangulation. The angle of parallax being 0.31, 31/100th of a second of arc, is so extremely small that it represents only 1/11,613th part of a degree. There is in Greenwich Observatory an instrument that has a vernier 6 feet in diameter, one of the largest in the world. A degree on this vernier measures about 3/4 of an inch, so that if we tried to measure the parallax 0.31 on that 0.31 of an arc second on that vernier, we should find that it be 15,484th part of an inch. When angles are as fine as this, we are inclined to agree with Tycho Brahe when he said that angles of parallax exist only in the minds of the observer. They are due to instrumental and personal errors. Oh, I love Tycho Brahe. The biannual or semi-annual method of stellar measurement with Bessel used for his triangulation is very interesting, and curiously enough, it is another by those singularly plausible inventions advocated by Dr. Halley. It will be remembered how Hipparchus failed to get an angle to the stars 2,000 years ago and arrived at this conclusion that they must be infinitely distant. And we have seen how that hypothesis has been handed down to us through all the centuries without question. So we can understand how Dr. Halley was led to design his method of finding stellar parallax on a corresponding infinitely distant scale. It appeared to him that no baseline on Earth, not even its diameter, would be any use for such an immense triangulation as the stars required. But he thought it might be possible to obtain a baseline long enough if he knew the distance of the sun. And his reasoning ran as follows. As we have learned from Copernicus that the Earth travels completely around the sun once a year, it must be on opposite sides of the orbit every 6 months. Therefore, if we make an observation to a star, let us say tonight, and another observation at the same star when we were on the other side of the orbit, then we can see the entire diameter of the orbit as a baseline. Wrong. Sun is wrong. And he just said, somebody scribbled in the book and said, This is wrong if the distance to the sun is wrong. I like that whoever owned this book did that. Of course, this suggestion could not be put onto practice until the distance to the sun was found. But now that Encke had done that and found it to be about 97 million miles, Bessel had only to multiply that by 2 and find the diameter of the orbit so that the length of the baseline would be roughly 194 million miles. It seemed a simple matter then to make the 2 observations to find the angle of the star, 6i Cygni, and to multiply it into the length of the baseline just as a surveyor might do. A critical reader might observe that there is, in reality, only one Earth, and not 2, as it appears in diagram 2. The baseline is a very intangible thing to refer any angles to, and he might think it impossible to know what the angles of the lines of sight really do subtend to this imaginary baseline. But these questions do not necessarily concern the astronomer, because the theory of perpendicularity assures him that the star is at all times perpendicular to the center of the Earth, while the theory of parallax enables him to ignore the direction of his baseline altogether and to find his angle not at the base, but at the apex of the triangle at the star. These theories, however, deserve our attention. Parallax is the apparent change in the direction of a body when viewed from 2 different points. For example, an observer at A in diagram 12 would see the tree to the left of the house, but if he crosses over to B, the tree will appear to have moved to the right of his house. Now, in modern astronomy, the stars are supposed to be fixed, just as we know the tree and the house to be fixed, and the astronomer's angle to parallax is apparent change in the direction of a star as compared with another star when both are viewed from 2 such different points, such as the opposite sides of the orbit. The theory of parallax is stated in astronomy is that the nearer the star, the greater the parallax. Hence, the greater the apparent displacement, the nearer the star must be. In other words, it is supposed that because the tree in the diagram is nearer to the observer than the house, it will appear to have move further from the house than the house will appear to move away from the tree. If the observer views them alternately from A and B, that is the principle which Bessel relied upon to find the parallax of 6i Cygni. I will leave the reader to make his own comments upon it. The theory of perpendicularity tells us that all stars are perpendicular to the center of the Earth, no matter what direction they may appear to be in as we see them from different points on the surface, and proves it by geocentric parallax. If that is so, then every 2 observations to a star must be parallel to one another. The 2 angles at the base must inevitably equal 180 degrees, and consequently there can be no angle whatever at the star. But the word perpendicular is a relative term. It has no meaning unless it is referred to a line at right angles. Moreover, no thing can be said to be perpendicular to a point, and the center of the Earth is a point as defined by Euclid, without length, breadth, or width, or thickness. Yet this theory supposes a myriad stars all be perpendicular to the same point. The thing is false. The fact is that the stars diverge in all directions from the center of the Earth and from every point of observation on the surface. It should be as reasonable to say that all the spokes of a wheel are perpendicular to the hub. So much for the theories, but Bessel believed in them because they are among the tenets of astronomical faith. And he discovered that 6i Cygni appeared to move by an 11,613th part of a degree, as compared with another star adjacent to it. So he deduced the parallax of 0.31 of an arc second as the angle of 616, probably 616 Cygni, forgive me folks. The other star and the star of reference being presumed to be so much further away as to have no angle whatever. It appears that in spite of the fact that the theory of perpendicularity makes it impossible to obtain any angle to a star, Bessel is supposed to have found an angle by means of parallax. For although the two lines of sight are as nearly parallel as possible, the parallax 0.31 indicates that they are really believed to converge by the hair's breadth. Unfortunately for this idea, however, the theory of perpendicularity is supported by another theory, that of geocentric parallax, which makes every line of sight taken at the surface of the Earth absolutely parallel to a line from the center of the Earth to the star. Wherefore, astronomy has the choice of two alternatives. If these two theories are right, neither Bessel nor anyone else could ever get an angle to the star. While on the other hand, if he did obtain an angle, then the two theories are wrong. Still, we have not done with this matter, for the triangulation was made still further impossible by the use of sidereal time. Hipparchus had observed that whereas the sun crossed the meridian every 24 hours, the stars came round in turn and crossed in a little less, so that, for example, Orion would cross the meridian every 23 hours 56 minutes. 4.09 seconds. This is called a stellar or sidereal day. It is divided into 24 equal parts or hours, each a few seconds less than the ordinary hour of 60 minutes, which is taken by the sun, and it is this sidereal time which is used by all modern astronomers, their clocks being regulated to go faster than the ordinary clocks to keep pace with the stars as they pass. As sidereal time is designed to bring every star back exactly on the meridian every 24 hours by the sidereal clock, it follows of necessity that the stars reappear on the meridian with perfect regularity. If they do not, the clock is altered slightly to make them do so. The agreement between the star and the sidereal clock becomes a truism and a law invincible. It is certain, therefore, that if 61 Cygni did not appear to be exactly in the point placed by the astronomer's time, the clock was wrong. We have now two theories that the sidereal clock to prove that every line of sight, 261 Cygni, is a parallel to every other, that they cannot possibly converge, and that consequently that no triangulation was obtained. Let us illustrate it in diagram 14. An observer at A sees the star Cygni and also R, the stars of reference, both on his meridian. The Earth is supposed to be moving around the sun in the direction of the arrow until in 182 or 183 sidereal days, the observer is at B and sees both the star of his meridian exactly as he saw them before. The two meridians and lines of sight are parallel, so that if the meridian and lines of sight are parallel, so that if continued forever, they can never meet at a point, and the two angles at the base equal 180 degrees. Yet the stars are on both lines. It is obvious, therefore, that the stars have moved to the left, east, precisely as much as the Earth has moved to the left in its orbit. If the Earth has moved, so have the stars. That is clear. We have proved that Bessel did not get triangulation to 61 Cygni, because it is impossible to do so by the semi-annual method, and that the apparent displacement or parallax of 0.31 arcsecond was due to error. No such displacement could be discovered unless the clock was wrong, or unless Cygni itself had moved in reality more or less than the star of reference. Wherefore, as every astronomer since 1838 has used the same method, it follows that no triangulation of a star has ever been successfully made, and that every stellar distance given in modern textbooks of astronomy is hopelessly wrong. Though my case is now really won, and students of astronomy will see the justice of my conclusions, this chapter may not be quite complete without the following comments with reference to diagram 14. Reasoning entirely from the standpoint of the Copernican theories, we have seen that if the Earth had moved from one side to the other of the Sun to the other, so also have the stars. But astronomers know as well as I do that the stars do not move eastward. Neither do they in nature even appear to do so. Their movement, real or apparent, being beyond all doubt to the westward. So it is established that the stars have not moved eastward from A to B, and this, added to the fact that they really would be in the same position with respect to the meridian, as shown in the diagram, proves that the Earth has not moved eastward either. And as the Earth has not moved from A to B, as Dr. Hawley and Bessel believed, the baseline disappears. The orbit no longer exists, and with the orbit falls the whole solar system of Nicholas Copernicus. If the Earth remained at A, rotating on its axis once in every sidereal day, the stars would appear always as shown at A, on the meridian, at the end of every revolution. But then we could not account for the fact that the sun is on that meridian at the end of the solar day, which is nearly 4 minutes longer than the stellar day. On the other hand, if we assume the Earth to be rotating on its axis once in every 24 solar hours, we could not then account for the stars being on the meridian every 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4.09 seconds, as we have proven them to be. And so we arrive at the only possible explanation, which is that the Earth remains always at A and does not rotate at all. But the sun passes completely around it once in 24 hours, unless the stars pass round it from east to west once in every sidereal day. Thus, they reappear on the meridian at every revolution, including the 183rd. And so, as we find that the star number 61 in the Swan Cygni was observed twice from the surface of the Earth, which was never moved since the creation. Thus, we know that the stars are not fixed, as Copernicus believed. And the edifice of modern astronomy, which Sir Robert Ball described as the most perfect of the sciences, might be more truly described as the most amazing of all blunders. Chapter 8, Mars. Ideas that have been familiar to us from our very earliest childhood, which we have heard echoed on every hand and seen reflected in 1,000 ways, are tremendously hard to shake. We seem to love them as a part of ourselves and cling to them as a face of the most overwhelming evidence to the contrary. So it often happens that men and women whose common sense and reason tells them that many of the statements of astronomy are as incredible as the story of Jack and the Beanstalk are still locked apart with their lifelong beliefs and suggest that, after all, the modern theory must be true because astronomers are all able to predict eclipses. But those Chaldeans used to predict the eclipses 3,000 years ago with a degree of accuracy that is only surpassed by seconds in these days because we have wonderful clocks, which they did not. Yet they had an entirely different theory of the universe than we have. The fact is that eclipses occur with a certain exact regularity, just as Christmas and birthdays do, every so many years, days, and minutes, so that anyone who has the records of the eclipses and thousands of years can predict them as well as the best astronomers, without any knowledge of their cause. The shadow on the moon at the lunar eclipse is said to be the shadow of the Earth, but this theory received a rude shock in February 27th, 1877, for it is recorded in M. Camille Flammarion's Popular Astronomy that an eclipse of the moon was observed at Paris on that date in these circumstances. The moon rose at 5:29, sunset at 5:39, and the total eclipse of the moon began before the sun had set. The reader will perceive that the sun and moon were both visible above the horizon at the same time for 10 minutes before sunset. The shadow on the moon could not be cast by the Earth. See diagram 31. He says, this is an appearance merely due to refraction. The sun, already below the horizon, is raised by refraction and remains visible to us. It is the same with the moon, which has not yet really risen, but when it seems to have already done so. Here is a case where modern astronomy expects us to discredit the evidence of our own senses, but to believe instead their impossible theories. This atmospheric refraction is supposed to work both ways and defy all laws. It is supposed to throw up an image of the sun in the west where the atmosphere is warm, and at the same time throw up an image of the moon in the east where it's cool. It's absurd. When speaking of the measurement of the distance to Mars by Sir David Gill in the same year of 1877, Sir Norman Lockyer described it as one of the noblest achievements in astronomy, upon which depend the distance of the dimension of everything in the firmament except the moon. Evidently a very big thing, worthy of our best attention. The method Sir David Gill used was the diurnal method of measurement by parallax, which we've dealt with in an early chapter. He adopted the suggestion made by Dr. Halley and took the two observations to Mars himself at Ascension Island in the Gulf of Guinea. The prime object of the expedition was really to find the distance to the sun, though he remembered that he had been done by Encke 50 years before by the transit of Venus, which was to be done by first measuring the distance to Mars and having found that by multiplying the result by 2.6571, roughly 3, as suggested by Kepler's theories of relative distances of the Sun, Earth, and planets. In this manner, distance to Mars, 35 million times 2.6571 equals 93 million miles. The Encyclopedia Britannica tells us that the sun's distance is the indispensable link which connects terrestrial measures with all celestial ones, those of the moon alone excepted, hence the exceptional pains taken to determine it, and assures us later that the first really adequate determinations of solar parallax were those of Sir David Gill, results of 8.8, and that this measures have never been superseded. He found the angle of parallax of Mars to be about 23 degree arcseconds, I believe, which made its distance to be 35 million miles, and this multiplied by 2.6571 showed that the sun to be 93 million miles in the opposite direction. We realize that although the sun's distance is said to be an indispensable link, it depends upon the measurement to Mars, so that this is more indispensable still. It is the key to all the marvelous figures of astronomy, and for that reason we will give it special treatment. The figure 35 million miles depends upon the angle at the planet, which is an angle of parallax. That is the apparent change in direction of Mars to the right or left of the star X, star of reference, when both are viewed from the opposite ends of the baseline, which in this case is the diameter of the Earth. See diagram 15. Theory. If Mars is much nearer than X, and both are at the line of the perpendicular to the center of the Earth, an observer at A will see the planet to the left or east of the star, while B will see it to the right or west of the star. East and west are local terms and change with the position of the observer. The star of reference is presumed to be billions of miles away, so far away, indeed, that it is supposed to have no angle at all, so that the lines A and B are really parallel to each other and at right angles to the baseline, as shown on diagram 16. Even Mars is at a tremendous distance, so that the angle of parallax is the very small fraction of a degree by which the planet is less perpendicular than the star. Nevertheless, however slight the apparent displacement of Mars may be if it is between the two perpendiculars, A and B, the lines of sight, AM and BM, would meet somewhere at that point. So far, we have supposed A and B to be making observations at the same time, but Sir David Gill believed with Dr. Halley that he might take the two observations himself, the first being from A in the evening and the second from B the next morning, allowing the rotation of the Earth to carry him around from A to B during the night, and that these two observations would give him the same result as two observations taken by A and B at the same Greenwich time. Accordingly, he took two observations at Ascension Island, one to his east and the other to his west, and relying upon all the theories of his predecessors, failed to perceive that his second line of sight to the planet was on the wrong side of the perpendicular and diverged from the first. The fundamental principle of the parallactic angles is unsound, while it is at the same time in conflict with with quite a host of other astronomical theories, because the theories of atmospheric refraction, perpendicularity, geocentric parallax, and aberration of light, combined with the use of sidereal time, all go to prove that every observation taken from the surface of the Earth to a star is exactly parallel with the line from the center of the Earth to the same star, and that B's line to X is parallel to that of A. Consequently, if Mars were on the line OX in diagram 15, as Dr. Haley presumed. Let me go back to that real quick. I was back to 12, pardon me. Let's see. I'll just continue. Consequently, if Mars were on the line of OX in diagram 15, Dr. Haley presumed when he invented this method that it would be perpendicular to both A and B, therefore neither one observer or the other would see it at any angle at all, as shown in diagram 17. It is not possible for any observer on Earth to see Mars to the right or left of a star, and that is perpendicular, unless the planet is in reality to the right or left of that perpendicular. No apparent displacement could occur, but the displacement must be physical, and so the theory of parallactic changes is exploded. Of course, there will be some ready to contend that Sir David Gill really did measure an angle. That is true, but it will prove to be an actual physical deviation of the planet between the perpendicular, which is a very different thing from an angle of parallax. But it was believed to be a parallactic angle, and that is to say, it was supposed to be only an optical or apparent displacement due to the change of the position of the observer from A to B. Hence, a world of romance is built upon that little angle in this fashion. Angle of Mars, 23 arc seconds, equals 35 million miles. 35 million miles times 2.6571 equals 93 million solar parallax of 8.8 arc second distant of the sun. The sun's diameter is 875,000 miles, weight XYZ pounds, age 17 million years, and will probably be burnt out in another 17 million. 93 million times 2 equals 186 million miles diameter of Earth's orbit. The distance to the stars must be billions of miles or even more. They must be a terrific size, and the Earth is only a little speck of dust in the Brobdingnagian universe, etc., etc., etc. I love this guy. I love this author. But we have not yet done with that angle. Regarded as an angle of parallax and considered to be equivalent to just such an angle as a surveyor would use in measuring a plot of land, it was of course presumed that the two lines of sight converge so as to meet at a point 35 million miles away. See diagram 18. This, however, is a mistake, for the two lines of observation, when placed in their proper relations to each other and in the order that they were taken, should be as a diagram 19, which shows that they were diverge. We will prove this in diagram 20, a study of our earlier diagram 6, which gives a suggestion of a small section mapped out with the dotted lines to indicate latitude and longitude in universal space, reveals the fact that the 12-hour rotation of the Earth does not transfer the observer from A to B in space, because according to Copernican astronomy, the Earth is not only rotating on its axis during these 12 hours, but also rushing through space in a gigantic orbit around the sun at a rate of 66,000 miles an hour or thereabouts. And so when the observer takes the second observation, he is something like 750,000 miles away from where he started. He is at a latitude G in diagram 6. Now, let us study diagram 20, which has been made as simply as possible in order to illustrate the principles involved more clearly. The letter C is used in this diagram to take the place of G in the earlier diagram 6, because of the simpler to describe the movements of the observer by A, B, C, and then by A, B, G, easily to convey my meaning. Yeah, I see what he's saying. The stars are just still there with all this movement. All the principles and theories of modern astronomy have been carefully observed, and the parallelisms of the lines in strictly in accordance with the theories of Greenwich. As I anticipate, that is that in the course of time is a battle royale with waged around the question of the measurement to Mars. I wish to make it quite clear that diagram 20 is designed only to illustrate the principles. It is to clarify the whole proceeding so that the layman can follow the argument. If the Royal Astronomical Society have any objection to make, I will be happy to discuss these questions with them in a manner worthy of the subject. The discussion may then perhaps be more refined indeed. I foresee a very pretty debate, therefore. Wherefore I advise them that I know that Sir David did not really take his observations with a 12-hour interval as proposed by Dr. Howley, because it's impossible. But that he actually waited only 7.5 hours, hence my use of C in the place of G in diagram 20. But that only elevates the discussion to a higher plane. While the principle and the net result remain the same, in the appointed time and place, I will discuss the actual practice if desired. But here I am, dealing with the principle and dealing with the layman and the judge. Now, let us get on with diagram 20. The first observation is taken at A, the second at C. It was evening when the observer was at A, but it was morning when he arrives at C, so that his east and west are reversed, the sun remaining fixed far below the bottom of this page. The sun is at the observer's west in the evening and his east in the morning, while Mars is in the opposite direction of the sun. In this example, I have placed the planets exactly at the perpendicular from A to the star of reference, thus A, Mars, X. That is a starting point of the first observation, taken in the evening to the observer's eastward. 12 hours later, the observer is at C and sees the same of the planet both at the west. But Mars is at the same time not exactly on the perpendicular, but very little to the left of the star. The planet is not quite as much west as the star, that is to say, being to the left. It is to the eastward in the universal geography and to the eastward of the perpendicular line CX. Now, if we're not particularly careful, we had not this diagram to guide us, it would be quite natural to think that the first observation to the east should be on the left hand and the other to the west on the right, so as to face each other so that any angle that might appear, such as an angle of parallax, would be between the two perpendiculars to the star. They would seem to be shown in diagram 18, but this is wrong. Referring again to diagram 20, where the observations are illustrated in the proper order as they were actually taken in all the accordance with the theories of Copernican astronomy, we find that the angles of Mars is to the eastward, outward of the two perpendiculars. This is more simply shown in diagram 19, A being the first observation in the right and C the second observation to the left. That is correct. Starting, as we did, with Mars on the perpendicular at A, we know that whenever we shall see it again, it must be at the eastward of the star, which marks that perpendicular, because while the stars remain fixed in space and the planet is moving every hour along its orbit to the eastward round of the sun, and so when we see it from C in the next morning, it is as we have shown in diagram 19 and 20. It has moved from the line AX to a position a little further east in the universal space with the line CX. Whatever displacement there is outside the two perpendiculars, so that the second line of sight to Mars diverges from the first. Consequently, no triangulation occurs, and nothing of any material value is accomplished. The so-called angle of parallax was a displacement due to a real movement of the planet during the night. In conclusion, as AX and CX are one of the same, perpendicular in no angle, either real or apparent, occurs between them in the first observation AX with a baseline of entirely without value and may be discarded as useless. This leaves us with only one perpendicular CX and the second observation, which proves to be a narrow inverted triangle, CX Mars, with a displacement of the planet XM, hitherto known as parallax of Mars, indicates how much the planet has moved to the left and the star during the night, while the observer at C at the apex, just that and no more. So chapter 9, the transit of Venus and the distance to the sun. Not content with the work already done, all the world of astronomy set out to try and measure the distance to the sun again in the years 1874 and 1882 by observations of the transit of Venus. It was a most elaborate affair. It is said to be by far the greatest and most costly business ever undertaken for the purpose of astronomy. Men were trained specially for the work, equipped with all the most expensive things in the way of telescopes and instruments, and sent out by the British, French, and German governments, all allied for the purpose, as expeditions of astronomers to all parts of the world in order to see Venus, like a small speck, pass across the face of the sun. We have it on the best authority that the 1874 transit was a failure, but nothing daunted, the expeditions went out again in 1882 to the Indies, the Antipodes, and the polar regions. But again, the results were admitted to be unsatisfactory, though we may at least hope the astronomers found some entertainment by the way. The Venus method has already been explained in an earlier chapter and illustrated in diagram 10. It required that observations should be taken simultaneously by two observers placed as widely apart as possible in order to have the longest baseline obtainable. The ideal baseline being the entire diameter of the Earth. From among a large number of observations taken in different parts of the world, two were selected as being better than the rest. They were the observations taken at Bermuda, those lovely little islands near the West Indies, and Sabrina Land, on the edge of the icy Antarctic regions. And from this pair, the distance of the sun was computed. But the results obtained has never been considered good enough to take the place of the earlier figures of Gill. Well, we will give it the coup de grace in short order. Bermuda is situated at 32 degrees 15 north latitude and 64 degrees 50 west longitude, while Sabrina Land is 67 degrees south and 120 degrees east of Greenwich. We must also mention the fact that both the Sun and Venus were somewhere between these places in the Eastern Hemisphere. These commonplace facts alone prove that the two observations were not taken at the same time and consequently were useless for the purpose. I will explain how that is. In their endeavor to secure the longest possible baseline, our astronomers separated themselves by 99 degrees in the north and south direction, and by 184 degrees 50 east and west, so it is perfectly plain that the sun had already set to the observer at Sabrina Land before the observer at Bermuda could see it rise from his horizon at dawn. The sun rises and sets at a distance of 90 degrees from the observer, so that the transit astronomers should not have been more than 180 degrees apart, even if they had wished to see the sun on the horizon. But our observers had exceeded the limit by nearly 5 degrees. The two horizons diverge from each other, and for some part of the time, the sun is between them and not visible to each observer, while as it must be above each of the observer's horizons, in turn, in order to be seen at all, it is ridiculous to imagine that any observations taken by B and S in a direction toward the top of this page and above their horizons could ever meet anywhere in the universe. The whole business was a fiasco. Of all the various methods of estimating the distance of the sun, that by means of the measurement to Mars is by far the most important, while the second in order of merit is the one we have just dealt with, the computation by the transit of Venus, which, it will be remembered, was first used by Encke in 1824. But there are, no doubt, many adherents of astronomy who will still hope to save the time-honored dogma which hangs upon the question of the distance to the sun, too egotistical to admit that they could have been mistaken, or too old-fashioned to accept new truths. And so, while they cannot any longer defend the Mars and Venus illusions, they will say that they know the sun is 93 million miles away because it has been estimated and verified by quite a number of other methods, with always the same result, or thereabouts. In these circumstances, it becomes necessary for us to touch upon these also. The brief examination the brief examination we shall give to them will be illuminating, and astronomers will probably be surprised in one way, while the layman will be surprised in another. There are some things which every man or woman of ordinary intelligence knows that are nonsensical. But when such things have been permitted to pose for generations as scientific knowledge, it is not sufficient merely to say that they are absurd. They must, for the moment, be treated as seriously as though they really were the scientific concepts they are supposed to be, and it must be shown just how and why and where they are absurd. Then, when that is done, they can masquerade no more, and will no longer obstruct the road to knowledge. Any of these means of estimating the sun's distance might be made the subject of a lengthy argument, for they are like half-truths, which, as we all know, are harder to deal with than downright falsehood. But I do not wish to worry the reader with any more words other than I am compelled to use, and so will deal with them as briefly as possible. Every one of these things, which are believed to be methods of computing the distance to the sun or means of verifying the 93 million mile estimate, presumes the distance of the sun to be already known, and in every case the method is the result of deductions from the figure 93 million miles. I am not particularly concerned as to how or why this was done, nor is it my affair whether it seems incredible or not. But I do know that it, as I have stated, and that I am very well able to prove it. I am only interested in knowing the truth and in proving it by reason and fact. The verification of the sun's distance by the measurements to the minor planets Victoria, Iris, and Sappho in 1888 and 1889 was done in the same manner as the measurements to Mars, and fails in precisely the same way by the fallacy of Dr. Halley's diurnal method of measurement by parallax. There is the calculation of the sun's distance by the nodes of the moon, which is not necessary for me to dilate upon because it already has been discredited and is not considered of any value by the authorities on astronomy itself. The computation of the distance to the sun by the aberration of light is based upon the theory that the Earth travels along the orbit at a velocity of 18.64 miles per second. This velocity of the Earth is the speed of which it is supposed to be traveling along an orbit around the sun, 18.64 miles a second, 66,000 miles an hour, 1,584,000,000 miles a day, or 584 million miles a year. The last of these figures is the circumference of the orbit, half of whose diameter, the radius, is of course the distance of the sun itself. And it is from this, pardon the necessary repetition, distance of the sun, first calculated by Encke in 1824 and later Gill in 1877, that the whole of the figures, including the alleged velocity of the Earth, 18.64 miles a second, were deduced. The 18.64 miles is wrong because the 93 million miles is wrong, because neither Encke nor Gill obtained any measurement of the sun's distance whatsoever, and the whole affair is nothing more than a playful piece of arithmetic, where the distance of the sun is first presumed to be known. From that, the velocity of the Earth per second is worked out by simple division, and then the result is worked up again by multiplication to the original figure, 93 million. And the astronomer then says that the distance to the sun. That is why it is absurd. The estimation of the distance to the sun by the masses of the planets depends upon the size, weight, volume, or masses of the planets, which depend upon their distance. and the distances of the planets were calculated by Kepler's, Newton, and Bode's law from Sir David Gill's attempt to measure the distance of Mars. Wherefore, as we have discovered that he did not find the distance to Mars, all the calculations which are founded upon his entirely erroneous conception of the distance, size, and mass of the planet go by the board. It will not do for anyone to say to us that the distance to Mars is 35 million miles when in opposition, and therefore it must be 4,200 miles in diameter. Therefore, the distance of the Sun must be 93 million miles. Therefore, its diameter must be 875,000 miles, and its mass 1,300,000 times greater than the mass of the Earth, or 3 million times greater than Mars, etc., etc. And therefore, it must be 93 million miles away. It is neither good logic, good mathematics, nor good sense. If anyone seeks to show that the distance from the Earth to the Sun can be measured by weighing the Sun and the planets, let him do his weighing first and not assume anything. And he would do well to remember that the Sun's distance is the indispensable link which connects terrestrial measures with all celestial ones. Finally, the Sun's distance, as 93 million miles, is said to be justified by the velocity of light. The velocity of light was measured by an arrangement of wheels and revolving mirrors in the year 1882 at the Washington Monument, USA, and calculated to be 186,414 miles per second. Experiments had been made on several previous occasions with somewhat similar results, but Professor Newcomb's result obtained in 1882 is the accepted figure. Taking up this figure, astronomers recalled that in the 17th century, Ole Romer had conceived the hypothesis that light took nearly 8¼ minutes to travel from the Sun to the Earth, and so they multiplied his 8¼ minutes by Newcomb's 186,414 and said, in effect, there you are again, the distance of the Sun is 93 million miles. It is so simple. But we are not so simple as to believe it. For we have shown in a diagram 4 how Ole Romer deduced that 8¼ minute hypothesis from a mistaken idea of the cause of difference in the time of the eclipses of Jupiter's satellite. And we know that there is no evidence in the world to show that that light takes 8¼ minutes to come from the Sun to the Earth. So the altogether erroneous and misconceived hypothesis of Ole Romer cannot be admitted as any kind of evidence as used in conjunction with the calculation of the velocity of light as an arrangement in favor to the ridiculous idea that the Sun is 93 or any other number of millions of miles away from our world. All this extraordinary means used by astronomers have failed to discover the real distance of the Sun. And the many attempts that have been made have achieved no more result than if they had ever been done. That is to say, that is not to be supposed that they may perhaps be somewhere near the mark, but it is to be understood in the most literal sense of the word that the astronomers of today have no more knowledge of the Sun's real distance than Adam. Indeed, we have to forget all the romantic things that have been said since the time of Copernicus and look at the universe as frankly and as fearlessly as he did. Then we might acknowledge the debt we owe to such as he, for even though he was so greatly in error, his originality stimulated the world of thought tremendously, and in that way furthered the world's progress. And then, tutored and encouraged by the shades of Hipparchus, Ptolemy, and Copernicus, Kepler, Newton, and all their kind, we might, with the added experience and advantage of our times, rebuild the science of astronomy as they would do it now, true to the facts of nature. The Birth of a New Astronomy, Chapter 10. It is for me now to show how the distance to the Sun is really to be ascertained, and this may indicate the way to a new astronomy and a saner conception of the universe. The Copernican astronomy has been so hedged about with specious theories that specious theories that it would seem to be impossible to obtain any kind of triangulation to the heavenly bodies that cannot be negative by perpendicularity, geocentric parallax, or similar theories. Nevertheless, it can be done, and that by two simultaneous observations taken from a baseline which is on solid Earth. Thus, let two observers be placed on the same meridian, A, in the northern hemisphere at about Mansfield, Nova Scotia, for example, 6 degrees north, 74 degrees west, and B, in the southern hemisphere at Tierra del Fuego, Cape Horn, 55 degrees south, 74 degrees west, as shown in diagram 23. As the two observers are on the same meridian, they are the same north and south, while all lines which cross the meridian at right angles indicate east and west and are parallel to each other, so that A's east is parallel to B's and to the equator, as in diagram 24. The chord that is straight line connecting the 2 points of observation, A and B, will give them a baseline of 6,900 miles in length, which runs in a direction due north and south, as in diagram 25. The two observers will find their easts by the compass when it will be seen that they form two right angles to the baseline. The two easts with the baseline make a sort of frame, or three sides of a square, and it is within this frame, between the two dotted lines running east, that the triangulation will be made to the sun. Now let our observers take their place at about 8 o'clock local time, 1 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, by the morning within a week or so of Christmas. The sun will be that time to be in the zenith and almost exactly overhead at the island of St. Helena, off the coast of South Africa. The observer at A in Nova Scotia will see the sun, blood red, just rising above the horizon to the east-southeast, while the observer at Tierra del Fuego will see the sun at the same time about 8 degrees to the northward of the east, east by north. And so the two lines of sight from A and B converge so as to meet at the sun, which is between the two easts, and a little to the southward of A and northward B. A true triangulation is thus obtained, and the two angles may be referred either to the parallel easts or the baseline which connects them. No allowances of any kind whatever are to be made, and none of the fantastic theories of astronomy are in any way concerned. It is a plain, ordinary, common sense triangulation, such as any surveyor would make if we were buying a piece of land, and that is good enough for us. The angles at the baseline will equal about 148 degrees, while the angle at the sun or apex of the triangle will be 32 degrees approximate. When these are multiplied into the baseline by ordinary trigonometry, the sun will prove to be about 13,000 miles in a B line from A and 10,000 miles from B. The stars and planets are to be measured in a similar manner, when it will be found that no star is at any time further than 20,000 miles. As it is my intention to deal more fully with such measurements in another book sequel to this, devoted to the reconstruction, or rather to the creation of a new astronomy, I have been content here to say only sufficient to establish my case and to show that Hipparchus was mistaken when he thought the heavenly bodies were infinitely distant. And that truly is my case, for at last I have shown that the infinitely distant hypothesis, which has been the guiding star of astronomers for 2,000 years, is indeed in error. Chapter 11. The Earth Stands Still. It would seem that Copernican astronomy had reached its highest development about the year 1882, and then began to decline, or rather to fall to pieces. The first evidence of this devolution is to be found in the Michelson-Morley experiment of 1887 at Chicago, the result of which might have undeceived even the most devoted believer in the theory of a spinning Earth. Professor Michelson was one of the physicists foremost in determining the velocity of light. While he has recently been described in the New York Times as America's greatest physicist, and it was he who, working in collaboration with Morley in 1887, made the most painstaking experiments by means of rays of light for the purpose of testing, verifying, and proving by physical science what really was the velocity of the Earth. To express this more clearly, astronomers have, for a very long time, stated that the Earth travels around the Sun with a speed of more than 18 miles a second, or 66,000 miles an hour. Without in any way seeking to deny this statement, but really believing it to be thereabouts correct, Michelson and Morley undertook the experiments in order to put it to the practical test. Just in the same way as we might say the greengrocer has sent us a sack of potatoes which is said to contain 112 pounds weight. We will weigh it ourselves to see if it's correct. More technically, the experiment was to test what was the velocity with which the Earth moved in its orbit around the Sun relative to the aether. A very well illustrated account of that experiment will be found in The Sphere, published in London, June 11, 1921, and it is from the article I quote the following verbatim. But to the experimenter's surprise, no difference was discernible. The experiment was tried through numerous angles, but the motion through the ether was nil. Observe that the means employed represented the best that modern physical science could do to prove the movement of the Earth through ethereal space, and the result showed that the Earth did not move at all. The motion through the ether was nil. But the world of astronomy has not accepted that result, for it continues to preach the old dogma. It appears that they are willing to accept the decisions of physicists when it suits their case, but reject them when otherwise. And so they still maintain the fabulous theory that the Earth is rushing through space at 1,100 miles a minute, which, as they would say in America, surely is some traveling. It must be faster than a bullet from a Lewis gun. What I have now to record, I do with regret, and only because my sense of duty and the pursuit of truth compels me. It is the circumstance that Sir George Airy, who retired from his position as Astronomer Royal in 1881, related some 9 years later how he had some time been harassed by a suspicion that certain errors had crept into some of the computations published in 1866, and that though he had set himself seriously to the work of revision, his powers were no longer what they had been, and he was never able to examine sufficiently into the work. Then he spoke of a grievous error that had been committed in one of the first steps, and pathetically added, "My spirit in the work was broken, and I have never heartily proceeded with it since." My sympathy goes out to Sir George in this tribulation of the spirit due to the advancing age, while I am not unmindful of myself, for I realize that in him I have lost one who would have been a friend, who would have listened when I said that all was not as it should be with the science of astronomy, and stood by my side, encouraging and helping, when I, younger and stronger, strove to put it right. I do not know whether Sir George Airy was influenced or not by the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment, but it is at least a noteworthy coincidence that he made those comments only 3 years later. But in any case, science has need of him, and of such evident open-mindedness and sincerity as his now. Not content to believe that the Earth did not move, further experiments were carried out by Nordmeyer in the year 1903 to test the Earth's velocity in relation to the intensities of light from the heavenly bodies. But he also failed to discover any movement. Even then, astronomers were determined to hold on to their ancient theories and deny the fact that they had been twice demonstrated by the best means known to modern physical science. They preferred to believe the theory that the Earth was gyrating around the sun with the velocity of a Big Bertha shell and tried to account for the physicists' failure to discover its movement by finding fault with the ether. It is not only difficult to understand why they should prefer theory to fact in this manner and so deceive themselves, but it is strange also that the world in general could tolerate such nonsense. However, the results of several years' speculations concerning ether and space were set forth in the year 1911 in a series of lectures by Professor Ormov, Onspensky, and Mingelsky at Petrograd. It was suggested that light was not permitted to come from the stars to Earth in a straight line because some quality in ethereal space caused it to follow the Earth as it moved around in the orbit, and that might account for the failures of the experiments in 1887 and 1903. In other words, it was suggested that he cannot see straight, or that the image of the star, as we see it, twinkling there, is coming to us in a curve, following the Earth like a searchlight, while it describes the 5 terrestrial motions ascribed to it by Newton. When stated even more plainly, it means that when we think we see a star overhead, we are mistaken, for that is merely the end of a ray of light coming to us from a star which in the material body may be millions of miles to the right of us, or it may be behind us, as diagram 26 shows. A much greater curvature than we have illustrated in the diagram has since been suggested in all seriousness by leading astronomers from the platform of the RAS at Burlington House, November 6, 1919, in these words: all lines were curved, and if they traveled far enough, they would regain the starting point. Moreover, Ormov, Onspensky, and Mingelsky had come to the conclusion that nothing was fixed in the universe, so that while the moon goes around the Earth and the planets go around the sun itself is moving, with probably a downward tendency carrying the whole Copernican solar system with it. Further, even the stars themselves have left their moorings, so that the entire visible universe is drifting. No one knows where. In brief, these Petrograd lectures of 1911 introduced many new ideas, such as those which have become familiar to the reader in Einstein's theory of relativity since the year following the Great World War. Chapter 12, Relativity. The theory of relativity is so complicated that when it first came to the public notice, it was said that there were probably not more than 12 people in the world capable of understanding it. Public interest was aroused partly by the novelty of Einstein's hypothesis and partly by the spectacular manner in which it had been received by the British Royal Astronomical Society on the night of November 6, 1919, when Mr. Eugene Higgins of USA offered a prize of $5,000 for the best explanation of relativity in the form of an essay, describing it so that the general public could understand what it was all about. The prize was won by Mr. L. Bolton, London, and his essay can be found in the Scientific American, New York and London, June 21st, and also in the Westminster Gazette, London, June 14th, 1921. The editor of the Gazette found it necessary to remark when publishing the essay that our readers will probably agree that even when stated in its simplest form, it remains a tough proposition. That is just the trouble with it. It is about as far removed from ordinary fact and plain English as it is possible for anything to be. Indeed, it is so intangible that it may well be that Einstein can form a mental picture of it himself, while he is at the same time unable to convey his meaning to others through the medium of ordinary language. The thing is elusive, abounding in inference, suggestion, half-truth, and ambiguity. Wherefore it follows that any discussion of it, such as we propose to enter upon, must of necessity be almost equally refined. It might seem torturous to some readers, and yet be like a very entertaining game of chess to others, while it certainly will be useful to those who are willing to traverse the long and difficult labyrinth that leads to truth. Relativity is clever, but it belongs to the same category as Newton's law of gravitation and the Kant-Herschel-Laplace nebular hypothesis, in as far as it is superfine effort of the imagination seeking to maintain an impossible theory by the universe in defiance of every fact against it. Let us see what we can do with it. First, we will let Professor Einstein himself tell us what he means by relativity, in the words he used in the opening of his address at Princeton University. What we mean by relative motion in a general sense is perfectly plain to everyone. If we think of a wagon moving along a street, we know that it is possible to speak to the wagon at rest and the street in motion, just as well as it is to speak of the wagon in motion and the street at rest. That, however, is a very special part of the ideas involved in the principle of relativity. That would be amusing if we read it in a comic paper or Mutt and Jeff had said it, but when Professor Einstein says it in a lecture at Princeton University, we're expected not to laugh. That's the only difference. It's silly, but I may not dismiss the matter with that remarks, and so I will answer quite seriously that it is the only possible for me to speak of the street moving while the wagon remains still, and to believe it, when I cast away all the experience of a lifetime and am no longer able to understand the evidence of my senses, which is insanity. Such self-deception, as this is not reasoning, it is negation of reason, which is the faculty of forming correct conclusions from things observed, judged by the light of experience. It is unworthy of our intelligence and a waste of our greatest gift. But that introduction serves very well to illustrate the kind of illusion that lies at the root of relativity. Throughout the whole of his theories, there is evidence that Einstein was thinking almost entirely of their application to astronomy. But it was inevitable that this should involve him with physics, so that he had then to engage upon a series of arguments intended to show how his principles would work out on the plane of general science. The first may be said to be the motive that inspired him, while the second consists of complications and difficulties which he could not avoid. And when he suggested that the street might be moving while the wagon with its wheels revolving was standing still, he was asking us to imagine that in a similar manner the earth we stand upon might be moving while the stars that pass in the night stand still. It is a case of appeal where Einstein appeals in the name of a convicted Copernican astronomy against the judgment of Michelson, Morley, Nordmeyer, physics, fact, experience, observation, and reason. We, on the other hand, are counsel for the prosecution, judge, and jury. Under the general heading of relativity, Einstein includes an assortment of new ideas, each of which depend upon another, and each of which contributes to the support of the whole. He says that there is no ether, and that light is a material thing, which comes to us through empty space. Consequently, light has weight, and therefore is subject to the law of gravitation, so that the light coming from a star may bend under its own weight, or deviate from the star, from the straight line, by the attraction of the sun, or any other celestial body it has to pass in its journey to the observer on Earth. In that case, it follows that no star is in reality where it appears to be, for it may be seen as suggested in diagram 26. Consequently, the heavenly bodies may be much further away, and then they have hitherto been supposed to be. And every method which is based upon the geometry of Euclid and the triangulation of Hipparchus will fail to discover the distance of the stars, because its real position is no longer known. Wherefore Einstein has invented a new kind of geometry in order to calculate the positions of the stars by what is nothing more or less than metaphysics. We have always been accustomed to measure things by the three dimensions of Euclid: length, breadth, and thickness. But Einstein, thinking of astronomy, says that time is a fourth dimension, and proposes that henceforth things should be measured on the understanding that they have four dimensions: length, breadth, time, and thickness. The introduction of time as a fourth proportion of things makes it necessary for him to invent a number of new terms, and also to change the names of some of those that we already know and commonly use. Thus, for example, space is changed to continuum, while a point is called an event. As time as we have always understood it no longer exists, and is said to be a fourth dimension, while there are no such things as infinity or eternity in relativity. That is the case for Einstein. It is the essence of his relativity, clearly stated in plain English. The details of it represent an immense amount of labor of a refined character. The whole thing is very imaginative and the work of an artist in fine-spun reflections indeed. It is one of the double-instilled intricacies which finds favor with those who like mental gymnastics and hair-splitting arguments and are fond of marvelous figures. But I can conceive that in the course of time this relative phantasmagoria might come to be regarded as science and be taught as such to the children of the near future, and that is to be prevented only by dealing with it now, which I will do, though I grieve to give so much space to a matter which only calls it because it is pernicious. Chapter 13, Einstein's Theories Examined. Whatever it is that relativity is supposed to establish is to be disproved backwards, beginning with the example which Einstein puts forward, where an observer standing at the center of a rotating disk is watching someone else on the same disk, measuring the circumference of a circle around the observer by repeated applications of a small measuring rod, and afterwards measuring the diameter of the circle in the same way. He says that because the disk is in motion, the small measuring rod will appear to the observer at the center to be contracted, so that the person who is measuring, whom I will call B, will have to apply the rod more often to go round that circle than he would if the disk was at rest. That is not true. If B actually lays the rod, or foot rule, down upon the disk correctly, the number of applications to go around the circle will be the same whether the disk is moving or not, and the observer at the center will see that it is so, if he is not made too dizzy to count. On the other hand, if B does not lay the rod down and measure the circle as one would expect, but only walk around the disk with the rod in the air, as in diagram 27, then the rotation of the disk will disturb him, so that he has to make an effort to preserve his balance, with the result that he cannot place the rod as accurately as he would if the disk were not in motion, and in that case it would take either more or less applications of the rule to go completely around than if the disk were still. And that difference would be seen by the observer at the center, not as an optical illusion, as Einstein implies, but in reality, a result that is entirely physical and due to physical causes. When walking across the disk and measuring the diameter, B is not disturbed to anything like the same degree as in walking round the circumference, and so he measures the diameter more accurately. Most of us have, at some time or another, witnessed the antics of a clown trying to run or walk upon a spinning disc in a circus, and this enables us to understand how such a motion would affect our friends performing on Einstein's revolving table. His example is merely amusing. It serves no useful purpose and proves nothing, unless indeed it proves by analogy that the inhabitants on a spinning earth would be rendered as incapable of acting and judging things correctly as his examples. What we have always known as a point in the terms of Euclid, Einstein calls an event. But if words have any meaning, a point and an event are two totally different things. For a point is a mark, a spot or place, and is only concerned in the consideration of material things, while an event is an occurrence. It is something that happens. There is as much difference between them as there is between the sentence, "This is a barrel of apples," and "These apples came from New Zealand." While claiming time as a fourth dimension, Einstein explains that by dimensions we must understand merely one of the four independent quantities which locate an event in space. This is to imply that the other three dimensions, which are in common use, are independent quantities, which is not the case, for length, breadth, and thickness are essentially found in combination. They coexist in each and every physical thing, so that they are related. Hence, they are not independent quantities. On the contrary, time is an independent quantity. It is independent of anyone or all the three proportions of material things. It is not in any way related and therefore cannot be used as a fourth dimension. We know that an event is an occurrence, and we find that what Einstein really means by his fourth dimension is merely that the time by which we locate something that happened in space. And that is just what time has always meant. The period between one event and another. Length, breadth, and thickness are proportions of each and every finite thing, while time is infinite. The dimensions are finite, while time is abstract. Strangely enough, while Einstein claims that everything is in motion and nothing is stable, he allows one thing, and one thing only, to remain outside the realm of relativity, independent of everything else. And that is what he calls his second law, the Einstein law of constancy of velocity of light. He claims that the velocity of light is constant under all circumstances and therefore is absolute. This is a blunder of the first magnitude, but I do not imagine that he fell into it through any oversight, for it is quite evident that he was driven into this false position. He was compelled to say that the velocity of light is constant because if he did not, his new geometry would be useless, for after all, his geometry amounts to this. He begins by assuming that light is a material thing, so that it is affected by the gravitational attraction of the celestial bodies. It has to pass on its way to Earth, which causes it to deviate from its appointed course so that it comes to us with more or less curve, according to its distance, and according to the bodies it encounters in its passage. But it always travels at the same velocity, and so if we can estimate, for example, how much light of Canopus is made to curve by the gravitation of other bodies between it and the Earth, which would be done by Kepler and Newton's laws, we can calculate how much longer its journey is made by those windings, twists, and turns. Then we can time its arrival because although it has to travel so much further than the distance would be in a straight line, it always travels at the same 61,090,400 miles an hour, or 186,414 miles every second. It is true that Einstein uses a number of signs and symbols that are supposed to simplify the process, though it is probable that they do no more than merely make it more mysterious, but the plain English of it, as I have shown, and so we perceive that Einstein uses time pretty much in the same way as we do, and not as a dimension at all. Thus we have discovered that the things which he rechristened an event, a fourth dimension, and a new geometry are false to the titles he has given them. The words as he uses them are misnomers, therefore we dismiss them, for they are no longer of any use or interest to us. Now, we are free to deal with this law of constancy of the velocity of light. We are told that light is a material thing. and that a beam of light is deflected from a straight line by the gravitation of any and everything that lies near its course as it passes within their sphere of influence. And we are further assured that light always maintains a uniform speed of 186,414 miles a second. We have, however, to remind Professor Einstein that the velocity of light, 186,414 miles a second, was determined as a result of experiments by physicists Fizeau, Foucault, Cornu, Michelson, and Newcomb, all of which experiments were conducted within the Earth's atmosphere on terra firma, the last between Fort Myer and Washington Monument. In all these experiments, a ray of light was reflected between two mirrors several miles apart, so that it had to pass to and fro always through the atmosphere, and it is not to be supposed that light or anything else can travel at the same speed through the air as it would be through a vacuum. Einstein supposes space to be. Let us reverse this in order to realize it better. It is not to be supposed that any material thing travels at no greater speed through a vacuum than it does through air, which has a certain amount of density or opacity. If anything does not distinguish the difference between air and a vacuum, then it is not a material thing. It cannot be matter. On the other hand, anything that is matter must of necessity make such a distinction, and in that case its velocity cannot be constant. Again, if a ray of light can deviate from its course by the gravitational pull of the sun or of any other celestial body it has to pass, it must accelerate its speed while approaching that body and slacken it again in reverse ratio after it has passed. Hence, it follows that the velocity is not constant. One more. If a ray of light can bend by its own weight, or by the law of gravitation, it is subject to other conditions and therefore is not absolute. The length of the course used by Newcomb in the final determination of the velocity of light was 7.44242 kilometers return course. If the ray of light had deviated by the hair's breadth from the absolute straight line, it never would have passed through the the interstices between the very fine teeth and his revolving wheel, or return precisely to the appointed spot on his sending the receiving mirrors, which were 3.72121 kilometers, or more than 2.25 miles apart in a beeline. The fact that the ray of light did pass from mirror to mirror and through the wheel proves that it maintained a straight line. Hence, it is certain that it was not deflected from its course by the gravitation of the Earth between the two mirrors, wherefore it is obvious that it was not affected by gravitation. So we find that the very experiments by which the accepted 186,414 miles per second of the velocity of light was measured, experiments which were carried out with the utmost painstaking and minute attention to detail, prove that a ray of light is not influenced by gravitation of the Earth in the slightest degree. Therefore, if those experiments were good enough to warrant all the world in accepting the velocity of light, they may be equally well adduced as proof that the ray of light does not bend by its own weight, and that light is not affected by gravitation. And if it is not influenced by gravitation, a ray of light cannot be deflected from its course of anything it has to pass, so that its course remains true to the direction in which it was discharged. And that is a straight line in every direction from the source. Lord Kelvin tells us that light diverges from a luminous center in all directions. In brief, we find that light is not a material thing, that it is not subject to gravitation, that it has no weight and does not bend, and that it does not describe any kind of curve, and that it is an expression in the same sense as sound is an expression, and that, as such, its velocity varies according to the density of the medium through which it passes, and that, therefore, the velocity of light is not constant, and Einstein's second law is entirely wrong. The question of the ether versus empty space remains unaffected by his theories, and the stars that glitter like veritable diamonds in the sky are exactly where they appear to be. So much for Einstein's second law. Now let us examine the other, the first law, or as he calls it, the principle of relativity, which states that all inertial systems, that is, all systems which move with uniform and rectilinear velocity with respect to each other, are equivalent in expressing the laws of natural phenomena. That is what the law is stated to mean. It may not appear very inviting to the general reader, but he will find it quite interesting as we proceed, though it is, of course, of very great importance to every student of general science and mechanics. As a matter of fact, it is not a law at all. It's a statement. At the same time, it is not a plain statement, for it is equivocal and means something which it does not say. It is a statement by implication. It is though we were to say, "Hello, Jones, how long have you been out of Gale?" That would make it necessary for Jones to prove that he had not been in Gale in order to dispose of the implication. And so it is with this statement of the principles of relativity, it is an implication. Taken literally, it is true, for it states what is already known, but it implies the reverse of what it states, that all systems which do not move with uniform and rectilinear velocity with respect to each other are not equivalent in expressing the laws of natural phenomena, and that is very much more important. Now, if we carry this innuendo to its logical conclusion and put it into simple language, it means that no reliance can be placed upon any deductions which are obtained by means of observation to the heavenly bodies, because they are taken from the surface of the earth, and the observer is moving at a different speed than the object under observation. There would be a certain amount of truth in that if the earth was really moving, though even if that were so, the effects of relative movement could be easily overcome by taking two observations simultaneously from opposite sides of the meridian to which the object was vertical. The effect of time would be eliminated in that way, and a mean would be found by comparing the two opposite observations. And so we find that neither the statement or law or its implication have any value. The statement might just as well have been never made. With mental agility worthy of a better cause, Einstein leads from his mechanical principles of relativity up to the special principle of relativity by means of one of the most extraordinary arguments it is possible to imagine. But strange as it is, and inconsequential as it may seem, this argument really affects everything that comes within the range covered by the word relativity, and for that reason we will not allow it to pass unnoticed. After admitting that electromagnetic laws do not alter according to the system in which they occur, that is to say, after admitting that electromagnetic laws act the same all over the world, he proceeds to argue precisely the contrary by saying quite definitely that in reality they do alter, and offers to prove it by the following statement. The motion of each locality on the Earth is constantly changing from hour to hour, but no corresponding changes occur in electromagnetic action. Of course, this has all the appearance of a man flatly contradicting himself, and it might even appear to be nonsense, but in reality it is a very pretty argument of the most elusive kind, which it is a pleasure to meet. I will confess that I admire Einstein. He skims so close around the edge of the ice. What he suggests is this. The observer is located on the surface of an Earth which is rotating on its axis, and at the same time traveling through space at many thousands of miles an hour. Consequently, his place or locality is continually changing with respect to an imaginary point fixed in space. Notwithstanding this change of place, electromagnetic laws appear to act precisely as they would if the place was not changing its position with respect to the point. Therefore, Einstein argues that electromagnetic currents must, in reality, vary their speed and so adapt themselves to the changing conditions in such a manner as to seem the same to the observer as if he had not changed his position. Wow. Unfortunately, he is unable to show any reason why electromagnetic action should do this remarkable thing, for he treats it as a thing that had intelligence, as if it willfully acted in a manner calculated to deceive the observer. When reduced to its essence, this argument proves to be no more logical than the idea that the street might be moving while the wagon was at rest. Einstein has been betrayed into supposing a thing that is altogether impossible, i.e., that a physical law can act in an unnatural manner and yet produce an effect which appears to be normal, because he began by assuming that the locality of the observer was changing, and that assumption was untrue. Now, if he can realize the fact that the Earth is actually at rest, he will find that his difficulties all disappear, and that electromagnetic laws do not alter, neither does the locality of the observer change. But as Einstein persisted in shutting his eyes to the fact that the Earth is stationary, he did not see that the incongruity of his assumptions concerning electromagnetic action, so that in order to support his contention, he was led still further into error and compelled to repudiate two of the laws of dynamics. Links of rigid bodies are unaffected by motion of the frame of reference, and two, measured times are likewise unaffected. He says that these two laws of dynamics are untrue and thought to prove they were wrong by the foregoing argument. So it becomes necessary for us to prove the fallacy of the argument in such a manner as to leave no doubt whatever as to what is true and what is false. The two laws of dynamics, 1 and 2, being the stake at issue. Einstein believes that the Earth is rotating on its axis and the direction of the arrow in the diagram, 28, at the rate of 1,000 miles an hour, and that at the same time it is traveling in mass in the same general direction along its orbit at 66,000 miles an hour. Therefore, he thinks that an electromagnetic current must travel from B to A in less time than it will take from traveling from A to B, because B is all the while running away from A, while A is always going towards B. Therefore, it appears that the measured length of the current passing from B to A, and also the time it takes, will be shorter than the measured length and time of a current passing in the opposite direction from A to B. Hence his contention that lengths and bodies and measured times must be both affected by the motion of the observer. Of course, we know that his premises were wrong and that A and B are both located on an Earth which is at rest, but for the purpose of the argument, we will waive that and assume the Copernican astronomy to be true. Then his argument is not so unreasonable as it seemed. Indeed, it almost has an appearance of being true, but Einstein has forgotten that the observers at A and B are both on the same Earth, that they both use the same Greenwich Mean Time, and that the electromagnetic wave passes from one place to the other by convection, so that the Earth's atmosphere offers the same facility to its passage from A to B as it does from B to A. And that is the trifle that turns the scale against him. The fact that the whole operation takes place within the terrestrial atmosphere gives equal conditions to an electromagnetic current passing in any direction within that atmosphere, the same being unaffected by anything that may or may not take place in ethereal space, which the Earth and its atmosphere in its entirety is unconscious of. Thus, an electromagnetic wave passes from A to B in the same time as it passes from B to A, just as a train traveling at a uniform speed of 60 miles an hour goes from Bristol to London in the same time as it will go from London to Bristol, while the length of the railway track measures the same from Bristol to London as it does from London to Bristol. And so the laws of dynamics 1 and 2 remain true, while Einstein's contention has been proven false. The whole hypothesis of relativity has failed, both in the mass and in detail, under our examination.
No, my mic's bad. I hope you can hear me. I paused the bot because we have Rocket Man in the chat who I think might be interested in a conversation.
Sorry. Was that for me? I couldn't really make out what you were saying. I just saw what Radwan put in the chat.
Hold on, I got my mic on. I thought somebody said mine.
So sorry, yeah, I was just saying.
And you fix your
Sorry.
mic.
Yeah, I was just saying that I paused the bot because we have Rocket Man in the chat, and I think he might be interested in having a conversation.
Yeah, I said in the chat, I can only stay for like half an hour. So when I do say I'm going, I don't want anyone to say I'm running because, you can if you want to, but who wants to?
It depends on what point you pick to leave at.
Preemptive run.
Well, I wanted you to finish explaining how rockets work in a vacuum, how they push off themselves, and that makes them fly through space.
Cool. Well, I actually got my university lecture slides that explain exactly that. So hopefully I've got some material that people would like to see that kind of aids my explanation.
Cool. Have you ever seen this done in real life?
Yeah.
What, a rocket?
That sounded like a computer generated. I saw it on a computer screen, yeah.
Oh, I saw a pressurized container in a near perfect vacuum environment being released and propelling itself forward on nothing but the internal pressure of that object, of the vessel.
So it was inside a container, so the gas filled the container, then it pushed off that gas. Yeah, those don't work.
Yeah.
Well, there's no gas in the container. It's only in the...
Well, you're creating the gas in the container by releasing the gas container.
Well, let's say this container is very, very large.
How
Same
big?
thing happens. I don't know. You could do like 20
I can tell you where the largest. Yeah, I can tell you where the largest vacuum chamber in the world is at, and you didn't do it there.
Oh no, I didn't, because I'm in England, not America.
20 miles from my house.
Oh, is it? Oh wow, that's cool. I'm very jealous.
So you said you did the experiment. You said you did this. What you're claiming?
I've seen it. I didn't perform it myself. Sorry. Go on. Didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
How big was the vacuum chamber?
It was like, I think it was like 5 by 10 meters.
Talking feet or meters?
Meters, metric. So 50.
How many liters was the container?
Well, volume. So that would be 50. It was about 5 by 10 by.
Not the vacuum. I can add up. I can add that. The gas container.
As in, what was the volume of the container?
The gas container that you said you put in there.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
The gas container, and then it propelled itself.
Sorry. It was. I think it was something like 2 liters. It was basically like a bottle of soda that was pressurized and released. I don't know the exact details because I didn't perform it. I was only there to observe it.
Not sounding very convincing.
Cool. I mean, whether I've seen one or performed it or not, I've got the equations here to kind of explain how it works.
You know what happens is... Yeah, go. Sorry, mate. Go ahead.
I want him to show me how those formulas fill a void of nothingness, and then it pushes off of that nothingness.
That's not how it works.
Well, it has to push off something, my friend.
No.
So in a vacuum, in a 2 liter vacuum chamber, as soon as I think Timbo was going to say, as soon as a gas is released into it, it's no longer a vacuum, and it supplies enough of a pressure and enough of a medium for which any more expelling gas to push off of. So in a much larger scenario where it's hasn't found equilibrium and it's just continuing to expel into the area available to it, are we going to see that same thing occur?
Well, it's not pushing off the gas that's been expelled. It's the shift in mass that's causing the rocket to propel in the opposite direction. As if you were on an ice rink and you threw a bowling ball out, you're going to get pushed backwards. It's not the bowling ball pushing off the air that's pushing you backwards. It's the momentum change.
Then
of the bowling ball
why is it called rocket propulsion? Yeah. Then why is it called rocket propulsion?
Because you're propelling a rocket.
But you said it uses momentum, not propulsion.
Well, no. The propulsion provides momentum. The propulsion, so the fuel is given momentum, and due to the laws of conservation of momentum, as the momentum of the fuel goes in one direction, to keep the momentum of the system constant, the rocket must move in the opposite direction. Because
so according to what you're saying, wouldn't I be able to sit in a rocket in a chair with a bowling ball and spin around and move my rocket around?
Yeah.
So we don't need rocket engines. We can just go up with bowling balls.
Well, no, because it's not going to do much for you, depending on the mass of the rocket. It'll move it minutely, not a lot.
There's no resistance. Once it moves minutely, it'll move minutely forever. So.
Well, yeah, but it's going to take you about 3 hours to turn probably half a degree. So, there's faster means of translating a rocket.
So these rockets push gas out into a vacuum, which is an endless vacuum void of space. So it goes on forever. So the gas actually doesn't linger near the rocket engine. It shoots out away from it as fast as it possibly can. And you're telling me it pushes on that?
Yes.
It pushes on itself.
Well, it's not pushing off of anything. It's the exchange of mass out of the rocket that's causing.
You're telling me when I go in my backyard and I launch a rocket, it's pushing off of momentum?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
4th of July is coming up. I'm going to light some rockets. Those are just using momentum. They're not actually using black powder or rocket propellant that's in a solid form that you put a wick in.
Well, yes, I'm not saying momentum is thrust. Momentum is what's happening due to the thrust, due to the expel of gases.
Your professor has you all screwed up.
No, I mean, the equations work perfectly here.
You can't live on an equation, though. You need reality. You need reality to prove your equation, or else it's just imagination.
These equations have been proved by reality and are used to predict motion. You know, in my degree, I've studied modeling equations to predict 3D motion of objects.
Great, and so you can make a space game where you can fly around in space. That's awesome, but that's not reality.
Oh, it models reality.
So
Perfectly.
Somebody's been to space to measure it and be able to model space now?
That's not how that works. You don't need to go to space to. You don't need to go to.
You don't need to know something to be able to model it. So I could model. Let me see. Turtles on the Galapagos Islands, which I've never been to, and I've never actually seen one in real life. I should be able to model that right now without anything.
They're very different concepts. It's a very different application. It's not applied the same way.
So I should be able to
This is physics.
Yeah, I work in one. I work in a lab. So I should be able to look up in the sky and go, okay, now I'm going to make a program that just simulates what I'm looking at.
Never been done. Anyway, you're assuming these rockets or whatever are going to the vacuum of space. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, vacuum.
So you need first of all, you need an elevation angle to shoot the rocket up. That requires a horizontal plane to start with.
He's only in the first year, Sonny. He hasn't learned that yet.
Oh, that's all right. No problem. And if you are violating the second law of thermodynamics, it's ridiculous.
That took many jumps. What do you mean violating the second law?
If you think you're sending something up into a place where there's a near vacuum from the pressurized Earth that we live in right now, which we know is contained because it has to be, this talk about shooting rockets propelling against nothing is a moot point because you don't have a measurement of curvature of the surface of Earth to validate that Earth is a sphere in the first place.
I thought I was specifically talking about how rockets move through space. Not.
Yeah, you haven't. You require a ball. Earth is required to have a ball.
Sonny,
in order for the geometry to work. In order for the geometry to work, in order for the gravity to work that you're talking about, in order for it to go into an open system, which you're explaining. So you have some problems with that because we're a closed system, provably by the pressure.
I was giving imaginary outer space to him because it's Speculation Sunday. I wanted him to tell me how rockets push off of endless void of nothingness, which goes on forever in the direction that you point. So any particle of gas that shoots out will go that direction as fast as it possibly can forever.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I get it.
They don't have to push off stuff. The conservation of momentum. If you take the rocket and the fuel as one system, the center of the mass of that system is going to remain constant.
Okay, what is mass? What is mass?
One second. Rocket Man, you see what I posted in the live stream?
Define mass.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that one, Boomer. That's a good one. That's the example I just gave where the particle shoots out as fast as it can into the void that's sucking it away from that rocket.
Hey, Rocket Man, can you send us a link to that, observation that you said you saw?
It doesn't move. Maybe it's because the exhaust of the balloon, the air rushing out the balloon, couldn't overcome the kinetic friction of the wheels on the board. I don't know how much that car weighs. It might weigh quite a lot. There might be multiple reasons the car didn't move.
If the vacuum wasn't there, what would happen?
And I'm not sure. I'd need to weigh the car. I'd need to see the resistance in the wheels and the bearings in the toy car. There could be loads of reasons why.
Okay, that's a good point. We should probably show that it could actually move without the vacuum cleaning there. But I mean, essentially that's you've seen that's something that schools actually like teach kids, right? They help them make these little balloon propelled vehicles, right? It does work in principle, right?
What are they pushing off of?
Yeah, so if that's the case, then you should be able to jump up, right? And you
Hey,
should just be able to
Rocket
keep
Man.
going.
Can you send us a link to your observation, please?
Hi there. Sorry, my internet just completely cut out.
Well, I was saying that despite the fact that we haven't showed in that GIF that the car moving without the vacuum cleaner present,
Yeah.
right, you do know that schools teach that to kids, right? It's a little demonstration that they get kids to do. They get them to make these little balloon propelled rocket, little cars, right? Little vehicles.
I mean,
it is something. Yeah, it works in principle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, drones fly, don't they? It's the same exact thing.
That's you, but drones don't work in space. The drones aren't using the mass of a substance to propel it forward. They're manipulating air currents
If you ever
around
get a chance to work on the Mars rover, then you're going to be in for a surprise because they fly helicopters in space.
Well,
1% Earth atmosphere and pressure, and they fly it in that. So what is that?
The
0.14% our pressure. Wow.
And it's got many rotor fans that have been very specifically designed for that environment that spin incredibly high RPMs to make up for the lack of.
Do you know how many RPMs it needs to spin at 100 times less?
I'd need to look at the equation and look at how they've calculated it. I couldn't think of that.
Better probably should do that because those don't work.
Uh, 250 radians per second. What's that?
Just RPMs. Real life numbers.
About just under 5,000. That's not that fast. Dremels spin faster than 5,000.
Yeah, and you think that's going to lift a helicopter in space?
It's incredibly light. Does
NASA have special materials now that nobody has?
It weighs about 4 pounds, 1.8 kilos.
That's how much mine weighs about. They probably bought it at the same store I got mine. What? There's nothing special? Is there something special on that thing?
Well, it's. Oh, sorry. Look at it. The drone weighs about 1.6 pounds, 0.73 kilos. I'm looking at the helicopter most important, so it's the lift is loading. Actually, I've got a nice link here, just that talks through it. I mean, I'm not saying that anyone to look at it, but if you want to, it kind of talks through the challenges the drone faced. It's an interesting read from the looks of things. But I mean, I'm going to read this into another time, but carry on if you want to.
You should probably read how things don't work in a vacuum if they require air pressure.
So it's not a perfect vacuum.
Is there a perfect vacuum somewhere?
No, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
So, according to you, I should be able to take their drone and take it to my vacuum chamber at work, put it in there, and that thing's going to fly.
If you made it equivalent to the atmospheric pressure on Mars, then yeah.
Suck 99% of the air out of it.
Yeah, if it's equivalent to what?
Well, 99% is basically a near vacuum, isn't it?
Sorry, did you cut out? I don't know.
I said 99% is near vacuum, isn't it?
Oh, you can get a lot closer to a near vacuum, but yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah, it's about 150 times less than on Earth.
So that's even more than what I said.
Yeah.
So now they have to spin even faster. So now let's increase that by 100 times. So now 50,000 RPMs. Let's try that. That's about a Dremel, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you think a Dremel will lift a helicopter in a vacuum? Or do you think the motor's too heavy?
No, I mean, it seems they've kept it really lightweight. 750 grams is...
So there's no air in a vacuum. It should fly. So you're going to do terrible when you get into the real world of working and you've got to ask these questions in a lab where I work.
Well, I mean, if I ever come to that position, I will let you guys know on what I find.
Just let you know that reality, what you see on TV, is not the job you think you're going to get.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree with that, and on a very vague term, I completely agree with you on that one. Life is not seen as on TV. I'll agree with you on that one. On a very broad spectrum, though.
Neither are rocket jobs.
Well,
that's the only place I've ever seen them.
Fingers crossed, touch wood, if this server's still around in 5 or 10 years, I will personally send you all my findings from all my labs and all my research and everything.
I already told them you can't fly stuff in a vacuum. They know better.
Did you say with a motor? Sorry, the last part cut out.
What's that?
Just the last part of what you said cut out. I didn't know.
I said I've already told everyone you can't fly things in a vacuum that require air pressure. That defeats the purpose.
You don't need pressure for rockets to work. It works on like conservation momentum, where the center of mass is of the system, because the center of mass has to stay constant. So, like, for example, a rocket on the launch pad, interesting fact, the center of the mass of the rocket on the launch pad will stay at the exact same position no matter where the rocket is in the universe. It will stay on that launch pad because of how the exhaust disperses in the location of the rocket. The center of mass will stay on the launch pad. Very interesting stuff.
You lost me with that. The rocket flies away and its momentum stays on the launch pad.
The center of mass, yeah. So if you define the system as purely the rocket and the fuel, or let's say you're in space or whatever, or vacuum, if you have a rocket and some fuel in it, and that is what you define as the system, the center of the mass will stay exactly where it is. No matter how long after the fuel ejects all of it, no matter how long the rocket ejects all of its fuel, the center of mass will stay constant because of the conservation of momentum.
Make sure when you go back to school, you ask for a live demonstration of how rockets work in an endless void.
Well, my professor went through it with me, actually.
Where did he get the endless void from?
The endless void.
Yes.
About 100 kilometers up. That's usually where the endless void quotation marks usually kicks in.
So what did he do now?
I don't know. I don't know what you're asking me.
Where did he give you the endless void at? Where did he demonstrate this endless void that you guys did demonstrations in?
We didn't do demonstrations in the endless void.
Do you know why?
Because we don't have like a few $100,000 or $1 million to send ourselves there.
Well, you can't go there in the first place, so all you can do is draw it up in a computer.
For most people, you can't. It's quite expensive and also
For
very.
all people, name somebody who's been there that you talked to.
Tim Peake, actually, I met him the other week. I actually spoke to him in person. I was at the aerospace expo at Farnborough.
Studio do you buy? What? We have the green screen and the both scenes of when he does stuff with the blue screen with the grid behind him. So when they try to line up the ball in virtual space, he knows where to grab, or when he goes to grab for it, he can see it on the monitor. So that's how you do that.
Yeah, why are they using blue screens, man? That's red flags right there.
And with the grid is the one where you can see yourself. You can actually put your hand in space, and you should be able to grab imaginary things that are on the screen, and that's what they're trying to do. That's why objects go through their hands in space only. On the ground here, if somebody threw an orange to me, it would not go through my hand and then in my hand.
Cool.
Well, you didn't ask him about that? You should have asked him, why do you guys use blue screens with a grid system on it?
No, he was talking about the kind of future of British rocket and vertical launch sites in the UK and British presence in space. Really, that was his main topic of discussion. And he's going in a documentary soon, which will be interesting.
I speculate that they're going to go from rockets seamlessly to the CGI without you even noticing the difference. It's going to be awesome.
So do you also, you believe in Harry Potter too, right?
No, I have a friend called Harry. His last name's not Potter though.
Does he have a stick that he runs around with?
No, he might have done when he was like 6 or something, but really? I don't think so now. He's at uni.
Do you
you believe you can do that stuff though, right?
What, run around with a stick in my hand? I mean, I can do it, but it's not going to do much for me.
Magic spells and make brooms fly towards you and shit like that.
Do you still call Harry Potter anyway, even though his last name isn't Potter?
He does have circular glasses, so I do sometimes. Yeah.
Holy crap!
Of course he does.
Yeah.
He thinks he's Harry Potter at some point.
That's funny. Hey, Harry Potter! What's up, Harry Potter?
I was actually at King's Cross coming back from uni the other day, and I actually ran into platform 9 3/4, and I woke up in the hospital. Transported me there.
Okay, give us an idea for us naive Americans. King's Cross, just a general area, please.
London.
Gotcha. Okay, is it central London?
Central London. It's where the Harry Potter thing was filmed.
Okay, great. So it's close to the big, huge Ferris wheel then.
Yeah, the London Eye, yes.
The London Eye. See, thank you very much. Because if I get away, there's not enough time in the day to study these different places if you haven't been to them. But it's fascinating to do so. And a lot of times we do so, as far as familiarity with cities is through the movies, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and so these days, because of the, I guess you would say the quality of film in the last so many years, whatever, 20 or 30 years, it's very realistic and you get a pretty good idea of what the whole place looks like. So New York City is one of the most filmed cities in the world. And so I say we all have an idea of what New York City is like, and as well as London and other major cities.
Sorry. I think the audio keeps cutting out. I don't know whether it's my end or someone else's.
I don't know.
Your end.
I got mic check.
Yeah, you're coming in clear.
All right, sweet. Is it Rocketman 24 we're speaking to?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, welcome to the server, Rocketman. So you said, did you say you're studying something in this field? Rocket Man.
I think his internet might have cut out. cut out.
Is it just me that's not picking that?
Oh, there-
Yeah, you know what it might be?
We are having a storm here currently.
Rocket Man, it's probably Starlink.
They got a miss.
Satellite malfunctioning.
They might have a missing link.
Yeah.
Rocket Man, can you hear me?
Yes, it is a bit choppy. We are experiencing some thunderstorms over here at the moment, so please do excuse me if I'm not responsive or I
No,
do
you're
ask to
all right.
repeat. Cheers, thank you.
You say you're. How old are you? You say you're at university, yeah?
Yeah, it's really breaking up with me at the moment. I am really sorry.
No worries.
Is there see, like, I would say again, but I don't want to people sound like broken records and stuff, and neither do I, to be fair.
Is it everyone's mic breaking up, or is it just mine?
Yeah. Are you guys picking me up clearly enough? Is it
Yes,
just mine?
Rocket
we're picking
Man.
you up. Fine.
I'm picking you up clear.
Disconnect and come back in.
It was breaking up a little bit, but I think if we just talk a little slower, I think then it will work better.
Yeah, Rocket Man, try jumping out of the call and rejoining. Sometimes it.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good idea. Hey, Wolfgang, good to hear you today, as usual.
Yeah, you too. How you doing, Sammy?
I'm doing all right. I'm just having a slow morning. It's Sunday, you know. Supposedly a 3-day holiday. I never knew the 19th was a Juneteenth. I never knew that was an actual real holiday, and I still don't even know what it's about. And thank God for my ignorance on that. I don't need to know everything. If they say it's a holiday.
Well, it's a month-long holiday, depending who you ask.
Okay, see, I'm out of the loop because I chose to be.
Way to be. How you getting on, Rocket Man? Is your connection sorted out?
It's still really poor here. Is it okay if I revisit this? I promise I'm not running away. Please don't say I'm running away.
No, you're all right.
For everyone's kind of ease, is it possible to revisit this once this storm's passed? I think by tomorrow.
Bro. We're here 24/7. Come back whenever you like.
Brilliant. Well, can I just say this has been the most civil discussion debate I've had here. It's been lovely speaking to you guys. Actually, I've actually quite enjoyed myself, and I look forward to speaking to you guys hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah,
have a good one, bro.
Yeah, nice speaking with you also. That's it's been great. And
You were
Radwin.
speaking with Radwin, the nice flat earther.
Yeah, Radwin.
Yeah, Rodwin's the nice one.
Great job, man.
Yeah, I'm still not making it out. Sorry, I'll be present in the chat, dropping text maybe here and there. But until tomorrow, I'll speak to you guys in a bit. Take care.
Yeah, peace, bro.
All right, have a good day. Evening. It's probably evening there.
Man, I was just missed out on the rocket scientist. Damn.
Yeah, he'll be back. It's his second time back today. He was in Cogdis, then he came in, we let him out, and he said he wanted to come back. And I said, when you come back, we'll talk about how rockets work in a vacuum. And he was all excited to come back.
Oh, nice. I feel bad for him if he's in like an actual uni degree and he's in England paying tens of thousands of pounds to learn about space. I mean, I do feel for him.
Yeah.
I tried to let him down just by telling him it's not that way in reality. When you go to work, you're not going to deal with any of that.
I know.
Somebody's hiring you for your degree and your ability to do math, and they want this thing designed. They're not going to have you. They want a tangible thing. People don't really pay for computer program ideas. That you have to be on a special list of people to do that.
Yeah, and like rocketry, school and university is the same way. Nothing happens in a vacuum. There's always something involved, man. There's no way to rule out any of all those variables like that we can't see, but we pretty much know like propulsion works on the same thing as like in a way buoyancy and pressure and things like that, because it requires a square inch, right? A square inch is of pressure. of expulsion of this gas has to push against something, right? It has to. Is that correct? Things don't just push against nothing and then go somewhere. This is just a dream world. That's why I tried to I know you guys were in the middle of the conversation. I tried to come in and slam it back down to the ground again but then you pointed out that it is Speculation Sunday. So I'm like, oh, that's right. I forget. But it was good from then on, from what I heard. Awesome stuff. Rockets. Bong Sao, are you there? He's in another part of the world. I do say world with flat in mind. Don't be alarmed. Yep. Because it is a horizontal, contained, and water is contained as well as the pressure. Think about that one for speculation.
Yeah, so it's like one big giant container,
yeah, with
like a terrarium.
Yeah, with a pretty much equilateral shorelines as far as the level of the water, ocean.
If you had a terrarium with a bunch of holes in it and you overwatered it enough just to fill the holes, they would all be the same height.
Yeah, and when you built the foundation, you made it so that it was level. So that otherwise it would tilt. If it was tilted in any way, as in construction, the water would leak out. So it had to be set up.
Create a new level.
Yeah, it just had to be set up level. So that can happen by accident. Level just doesn't occur in nature by itself. Try it. Try digging a hole in the freaking earth and a piece of earth and then make sure that it's level. I guess you could do it with clay as an example.
I love my new automation system. My one light blinks, and that tells me that my wife has now entered the street. She's on her way pulling in soon.
Dang. This guy's got heavy surveillance on it.
I'm designing this one.
Oh, shit. Man. What was I thinking about asking you? Well, there's a lot of things that have to do with the Arduino, those things, So
those are fun to play with. I rather use a Raspberry Pi or an ESP32. But
what's the difference?
Raspberry Pi is a computer. ESP32 is like an Arduino, but they're wireless. You can send packets with them, so you can hook up. They come with a camera for $10. You can buy them with a camera on them. What? I bought a 5-pack with cameras, I think, for $20, and it took me literally, 5 minutes to get the program in the Arduino IDE, set it up the way I needed it, so it logged into my Wi-Fi, plugged them into the wall, and boom, there they were. They just show up as an IP camera.
So look, what I would like to do is I would like to set up an audio station where I can have multiple effects and even drum tracks and all kinds of different things going in to the Arduino and then out into my audio interface. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I suppose you could probably do it. I haven't played with audio with an Arduino, but it's possible.
Well, I suppose if I'm just directing, let me see, how could I do it?
Yeah, look at an Arduino. It's like a bunch of relays in there.
I could make a switch. What I could do is make a switch so I could just funnel all of my analog equipment, like actual real pedals, just like I would have a.
So yeah, you can bring them in. There's 8 analog ins on an Arduino, a big one. There's 8 analog.
Basically, what I want to do is I just want to funnel all the analog sounds I have and possibly even previously recorded sounds into the mix with.
Sounds like you want to make some kind of looper.
Like I guess you would call it like a mixer or a what do they call it? Amplifier mixer. I guess like they have mixers where you could just have inputs, a bunch of inputs.
I'd have to think about it if it would be worth doing that or just getting a digital mixer.
Yeah, probably too much stuff. Then it's better doing it the way I'm doing it now, because with the microphone, it records with the amplifier and the analog pedals really good in the room, even though it's a stark, bare room pretty much. And 3 sides are concrete. So it has a room reverb that's pretty cool, actually. And I don't know why, but most places, you might even be able to hear it with my voice in here. Yeah? I don't know. Maybe not. Could be an echo through my speaker. But anyway, yeah, the room sounds good for recording, even with no rugs, nothing really, very little furniture, very little on the walls. A few things on the walls, but it's like a big rectangle with a notch cut out of it. Anyway, I just started going through all of my electronic equipment, and I like to open it all up and vacuum it out and get all the dust out. And I made this wah-wah pedal I have sound like brand new. And so like it helps to clean all the contacts out, get all the dust out, and see if anything's loose.
A wah-wah pedal uses an actual rheostat.
Yeah. And so it has gears that go up and down, mesh with each other, and that rotates this little gear. Yeah, that rheostat. Yeah, it's a very interesting sound. Couple of pedals I built myself. I built a Chinese delay pedal right in the middle of the Kool-Aid scare. And it took so long to get here, I basically just forgot about it and said, well, it was only like $22 though. It was a kit for a delay pedal. $22. But shipped from China. So finally it got here, and the package looked like it was like quadruple, 6 triple packaged, like and it looked like it had been rolling around in the bottom of a bilge somewhere, like it had been in water and everything, like it just gotten thrown around coming all the way across the Pacific. I don't know what happened. Finally it got here. I put it together in one night and it worked perfectly, and I still have it. The only thing that one didn't have is it didn't have the actual real schematic. All it had was a assembly diagram, so you knew which part went where in the circuit board. I'm good at that stuff, really good at that. But I wish I had the actual circuit. They didn't give that away.
For what?
For this little tiny delay pedal, and it is jam packed. It's only a metal box about 2 inches by 4.25 inches.
Just read the chip number out the chip. I'll tell you how it works.
I'd have to open it up. I could do that.
Yeah, that's how you can duplicate it. It's nothing special.
It was fun though. I was so anxious to hear what it sounded like. I put it together in literally one night.
They might even be using an Arduino on that one. I forget. I think I had a set of drawings for a delay using Arduino.
I could probably get some schematics if I wanted to do it myself. And 4 little screws. Yeah, I had to go to the guitar shop to get a special. Let's see, how is this thing in here again? Yeah, actually, I'll take it apart so you guys can see. I need to get some knobs for it because I lost one and I vacuumed it up and didn't realize it. There we are.
You need to get yourself a 3D printer. Those are fun to play with.
Shoot, that would be fun. And
$160, you can have one.
Really?
Yeah, they're cheap if you want a home one, and they work just fine. They might not be perfect like in a commercial setting like we have at my work, but right. I can get my prints on mine at home pretty damn close to theirs.
So I can make just about anything with those, eh? Let's see. Oh. Clean this off. Boy, did that get dirty. Yeah, I'll clean this off and take a picture. Oh. Too wet. Ta-da. I might have it. All right, here we go. I have this. I rode all the way to the beach yesterday, round trip, 18 miles, round trip, 19 miles, I think. But it was overcast. Beach was all fogged in, not fogged in, but it was warm. Just no solid sunshine. Let's see. One second here.
Now you're the one that lives on the beach that Catalina Islands is 26 miles away from. Is that right?
No, that's up in Orange County and Los Angeles County. I live in San Diego County. You can't see Catalina from where I live.
So who do we know or talk to that mentions that
Flat Earth Dude.
Oh, the Cherokee people. Okay, he does it. Okay.
Flat Earth Dude, yeah.
Okay.
What
All right.
do you mean by Cherokee people when you say that?
Him and I have this thing going about the Cherokee Indians being the first flat Earth tribe.
Remember when that dude came in and I kept saying, yeah, the Cherokee spoke Hebrew, and he got upset. He spiraled, yelled, and then left. He yelled. He just totally flipped out. My elders would have told me if they were. He was tripping out, man.
Yeah, they do that one from time to time.
Let's see, 1 second. This device, I can't believe this phone. Sometimes I have phones for 5 and 10 years. I have one from longer ago than that, from about 15 years ago. I dropped it in the toilet too, and it still works to this day. It's a good emergency phone because it still works and I can still connect to Wi-Fi, even though I don't have any, not connected to any company as far as the SIM or anything. That's pretty cool. Those were the old days. Yep. When I worked for the hospital, I had that phone still. It's crazy. Now it's 10 years later. Let's see. What was I looking for? Oh, the picture. 1 second. Where are you? Does anybody else in the chat use Linux? I got the brand new Ubuntu, and it works really great. But let me see. I'm going to send a picture of this delay device. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, we run Ubuntu on all of our edge devices at work.
Yeah, man, it's a solid operating system. Really very good.
This monitors devices and sends the packets back to us.
I actually know what that term was there. Yay.
I have no clue.
Yeah, the packets.
Yeah. Yes, I'm friends with the guy that invented Packet Storm.
Oh, man.
Actually, that's the guy that I mentioned right before I met my fiance. It's the guy I was with for 4 months.
Was your fiance a cool flat Earth dude, or was he a spinning spaceball believer? She gone? She left. Never mind. It's been since November 2021 for me, and I've never in person met a fellow stationary or flat Earth believer in person. Gotta change that sometime.
I couldn't listen in too much yesterday because we were at an all-day show, but I met a flat earther there, so that was pretty cool.
Now, who introduced who? Did you recognize them, or did they recognize you as?
No, neither. I read his shirt, he had a tinfoil hat on, it wasn't a real tinfoil hat, but those hats that just say tinfoil. And he had a shirt on that says Bible says flat Earth or something like that. So I went up to him immediately and I was like, "Are you a flat earther?" It's like, "So am I." And I told him about 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and that I was Flat C Klein on here. So
Did he come in and join?
I don't know. I haven't been on since I told him.
All right. I wonder if he was one of those, crazy flat earthers who came and joined the server. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Just thought it was really cool to meet one in person. So.
There's somewhere if you guys can help me out. When I was a kid, I went on vacation, a road trip with my parents, and they took me to a what do they call it? Where a meteor hit. I think the Earth is this big crater. I can't remember where it was. And I really want to go back there. I guess I could just Google it, but I figured I'm here. I'll ask you guys.
Was it Arizona, Paul?
It probably was Arizona because we were kind of headed through that. We went up through South Dakota and into that area, went through the Badlands and all that stuff. So yeah, it probably was. There's a big crater there.
Yeah, it's just to the east of Tucson, right close to the Petrified National Forest. Yeah, I got the history on that meteor crater. It started in the Andromeda Galaxy about 13 billion years ago, and it wandered its way through the Van Allen belt and made its way down and hit perfectly perpendicular to the Earth, like a plumb line, and made a perfect circle in the ground. It was just perfect.
Yeah, right. I wish that opportunity when I got to go there when I was a kid, it was so wasted on me being a Glober. I want to go back there now, is knowing what I know now and be able to actually ask some questions about what's going on there. Not that I'll get any answers.
I think in their what do you want to call it, their indoctrination center, whatever they call it there, you can actually go in and see a piece of the meteor. I think they have it behind closed window, behind a window. I think you can actually go see it.
A piece of it, huh?
They got a piece of it.
Yeah. That's really funny. Do you remember what they claimed the size of it was?
Oh, whatever they want to claim, it's fine.
Yeah, because I remember it was massive. I mean, I was younger too, so everything kind of looks bigger to you.
Yeah.
When you're a kid.
Yeah, it hit perfectly perpendicular to the ground, which is obviously curved, and made a perfect circle. So yeah, it was perfect. Like I said, it was perfect.
Oh well, yeah. I wonder who dug that hole.
It couldn't have been anything underground because it had to obviously come from outer space.
Come to think of it, I don't really remember it being that deep, which I thought was odd when I was there. It was big, width-wise, but I don't really remember it being that deep. I could be wrong, but not for as deep as I think it would actually be if it was real. Something really from outer space.
Well, in the outer space fairy tale, you can make up anything you want to do, and if enough people repeat it often enough, and it gets put into a textbook and Wikipedia and Google, it's obviously factual.
Isn't that wonderful?
Hey, Jim.
Yes, 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 yes.
Are you have you been doing anything about viruses? Do you have a link or anything that you've been working on?
What I'll send you 4 or 5 links from Space Busters. Is this Paul or who is this?
This is Kovac.
Oh, I'll send you on your DM. I'll send you if you're unacquainted with Steve at Space Busters. I'll send you 4 or 5 of his videos and take a look at them. See what you think.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it.
Sure, anytime.
I'll take a look. Thanks.
Thanks for asking.
You just had to bring that up. I've been dying to have that conversation with my man Jim here.
So have I.
Yeah, I'll too bad we can't put it in voice text, but I'll send it to DM to Mr. Kovac.
What an eye-opening experience the last few years were. My God.
But yeah, last 39 months have been like, okay.
I learned so much about things I never even thought about.
Oh my goodness. The worst thing about it. I'm not going to use the V word, so I think I could probably say this.
Sure.
When it first started, March 16th, at like 5-6 p.m., Judge Clay Jenkins in Dallas County, who's the judge. I didn't know this till I moved to Texas, but the county judge is like 250 of them or whatever in Texas. They have more power. They have more power than the mayors. So the Dallas County has like 2.6 million people, and Dallas itself has 1.2 million. So the Dallas County judge has more authority than the Dallas mayor does. Same thing in Harris County in Houston. And so on May 16th, 6 p.m., Mr. Jenkins, who's a big Democrat, got on, told everybody in Dallas County to shut everything down. And then the counties around it, which was me and my wife, they shut down too. So they took away my hot tub. They took away my 24-hour fitness and hot tub and swimming pool. I mean, they really did. And I was ticked. And so, but virus, excuse me, I shouldn't say that, but those little things existed. And then on March 17th, my boy Trump, I was still in the Trump cult, he got there with Fauci and Burke on the right-hand side and repeated exactly what Neil Ferguson of the Imperial College said in the UK, that's heavily funded by the Microsoft guy, the ex-Microsoft guy, that 2.2 million Americans and 500,000 in the UK would die if we didn't shut it all down. So we shut it all down. And when my wife and I went to Kroger's and stuff like that to buy food, we took the hand sanitizer and we used the hand sanitizer. We used it when we got back in our vehicle, and we bought a whole bunch of it. And my sister-in-law from Colorado sent us some. She was a nurse, and we made sure we washed our hands, and we made sure that we wiped the counters down, with these Clorox
toilet paper,
with these Clorox wipes that you couldn't find for a while, and so we did all those things, and I went to an open Trump rally on May 8th. Where Kennedy was supposedly shot, Daley Plaza, and and nobody wore those things, and we all were close to each other, and there was Trump flags and American flags and Texas flags and all that stuff. And I remember 2 weeks after that, because the thing had an incubation period of 2 to 14 days. So I remember, like, on May 22nd going, I'm doing okay. So and then it just kind of it was it was a little bit of evolution. The next 10 to 12 days, it was like, okay. So on June 3rd of 2020, I realized that Trump was the biggest liar, as bad as any Democrat, and I realized that it wasn't quite what we were told.
Yeah, he was the hero that the right needed at that time.
I was looking for him. I was looking for him to save me.
Majority, the base majority of the right was really tired of that old guard. They wanted them gone. They wanted new blood, and he was perfect. He was the perfect salesman.
Oh my
I fell for it too.
Oh my goodness. It was terrible.
Check this out. So when all that was going down, before it actually even really reached the States, when it was just outside of the States, and I caught wind of it, and they said it might end up here. I have a little bug out bag, and I actually have some of those apparatuses that you put on your face in there. Mm-hmm. So immediately before they even talked about it here in the States, I whipped it out and I was putting it on everywhere I went, and I would get these crazy looks from people, and they'd be like, "Why? What is that? Why do you got that?" And I said, "Oh, you ain't heard about the what's going on in the world?" And then they're like, "Oh, that's a good idea." And then it got here, and they were like, the government was like, "Okay, everybody's got to put these on." I knew then, okay, it's safe for me to take this off, and I never wore it again.
Yeah. It took from there until from June 2020 to November of 2021. I went through that process of kind of, saying, hey, this isn't it, this isn't it, this isn't it. And then on May 1st of 2021, I got introduced to Antoine Béchamp's terrain theory and Amanda Fulmer on Telegram. Then I got acquainted with Steve at Spacebusters, which I'm going to send out. And but it didn't really take me until I opened the Bible up in March 2022, just a little over a year ago, when I opened the Bible up and read the first 31 verses of the first chapter of Genesis, that I realized that we didn't live on a spinning space ball. Evolution, I already knew evolution wasn't right, but it told us things are reproduced after its kind at least 7 times in the first 31 verses, which debunks evolution. And that God, at the end of the first 5 days, said it was good. At the end of the 6th day, God saw it was very good. He added in very at the end of the 6th day. So God wouldn't have created something that could, So at that time, it was pretty much solidified in my life, in my mind, that we were lied to about virology and cosmology. And the other thing that happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945 that we were told. So those were 3 big lies that I realized about the same time that nope, what we were taught was wrong. And then I realized, to finish it up here, then I realized Revelation 12:1-9, 2 Thessalonians 2:1-17, and Ephesians 6:12 tells us this is the devil's world. And Isaiah 40:22 says God sits at the top and looks down upon us as like grasshoppers. But Satan and whoever you think Satan's disciples are down here doing their little thing, and so they're actually, because they know their time is short, and so they're doing their thing. And a lot of people will disagree with me on this, but I think 3 of the most evil people in the world today are those that are between the credentialed academics at all the universities and the people that we come in contact here down in Globerville, which is the village of Globers. Those three most evil people are Loon McToon, Craig, FTFE, and not Professor Dave. because the 5,000 that we have to associate with every day come from them, their propaganda, and not the propaganda of the Professor Parkses and stuff like that. With Professor Parks is a nice guy, but hope he's not listening, but he's a little bit of a Looney Tune as well. And so it's just really interesting, and that's why I wish we would just. Now I'm debating Professor Phil this Friday night, just because I'm kind of bored. I want to research some more stuff, and debates make me research stuff. So, I reserve Loon McToon and FTFE for Modern Day Debate YouTube only, because they want me to come on their shows and debate them, and I'm not going to do it. So, anyway.
Did you say you're debating this Friday? Like, where would somebody tune in?
Troubling Tribune, who I think a lot of people know here. He is going. He has a YouTube channel, TikTok, Zoom, Rockfin, and he's going to stream it wherever he can. We're going to do it on Discord. He has a Discord account. I think we're going to start there and do it on Discord, and he has OBS, and he's going to stream it to Zoom, Rockfin, and YouTube, and wherever else he wants to stream it to. So we'll see what happens. But I got, he thinks I have to prove the flat Earth or the stationary plane when I really don't have to. I don't have all the money and resources to do it, and so he's going to hit me on that, because that's what Professor Phil does. And but his uncle is Satan. He'll actually even come out and say his uncle is Satan. So that's the type of person that he is, and he really is. He is.
But is he just trying to be funny? Does he think that's funny?
I think
is that why he says that?
I think he thinks it's funny and it's serious at the same time.
Holy shit!
That's what I get from him. So it's just like Loon McToon saying, and he sent me something on TikTok that said the Bible says, states that the Earth's a ball, and he's not going to discuss it with me. And he takes it out of the Douay-Rheims, the Jesuit Bible from 1610, that calls it in Isaiah 40:22 a sphere. And that's the only major Bible translation that calls it a sphere. And then he goes over to Job 26:7 and says the Earth hangs on nothing, whereas in their fairy tale the Earth hangs on gravity. So, but that's, if you go to Loon McToon's website, that's the two right beginning. He says the Bible says the Earth's a sphere, and it's before he gets into anything else, he goes to the Bible. It's amazing. That's why I think he is the way I think he is, because he's, hate to say this, but he's Satan's disciple. He is. Whether he knows he is or not, he is.
So did I hear you right, Jim, when you said that what happened over the last couple of years, that actually brought you to Flat Earth, or did I hear that wrong?
What happened with the
scamdemic? Shamdemic.
What brought me to that? Because May 2021, somebody asked me. I was sitting in the driveway of my car, and somebody asked me. It was probably a text message. They asked me to look into Flat Earth, and I said, "No way! You're a bunch of nutcases. I'm not going to be part of that, stupid thing." And 6 months later, when I got done looking at virology, I said, "What else have I been lied to about?" And the Earth happened real quickly, and that didn't take very long, because when somebody says you don't see a drop over, you don't see a drop over distance of 8 inches per mile squared, and then everything that's out in the distance, like the lighthouses and things like that, you shouldn't be able to see. As you can see, it's pretty obvious if we trust our eyes. and not the science. If we trust our senses and our eyes, that we don't live on a spinning space ball. So that was actually really quick. Now learning stuff takes time. It takes time to learn stuff. But as far as acknowledging that we don't live on a spinning space ball, that happened pretty quickly, and that was November of 2021.
Were you?
So you got one major error on the table there.
What's that?
What science?
What's that?
What science? What science?
I know. I said science. I shouldn't have said it. You're right.
You gotta do the air quotes. You gotta go quote unquote science.
What's the word? I concede.
Man, dude, life is so much better where you parse everything with so-called, quote unquote, alleged.
Yeah, yeah. You're right. I concede. You're right.
Had you jumped down any other rabbit holes before that, like 9/11 or Gulf of Tonkin?
No, I didn't.
Boston, San Diego, any of that other stuff?
I didn't jump on to August 2nd, August 4th, 1964 being fake, and then August 7th, 1964, Congress gave LBJ permission to go kill 3 million innocent Vietnamese and 58,000 Americans, and who knows how many were wounded, while they dropped more bombs in Vietnam than they did in all across Western Europe during World War II. That came afterwards. I already knew evolution was bunk, and I already knew global warming was bunk, but obviously now you can't have global warming without a globe. So that's a real easy one. No, I kind of bought into 9/11. I didn't really have an opinion on it because 3,000 people died, and you don't want to go there because 3,000 people died. Now, they were murdered, but we can't say that. So I can say it now, and I don't care.
Yeah,
it's just one of those things. It's just, and I tell people, I'm very honest with people what I think what's happened the last 3 months with virology. Which I'm not gonna talk about on YouTube out of respect for the server. But maybe in private, when we're away from the server, we can talk about those things.
Yeah, it's crazy how it just seems like everything you ever thought you knew was a total lie. It's funny too how many I think about that just got glossed over and just disappeared within days of hitting the news, like the that ship that got bombed with the USS Cole, I think it was, that was bombed. They kind of swept that under the rug. I don't know if you remember, there was like this anthrax thing going around where they were finding supposedly anthrax and envelopes that were being sent to like the Republican Party and the Democratic headquarters, I think.
Oh man,
I remember that.
I snort anthrax for breakfast.
There's just so many of those too that you hear about them for a day and then they're just gone. You're like, what the hell was that about? What happened with that shit?
Well, I know one thing we weren't lied to about, Paul. There's one thing I have not been lied to about, and that's how to parallel park in driver's ed when I was 16. I mean, I still do it today as if I did it back then. So the teacher, who was Tom Bruin at the time, didn't lie to me about parallel parking. So God bless Tom. But the rest of it's up in the air.
The person that told you to look into flat Earth, were you still in connection with them then after you looked into it? Did you go back to them then and like, oh my God?
Oh, I don't know who. I don't remember who asked.
You didn't know who it was? Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, I don't remember who it. I was sitting in the driveway in Frisco, Texas, in the afternoon. I remember, and it's just like I was just getting into Antoine Béchamp's terrain theory, and it just been introduced to Amanda Fulmer's Telegram channel, and I'm going, no, we're gonna do the virology thing, but the Earth is definitely not flat, and it's definitely not. And you guys are nutcases. And 6 months later, I'm a nutcase.
Absolutely.
So, hey, it's no big deal. I lost my whole family. It's all right. Marriage is basically over with. It's fine. And but I found a whole new family, and the whole new family I found is much bigger, much bigger than the family that I'm losing. So I don't care, because the only thing that matters is the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
Yeah, well, I guess I was going to say that's a shame, but actually, I guess it's not. It turned out all for the better.
What's interesting is I truly believe, my, the family around me, the one I'm married into, are evangelical Christians, and basically everybody went to a Christian college except for my oldest daughter. She went to Ball State just because she met her boyfriend in high school, and they went to Ball State 4 years, and they got married a year afterwards. But my other daughter went to a Christian school. My wife went to a Christian school. Their whole family went to Olivet Nazarene in Kankakee, which is Christian. And so everybody went to a Christian school, but you know what? We went in ballers and we came out ballers. So it doesn't matter. See, here's the problem. I had Wheaton College get home about 2 months ago and said, they're finishing up the school year. Maybe in the fall they'll let me go talk to them. And I'm going, can you imagine whether the child or the student at Wheaton is having is paying for their way, the parents are paying for their way, or they got a scholarship? Can you imagine that conversation with the student with their parents that night? They get on the phone, they go, hey, guess what? We had a flat earther come into our classroom today and talk to us about flat earth. And parents are kind of going, we're paying Wheaton College this much money to have a flat earther come in. And then Moody Bible Institute in Chicago has two ways that you can talk to them, one by radio and one by the classroom through the professor. And it's just like, I think, this is me, if you go even to a Christian radio station and look it up online, they will have the date that the FEC gave them their license. It doesn't matter if it's secular or a Christian radio station, they'll have there somewhere the date that the FEC gave them their license. And there's a Reverend Williams over at South Bend, Indiana, that I got hold of, and we actually talked, and he said if you could get somebody to debate, I'll be interested in doing it. So I got Matthew Learns to do it, just like we did last year, on Discord. And so I got Matthew to agree, and I told the Reverend Williams over in South Bend I got somebody. He won't respond. I think they're all petrified of losing their FEC license, the radio license, not podcasts or stuff like that. But I think they're petrified of losing their FEC license, and I think as Christian colleges are petrified of what the parents' response will be to them if they ever find out that somebody like me or you or Austin or AI or anybody in this server would go talk to them and be like, no, I think there'd be too much outrage, so they're just going to ignore me, right? But I'll try.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they can't talk about anything on they hold that license.
They can't.
I remember I used to be really into listening to Rush Limbaugh when I was young, and I was trying to talk to my grandfather about it once, and he said, basically warned me about him and said, that he's not who he is appearing to be or claiming to be. And he said, if you want to know that for the truth, try to call him up and ask him about the small hat conspiracy, and try to get him to have a conversation with you about that, and you'll see how quick he hangs up on you or deny, that there even is anything as a conspiracy.
Yeah, I was into Rush Limbaugh because WGN had him on in Chicago from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday. And so I was really into listening to him. I think I started listening to him in 1992. And I was driving somewhere going through a Hardee's drive-through. I'll always remember this. Hardee's drive-through, and Rush Limbaugh was on the radio going. And he was, on his third book, he was, either his third book had been published or he was writing it. And he actually said this, that he got done talking he had talked to David Rockefeller about his third book. And when he said he's been talking to David Rockefeller about his third book, Trilateral Commission, and all that stuff, when he said that, it was over. I mean, it was over. It was like, I'm sorry, it's done. And so I'm sorry that that guy, along with Brzezinski, who's sadly passed away, and Kissinger did the Trilateral Commission in 1973, divided the world into three categories: Asian, European, and North American. And so I'm sorry, guys. You mentioned David Rockefeller when you're talking about writing your third book. And it's just like, and I listen to you and follow you, and I even bought some of his book. I bought his books. And I'm done. Sorry. Bye. I was fooled. It's a tough one because we don't want to call everybody a shill or some, people who are paid. But if you really get any traction, first of all, if you get on TV, this is just my opinion. If you get on TV, I don't care if it's Fox or One American News, OANN, which I really used to like. If you get on there and speak, there's something going on. I mean, you are compromised. If you can get on TV, not necessarily radio, but if you can get on TV, then you're playing, either consciously or unconsciously, you're playing along with the mainstream narrative somewhere.
Yeah, because their biggest trick is they just usually if what you're saying, is truth, and they think that you could be a threat, they just ignore you flat out. Ignore you.
They won't allow you on. So when this thing started 39 months ago, where do us political conservatives run? We run to Fox and we run to One American News, right? And so that's where we run, and they called it the Chinese, thing, and it's just like, and I believed it was the Chinese thing. I didn't believe it came out of the wet market. I thought it was manufactured in, the Chinese thing, And so, oh my goodness. The things that I used to believe 3.5 years ago, oh my goodness. It's over now, man. But my family, I'm serious. My family, evangelical Christians, churchgoers, Bible readers, haven't changed one bit. Not one. This is Bible study group that Chris Sparks and a few people run in Australia. He did the heliosorcery. And at the beginning, they sometimes have people come on camera and give their little testimony. And there's a woman in Georgia who feels all alone. She even says it. She feels all alone because her family's left her and she hasn't found anybody to replace it, except maybe the Bible study group. And there's this other guy, I don't know where he lived at. He was just talking last Friday that he feels just totally alone. That he hasn't found anybody to, to replace the family that, either he walked away from or they walked away from him. And so I feel bad for him because I haven't really experienced that. Because when I lost my family, I had the Bible study, and then I was acquainted with people on Discord and Facebook and Telegram. So I didn't feel isolated. And you guys are a lot more numbers than my family, so it didn't matter.
Hey Jim, you yeah, you expressed a lot of loss. What's what's your? I almost feel like an interviewer. What's your goal in all of that? Like, what's the end goal? I guess. What's the end goal? I guess beyond truth.
No, I think my end goal is just to spread truth to the normies, and my wife and our brother-in-law, her brother, we sat around the table in Dallas and Frisco last October 2022, and I told her there's this place in Michigan called Benton Harbor, St. Joseph, that you can look across, Lake Michigan and see Chicago, and that proves we don't live on a spinning space ball. And she said, "Have you ever been there?" I said, "No." And so the place I was going to move to in Salt Lake City fell through. So about the last week in January, I decided, well, I'm not going to Salt Lake City where I want to go. So I said, I'm going to go to Benton Harbor. So I went, the Benton Harbor apartment thing didn't work out. So I looked at Michigan City, which is 40 miles south, which is, in my opinion, a nicer community. I've been here twice before in my life. So this is where it came. So I'm 38 miles from Chicago. I'm close to 6 beaches, 7 beach. I love the beach, and I never lived on a beach my entire life. Now I do, and not on a beach, but close to a large body of water. And I'm 20 miles from Union Pier, which is 50 miles away. It's a few miles north of there is Warren Dunes, which is 53 miles away. Waco Beach is 55 miles away, 56 from Chicago. And then north of there, which is only like 25 miles from me, is where Lewicki, took his picture from 160 feet up that Tom Coombs said it was a mirage. And then just about 40 minutes from me on Interstate 94 is St. Joseph, which is 62 miles away. Beautiful beach. The town has really made the beach in the downtown area like one. And so I'm here. So my wife said, have you ever been there to see it for yourself? And I said, no, but here I am, starting February 6th. And so I went from Dallas to Lake Michigan, which is kind of cold and stuff like that, but it's all right. I mean, it's 85 degrees out today, so that's all cool. But the beach is 4 miles from me. It takes me about 10 minutes to get there. Down Franklin Street, if you look at the map, Franklin Street runs north-south. Takes you to the library, which I spend time at. The other side of the library is a park. The other side of the park is the parking lot. And on the side of the parking lot's the beach. And it's really cool. And they got a nice pier, and you can walk down the sidewalk and go on the other side of the pier. Before the pier starts, you sit down there. In Chicago, not every day because of atmospherics, of things that happen over the water, but Chicago's there 38 miles away. Really cool. And the sun is setting quite a bit to the right. I might go out there tonight. It's setting out there quite to the right till June 21st next week, and then it'll start moving leftward again. And there'll be a time when the sun is setting behind Chicago, moving away from behind Chicago, as it will in Union Pier, as it will in Warren Dunes, as it will in Waco Beach, as it will in St. Joseph. So Chicago is fixed, but the sun moves, east, west, or north, south. I can move east, west, or north, south. So I might be able to get that silhouette on my camera for 2-3 months in the fall, early winter, and then 2-3 months in the late winter, early spring. I don't know. I mean, I haven't experienced it yet, but I'm looking forward to the silhouette thing. I have seen Chicago from Union Pier. It's on video. And I've seen it from 53 miles at Warren Dunes. It's on video, but there was some things going on above the water. So I didn't catch all of Chicago. I did catch about half of Sears Tower and the lights above, but you could obviously see that there was things going on above Chicago. And the fascinating thing is when I first went out and looked February 15th from Michigan City, it was like 35 degrees. I had to bundle up and the water was like 35 degrees. I even walked out there and the guy told me don't walk on the lake. It's like, as if I'm going to go walk on the ice, right? And so I got there and I saw Chicago and it was clear, 30 miles away because it was 35 degrees above water. It was perfect. I said to myself, this is going to be so much fun. And then I go back about a month later when it's getting warm and I can't see a thing. It was oh my goodness. And then I drove down, you can look on the map, Beverly Shores is about 6 miles away. I went down to Beverly Shores, went down on the beach and used my camera for the first time on a tripod. And I'm serious. We've all seen the pictures of boats, far away, and there's water on the other side. I'm serious. I had 2 boats, perfect resolution, in the video, and there was literally a wall of water behind them. It wasn't just water behind it. It was like, I'm not going to call it a tidal wave, but there was literally a wall of water behind it. And I saw Chicago, and I only saw about half of Chicago behind it because the water was, whatever type of optics were happening. I had never ever seen that before. Maybe someday I'll share it. It's on video as well. And it just made me think, when they tell me I'm not going to see Chicago from a long distance until January, I'm going, that might be true, because there's something going on in Lake Michigan here, because the water's so cold. It doesn't happen in Florida and Louisiana and LA and San Francisco. I mean, there's such a big difference. I mean, you go from certain parts of Lake Michigan being frozen over, which would be 32 degrees, to when it warms up in August to like 80 or 82. So there's a huge discrepancy in the water temperature here that I had no idea about. So if you get 20 degree difference between air temperatures and water temperature, you can't see a thing from 50, 60 miles away. You can't see a thing. So it's really interesting. So I was wanting to go to Florida in January to get out of the cold here, but if I'm going to see what I want to see, I might have to hang out, and because we'll see what happens. I don't want to go on top of a dune. There's a dune in Warren Dunes that you can get there. It's right behind the main restroom, main parking lot. The people climb up. It's about 150 feet tall. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do what Lewicki did and take go 160 feet up. I want to do it 20, 30, 40 feet observation height, and I want to get it on video. And I might have to wait till January to do it. I could do it at 38 miles away here where I am in Michigan City, but I can't do it at 50, 53, and 62 miles away. There's just too much going on above the water. My last point. I went to Gene's camera and talked to Jack. He's over in South Bend where Notre Dame is, and he said something really interesting to me. He said the camera reads what's looking over. P1000 reads what's looking over. So he said, don't get frustrated if it can't read over water and it doesn't focus right away or doesn't focus at all, because it's reading over water and it can't read what it's what it's seeing, because it's different over water than it is over land. And I'm kind of going, that's very true. I have a camera that reads. It's pretty cool. And but I always was a little frustrated until he told me that, because I was going out to 1,500 meters on millimeters on my camera, and it was getting real I don't want to say foggy, but real blurry. And then about 10 days ago, I was out in Michigan City, and because of the smoke, I couldn't see Chicago at all. So the moon was behind me. So for the first time, I went in and zoomed in on the moon. It has a moon mode. And I zoomed in on the moon, went to 3,000 millimeters, which is as far as it goes, 125 magnification, and it was clear. It was just like there's so much difference between looking up in the air and looking, across the ground. I think Indio said that the sun can be 23,000 times brighter straight above you than it is on the horizon. It can be. And that's very true. That's very true, because it's so clear when you look up, but the horizon can be so cloudy. It's just an amazing difference. I don't see how any glober uses refraction 7/6R, whatever they use, over water. It is impossible. So when RUHF or whoever says they can measure refraction over water, they're lying to you, as they do normally.
What's happening up in here? Up in here? Up in here? Yo, what's happening?
So how cold does the Pacific Ocean get around San Diego in January?
The coldest it gets is about like the mid to low 50s, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Like it generally probably not lower than about 57, 58.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And
It gets as warm as 75. I've been in the water when it was 75 for almost a week or two at a time.
Mm-hmm.
A few years ago. That was wild. Because they started seeing all kinds of fish in there that you didn't normally see. And jellyfish and all kinds of stuff.
Now, I'll probably never get to see it, but Catalina would be fun at 26 miles away just to see it, because I'm living away from Chicago. Of course, Chicago's got 1,700 foot building, 1,450 foot building, which Catalina Island doesn't, obviously. But it'd be fun to look at Catalina Island on a nice day. You get one low atmospheric, low whatever you want to call it,
Mm-hmm.
and see that 26 miles away.
Yeah, I took a picture of it from the place where the Flat Earth get-togethers are in Orange County down here and north of me. So a place near Huntington Beach called Sunset Beach, and it's exactly 30 miles. I think it's 30.08 miles. And I took a picture with my little Obama phone camera.
Yeah. And it did a good job. So your Obama phone paid off, huh?
Yeah, the price was right. So let's see. Hold on. Let me see. I can find it probably. I probably could find it pretty quick here. Let's see. As file. Here we go. Here it is. Let's see. Let's copy this one. Put that one in. And then. So I got both of these. The first one is the actual location information. And the second one is the actual photograph.
Oh, and that's Catalina on the other side of the Black Swan. Is that what it is?
Yeah, there's oil rigs out there.
Oh, that's not necessarily the Black Swan. That's just oil rigs. Okay.
Those are oil rigs. The Black Swan is about 100 and from me it's 200 miles north in Santa Barbara.
Oh, okay.
LA, where this picture is taken, is only 100 miles north of me.
I see. And that's Catalina Island from.
That's Catalina Island.
26 or 30 miles.
Exactly. It says right there 30.88 miles. So nearly almost 31 miles. And I believe the tallest peak here, it says it is 2,097 feet.
So the Obama phone did that for you.
Cool. Yep. That's my Black Swan I did myself. There it is. Now, where this location is, I was about 6 feet above the sea level. You can see I'm standing up, maybe as much as 10 feet. Still, there would be at least 400 feet missing from the island. And if you get that picture, even that on a big screen, zoom it in, you can see close to the island. There's reflection of fishing boats' lights on the water close to the island. This is impossible. You can actually see a glow from the shoreline. You can even see it in this picture. A glow right near the shoreline. You see those boats? Hold on. Do me a favor if you're looking at it. Blow the picture up, put it in a browser. and then go full screen, and then you can zoom in on it and zoom in further.
I think I'm gonna put that that wall of water. Sorry, that hill of water that was an optical effect.
Yeah.
I want to put that on a YouTube and share it here sometime. Go ahead, Sonny. I'm sorry.
You can actually make out lights. So if I've zoomed this in like 300 times, well, let's see, that was too much. If you zoom it in about 200 times, you can see lights. There's boats. And beyond the ships, which are in between you and the island, there's a glow right at the shoreline. You can actually make out lights almost right at the shoreline. It just appears to you as a glow. Now, that's impossible. Those lights coming from the shoreline, making it glow because they're all lit up, right? You can actually make out lights on the shoreline. So that would be 400 feet below your line of sight. They're telling me that every single glow, every single light along that shoreline is being lifted up the exact amount that it would take to match physical reality and perspective itself. Thank you very much. That's the end of my statement.
There you go.
How do you like them apples? Oh, yeah.
So when you buy a bushel of apples, do they actually give you 13, or do you normally just get 12?
I never buy that many apples, and I'm very particular about apples. I usually don't even buy apples anymore because I get so much donated food, and they come with apples. That's about the most calorie beneficial thing that I get. The rest of it's a lot of carbohydrates, which I can use to propel myself during the day. Actually, I can eat a lot of carbohydrates, but mostly, unless I want to be aching the next day, like I was today after 18 miles and eating a bunch of chocolate and carbohydrates, I felt like really bad this morning. So if I eat more protein, then I do better. But I digress. Boy, I sure had a long discussion about apples when you just asked me about apples. No more coffee. Now I've switched to tea. You know what I was thinking this morning? It's really hilarious. Might get a laugh out of it. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. I'm gonna let it shine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, shine, shine. Let it shine. Oh yeah. Well, it started sounding like what's his name?
You and Alex should do a duet together.
I never knew I knew I could sing from an early age, but I never knew I could sing like that. I started sounding like who was the guy? Not Ray Charles.
No.
Because I had a little phlegm in my throat. Who's that guy? You know who I'm talking about. I didn't know I could do that. Holy mackerel. That's kind of wild.
I just
coming to you from Boomer Radio. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness. Life is so funny, man. You were talking, Sonny, and I went to Instagram and looked at this little meme that somebody
Okay, since it's kind of quiet, I know there's some water boiling in the background. Do you hear that at all, though?
No.
Okay, good. That's good. So, since I have your ear, I'll just play a little tune I was working on this morning. Since I don't get often the time to, like, not every day to play for someone. So. Thanks.
I think Alex just went into voice text and said, Sonny Alex duet coming out Thanksgiving.
That'd be awesome. Shoot that. Yeah, how many straight lines do you have a sphere? I guess that was a while ago now. But anyway, I must get out on my bicycle. Talk to you guys in a little bit.
Have fun.
I like Sonny. Sonny's like the he's like the bard of the flat Earth community. Problem with the bard though, you're the first one to get the spear, I guess, eh? He's always playing. I like that.
Thanks. Lately, yeah, that's good. Yeah, try to keep. It's like it's my craft, you know. So like, Probably looks old fashioned to other people, but that's okay. Like I do all my own work and stuff. I just rely on myself mostly. It gets lonely in here sometimes though, but yeah, absolutely. But but there's rewards for learning to know thyself, right? I appreciate that being a bard isn't such a bad thing. I was always a jester, mostly growing up, but life has a way of tempering us, doesn't it, and making us more malleable to the God's will instead of my own.
What'd you say, Sonny? You're going for a bike ride this afternoon or across California again?
Yep. You guys want me to play that interview, Wits It with Son Janus? Whatever his name is, Son Janus.
Who is Son Janus? Who is that?
I don't really know. I haven't really followed him. That I probably have heard some of his content, but I'm not really familiar. Yeah, go ahead. Let me find it. I just because the music started. There's a few minutes of music, but the music's pretty good actually. It's good. Getting ready to go outside music. 1 second. Here, let me put this in the bot.
You appreciate the music there?
What's that?
You appreciate the music, Mr. Bard?
Oh, thank you so much. All right. Someone gave me the Gandalf prize because we went on Miggy's channel and we all were here and we all went on camera on Rumble. And because I have long silver gray hair, I got, who was it? Jedi said, you have the double Gandalf award or something like that.
You got, honey, you got long gray hair, really?
Yeah, long silver. That's my hair's gray.
That's awesome. I kind of figured he has a buzz cut, kind of maybe a couple of grays.
No, I'm an old hippie. I just grew my hair back the way I had when I was a teenager, running around in St. Louis when I was a kid. Bah. No, I was never a goat. I was never a baby goat. Here to testify. Anyway, I better get ready. But here we go. Let's do this.
Okay.
Should start. No. Hold on 1 second. Probably have to stop the queue. Let's. Wait a second. Why is that not working? Oop. Oh, it's not playing it. Oh, isn't it? What's going on? Why aren't my commands working for this bot? Let's see. Okay, here we go. Did that make it go away? Yeah. The bot doesn't seem to be responding, but let's see if it did. Is this not even started yet? Oh, I'll get you. Why is it playing here though? Oh, get it. Okay, never mind. I'll play something else. 1 second.
What are you trying to play there, Sonny?
I was trying to play something, but it's I think it's what it is, a video that hasn't started yet. I didn't know it was a could be wrong. I don't know. Having some trouble here. 1 second.
Was it about Witsit, you said?
Yeah. And Robertson Janus. Let me see here. Having some internet problems. 1 second.
How's Witsit doing nowadays?
I don't know. He's coming on here pretty often, actually. He's usually on here in the morning or sometimes late at night, either when I'm just waking up or not awake yet or falling asleep. What the heck?
You try turning it off and on again?
Yeah, it didn't seem to really.
Oh, I'm just joking. I'm joking.
No, it did. It didn't seem to respond to it. Well, first I saw the bot here, and then it did disappear when I did stop. I thought, well, let's see. This is. Let me see. I'll look at this.
There it is.
Well, all it is playing through my speaker. Oh, wait a second. There's the bot. What the heck? Okay. This is just a 5-minute. Wait a second. No, it isn't. It says it's an hour and 57 minutes long. Oh, I guess it's starting in 6 minutes.
Oh, it's like a countdown. Okay.
Yeah, it's doing a countdown. It's almost there. Let's see. I still don't know why I wouldn't play it, though. It should.
I thought you were playing an old clip. You're trying to play something that's going to happen right now?
Yeah, I didn't realize it, but it's about. It's a Witz's channel, so hold on a second. Let me stop that because that's coming through my speaker. Let me see if I can just start it now.
Oh, that's his intro. Yeah, it's super long, his intro.
It's almost over. The bot's not playing it, probably because it's not started yet. I don't know why. That's really strange, though, because you would think it would. This is episode 2. I wonder where episode 1 is. Go look for that. This is what happens to me. I get stuck on Discord all day long, and then I look out and it's dark. Like, shit, I miss the sun. Now it's cloudy again, and I'm fucking going out anyway. But
episode 1 is when he interviewed Rob Park, by the way.
Oh, Rob Parks. Okay, I think we did play that here before. But you know what? This is. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's supposedly starting in 5 minutes.
It's kind of hard to hear it from your speakers. Are you sure you can't figure out the bot?
It won't play it for some reason. I'm trying to stop it right now. Let me see if I stop it again. Yeah, see, it disappeared when I pressed stop, but it didn't give me the reply that the queue has been cleared. You know how it usually does? It's not giving me those commands. Okay, so let me try.
I have no idea how it normally works. I've never been able to use the bot. I don't have the ability to use the bot.
Let me try it. Let me try it again. 1 second. There it is. Let's try that. The bot's showing up, but it's not playing anything yet. It's probably going to play it when it starts, is my guess. For some reason, the intro music's not playing through the bot, but the bot's on.
Well, maybe it'll start, hopefully.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be starting in... I don't know why every time I started, it's...
Maybe he suspected something. I don't know.
Yeah, it should come on. This is already on.
Sonny, if this doesn't happen anytime soon, I'm going over to the Globe side. Oh.
All right, good riddance. See you later. Have fun over there. That's funny. Oh, hilarious. I'm thinking it's going to work. Is the bot still there? Yeah. Let me actually go look on.
So, do we have any golds in here? If there's anyone that's that has the gold roll, can you please head down to the gold BC for an important discussion?
Oh, really? Okay. I'll go gold text. Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long. It's just
If we can figure out the bot while you're going, if anybody does come in, everybody can agree to mute the bot and talk, by the way.
yeah. CJ will explain what it's about. Oh wait, you need help with the bot?
Yeah, we were trying to listen to that that Sue Genis interview that Witcher did, and there was just some difficulties, I guess. But I also don't know if people know that we can all, if we all agree on it, we can all mute the bot and still talk. Can't mute the actual bot, but we on our can.
So what, is it just not playing, or what's the problem?
Guess not. I don't know. Actually, it's not a good idea to mute the bot because it would still be playing over live stream, and that'd be chaotic. Never mind. Don't do that.
So it's supposedly playing right now, but it's not coming through.
I guess not. Yeah. I've never had the bot control role anyway, so I have no idea how to even begin to understand how to work that thing or what would be going wrong.
Oh, it's not responding to any commands.
Oh well, if you got to get back down there, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just let India know. Hang on.
Thanks for doing what you're doing. Appreciate it.
Can I ask how some of you guys have shared your flat Earth beliefs with friends, family, coworkers, etc.?
Who asked that?
I am Kovac.
Oh, that's good to hear. Well, first of all, I have to premise the implications of what I'm saying, because a lot of the times when you talk about this with anyone, they just start thinking that you're stupid or crazy, and they should know better if they've known me for so long. But that's even worse. When people know you before and after this religion, they're less likely to take you seriously because they know all the stupid stuff you've done, and they've been with you through thick and thin. But this is the one thing they don't know. They're too lost in the sauce. They're not going to trust you on that because your friends and your family, they know you for being whoever you were before you knew the truth. But like I said, when I talk to people about this, and now it took me a while to get to a point where I can actually articulate everything in a way that everybody can understand, and understand that I'm not just some dum dum. I first want them to know the implications of what I'm saying. So the implications being, yes, there is a lie that is worldwide. I am not going to downplay that, but whether or not, like, I'm not. Also, you need to. Not everybody's lying. Everybody just believes it. Because if everybody's lying, that'd be crazy. You know, of course not. You believed the lie too at one point. So another
I
thing
have a
is
strategy.
to.
I'm sorry.
Another thing is to not say it's a belief because it isn't a belief. It's the truth, you know, and the truth will stand on its own two legs without your help. So go ahead. I don't mean to monologue.
A strategy that I've found that works sometimes is depending on the family member or friend that you're speaking with, whatever knowledge you have about them and things that they already might be aware of and accept, like other truths, like 9/11 or things like that. A lot of times it's better to start with something like that they already accept and understand, and from there you can shift the conversation into that conversation. And it's tricky because I find that a lot easier, and it's smoother than just coming straight out with that conversation, the flat earth conversation, because then their mind is more willing to accept, I think, the idea, because their mind is already in that place where they accept the idea of another lie. I find that to be helpful from time to time, if that helps you.
Some people, though, they care too much about what other people think, and they'll even go as far as to tell you they don't care about this lie. Like, why does it matter? I still have to do this. You're going to get that from your loved ones. I get it from mine, but I think it's just mainly because they don't want to be an outcast in their own lives with their own friends and family. Because everybody else makes a mockery of it.
Yeah, it also does help then in that situation too, where if they have an upbringing rooted in some sort of religious upbringing, so that you can explain to them why it's important based on what it does, and is just proof of creation.
Don't get so bent up out of shape if they don't receive the message well. Because it's more than likely not going to be received well. Especially if you're not well versed in everything. Really good to listen in on here and research everything to where you know all the keywords, what they're going to say, how you should respond to that by being on this Discord channel or doing your own research. You know, 'cause don't go into the conversation with somebody not well equipped. I've done it. I know that's the mistake that I made in a lot of scenarios. So, just from experience, don't do that. Get yourself well versed on all the topics and then approach it. I'd say you should go as far as to knowing, like all of the globe points. You need to know Newtonian gravity. You need to know the special and general relativity. You need to know all of your logical fallacies. You need to know the scientific method. You need to know all the natural laws that would pertain to like entropy and things like that. All of these are very important to know before you approach the subject, because more than likely it's not going to be received well. Just saying.
Yeah, 100%. You guys summed up. You guys summed up everything that I went through for the last year when I started this journey. Yeah, that's cool. That's good. I like that. It's true. Everything you said, every point. I've learned more about space and the globe and everything that I should have known in elementary school that I forgot in the last year than I ever knew my whole existence. It's true.
Try not to get too discouraged too if you try to start having some of these conversations with people that you love, and if it doesn't go well, don't get too discouraged about it, because that at least you said what you needed to say. You spoke truth to them, and that's the most important thing, is speaking truth. And eventually, hopefully, the creator will unlock that part of their brain that can't, right now absorb the information, and one day, they will be made aware of the truth themselves, because it really comes through him, not through you.
That's true.
But you can be a seed planter, though.
It just really sucks when you do bring it up and people don't receive it well, because you find out who really does care about truth and who really doesn't care. And man, it goes as far as to say, if I can't know anything, you can't either. Man, why is that the big way to go when the subject's brought up? It's very actually, we can know. You may not be able to know everything, because when you take this turn, you actually realize how little you'd know and how little everyone else knows. But what you know, you for sure know. But no, you can't know anything. It's the way it always goes. If they can't know, then you can't know. Even though you've done all the work to study and research, and that nobody else seems to care to do, you're like, I hear it on here too. Like when we get like somebody with like a PhD cornered, they'll start reverting to that kind of way of thinking also. If they can't know, then you can't know. Nobody can know. Aggravating. That should be some sort of former logical fallacy, because how are we supposed to know anything if people can't know things? That's what science is for. It's a method to knowledge, to know things.
Yeah, I went through a really bad time during 9/11, because that, for me, I was aware of other things before that, but for me, I thought, okay, this is my fight now. This happened. I was young, I was energetic, and I was ready to do battle with people on that subject, and I was so excited, and I mailed out information to everybody I know, friends, family, just everything that I knew about it, and pictures and evidence. I mailed it to everybody I knew, hoping that when I see them again, it's going to be so great, and maybe they'll call me and we can talk about it. And oh man, I was so disappointed. Nobody contacted me. Nobody wanted to talk about it. I don't even know if
I'm the same way, buddy. Same. Isn't it funny when you find out the truth of something and you're like, oh snap, I got the truth. People are going to be like getting the truth, and you go and you tell them, and they don't take it like you did, knowing the truth. It's crazy.
It's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. Because that's what I'm saying. You find out who really cares about knowing the truth and who doesn't.
Yeah. I did have one family member, an in-law. He was really fascinated with it, and he enjoyed it and was glad I sent it to him. But at the end of the conversation, he said, but I don't really care, because at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter to me. It doesn't affect me. And I was just like, wow. Here, I thought at least I got one person, but no, I didn't have him at all. It completely went over his head, the importance of it and what it means to the bigger picture of everything.
Yeah, bro. I used to be the same way, man. Like when they said they don't really care, it's like my first reaction was, "Whoa!" You throw your hands up. It's like in disbelief. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean you don't care? What do you mean it doesn't mean anything to you? But it's like at that point, I found that you got to do another shot of truth. It's like, whoa, hold on. It actually does affect you. Because the fact is, you're believing something that's not true. You're believing something that essentially is a lie, and that does affect you. It's not. My initial reaction is like a shock, like, "Whoa, what do you mean? Like it doesn't affect you? It actually does affect you. It's a lie that you're believing in. So you're okay with believing in a lie? You're okay in believing in something that's not true? Would you raise your children in this, I guess, atmosphere? No, of course you wouldn't. You're going to try to raise your children in something that is true, something that is, fully examined, something that is. You know what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I agree with you too, and that's the big problem, right? Too, is people are so used to accepting lies from the moment they're born that they're just okay with it after a while. They just keep on going, keep on working their butts off, being slaves to the monetary system and being slaves to all the lies that we're told.
Cool. That's not cool to be okay with it. That's the point. The point is you can't be cool with being okay with being lied to all the time. You can't do that. You can't accept that anymore. I'm agreeing with you.
Some of it too might come from we tell ourselves a lot of lies too, and and I've done it plenty. I lie to myself a lot, and it's a funny thing, man. It's the devil. It's that struggle, man. I feel so unworthy too a lot of times to be able to just have the power of this knowledge of truth. It's so unbelievable and such an amazing gift. And I'm so unworthy of it.
Yeah, unworthy. I feel the same way. I feel the same way, guy. Like that's basically your only job is just to say the truth. That's it. Just throw it out there. Throw it out there. And then
I hope it sticks.
Sometimes it's like just throw it out there and walk away. Literally, that's basically what it is. Other times it's you engage in a conversation, maybe 6-7 minute conversation, and that's it. That's what I'm finding over the last 12 months for myself personally.
That's one of the things I used to do with 9/11 is I ordered all these like index cards that had all these proofs on it and information that came from engineers and architects. 9/11 made them, and I would just keep a stack of them with me everywhere I went. And I'd toss them everywhere. If I was in a doctor's office, I'd be slipping them into every magazine that was, in the waiting room. I'd put them everywhere. Just doing little stuff like that. Maybe we should do that for Flat Earth. Maybe we should make some Flat Earth index cards. Scatter them around.
How effective did you find that to be for yourself?
I mean, it was satisfying. I loved it. It was very satisfying. It sucked that I couldn't see someone's reaction when they discovered it, but it was still satisfying, man. It was fun. and because I knew I was doing the right thing. That's what made it so much fun. Is even though I couldn't see someone's reaction or how they accepted it, I knew I was just trying to expose truth. So I was doing the right thing.
I've personally found I found people about 6 months later, they come back to me and they just ask me random questions. Like, bro, it's like, what about satellites? You believe in satellites? And that's like an open, it kind of opens up to a conversation, another like I said, 6 minute conversation or whatever it is. And that's happened several times. It's kind of like you just drop the seeds. Like I've noticed in my life, or like I said, over the last year, you drop these seeds and they kind of germinate over several months or weeks or whatever it happens to be for yourself or for anybody. Then they come up with these random questions, like I said, what about satellites? And I had somebody last week. They're like, what the heck did the guy say? You know what I'm saying? Like they realize that you're actually not BSing them about this. Are you just trolling them about, hey, the world is flat? No. They realize, hey, you've been doing this for a little while. You actually believe this. And you're living your life.
You don't believe it. You know it. You don't believe it.
That's it. You know it. Okay. You know what I'm saying, right? You know it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
And you're living your life. You're doing your thing. You're a completely normal person. You're not actually you're not actually crazy. You're not a, how they try to portray conspiracy theorists. Like that.
Yeah.
This individual is actually legit. He's, living his life, doing his job, doing his family, doing his thing. And he still believes in the flat earth. So you know what? When it's kind of quiet, maybe there's nobody around, I'm going to ask him a random question. And that to me is like, hey, here we go. So now they're actually taking me legit. You know what I mean? Like, and then I can answer a question in like a one-on-one. It's like, I'm not crazy, bro. I actually believe this. Like, the world is flat. Like, you believe, you actually believe water bends around a ball? Really? You believe that? Okay. Can you show me something? Like maybe an experiment somewhere in a lab that is proof? Oh, gravity is your answer. Okay. It's only in numbers. It's only on paper. You can't actually show it to me. Gravity bending water around the ball. You can't show it. Okay. You know what I mean? Like you just go from one thing. It's kind of organic, I guess.
I know it sounds arrogant, but I think it's very important to get the word belief out of your vernacular when you're talking about flat Earth.
What's the word? Sorry, I didn't hear. Didn't catch
belief. Sorry, my son. If you take belief out of your vernacular when you're talking about flat Earth, it may sound arrogant, but it's something that you should truly think about. Kind of get that word out of your vernacular.
No,
it's in a lot of ways it's a trigger word. It is a very triggering word for some people because when you use the word belief, a lot of people think about religion and how that's just a belief. And so it's you don't want to go there. You want them to understand that this isn't a belief. This is proven. You can prove this.
I got you.
All you have to do is look. All you got to do is look.
Well, it's not just about triggering. It's also giving somebody in the position that believes in the globe to use that word against you and say, well, you can just believe whatever you want when it's not just a belief, So, yeah, it does trigger a lot of people in here because of that reason, because in their everyday lives, they're hearing it's a belief this, it's a belief that, when it's not the same,
Yeah, I'm so lucky when it comes to. I mean, I'm not lucky because I don't have a large family. I have my parents, but I'm very lucky that I can talk to them about this because they're both awake now too. And I feel so lucky having that. Unfortunately, the rest of my family, I'm pretty much estranged from, because of some just, inner family shit that happened, which is unfortunate. But I have my fiance too. She's with me. And other than that, man, I don't really honestly even approach people on the street that much to talk about flat Earth. I just don't really ever have the opportunity.
Well, a good thing to try and get people to agree to is that they experience Earth as a motionless plane, right? They don't observe curvature and they don't experience the motion that's claimed to be happening, right? So, and then you can ask them, and if they agree to that, yeah, you're right. I don't experience the Earth as a spinning ball, right? After that, you can ask them, is that a belief? Are you then saying that it's a belief that what we're experiencing is real? Because that'd be like saying, well, I believe it's raining. No, you know it's raining, right? You're experiencing it.
Yeah, that's good, brother. I like that. So what you guys were talking about, the belief and the knowing. It is raining, isn't it? Or do you believe it's raining?
Right, exactly. And because they'll come at you as if it has no basis to even start thinking that it's flat. Well, what are you basing this on? Right? Well, it's based on direct observation and experience, right? So they'll try and make out like it has no basis in reality at all, and then therefore trying to force some sort of burden of proof onto you. When their claim is the opposite of what you're actually observing and experiencing, and that's why they bear the burden of proof.
Yes, I've experienced that. Yes, and that's very true. They almost unconsciously they try to throw it on you. It's like, whoa, hold on a sec. You're the one that you're the one that believes this.
Well, it's the implications of what you're saying too. So that's why I like to lay that on now through experience. It seems like you got to kind of express the implications of what you're saying in a way. Whatever you have to kind of gauge whoever you're talking to, how you should gauge. How specific you need to be with the implications. Main thing is that the whole world believes a lie. Not everybody's lying. And if somebody that may be a bit religious, you can gauge that to your liking, I guess. But the main thing is that the belief in the heliocentric globe Earth paradigm is where the belief lies, because we don't experience the world like this. And it's kind of weird. People can't see that.
It's so interesting because for me, I never once thought about the shape of the Earth at all. I just accepted it as a globe, and I never gave it another thought, really. And I never really heard about flat Earth as an actual thing. I didn't know there was actually people out there serious about this until I was listening to Coast to Coast one night, and Edward Hendry was a guest on there, and I heard him talk. And then I went and bought his book, and I read it, and I just took off from there. And it's just weird, I just never, I didn't even know it was a thing. And I think that's probably true for a lot of other people too. They don't know we even exist. I think some people, they don't know that this is a conversation going on.
back to the burden of proof. The proof for the globe has never even been provided, so it's not something that the burden of proof could possibly be on us. We're pointing out the message. Hey, this proof has never been provided. We've all just been taught it without any proof. So really, the burden of proof should be, I mean, regardless of what anybody thinks, the burden of proof has always been on the globe. We're just the people that are bringing this to light. And then we just happen to have the evidence that the Earth measures flat and is utilized as flat and non-rotating. Pretty weird that nobody's ever supplied this proof of this globe Earth, and then you're just supposed to treat the Earth like it's flat and non-rotating, and then people just want to be like, "You're crazy because you think it's a flat, non-rotating Earth." What? People are crazy.
Yeah, I love this. I love it. I love this journey. I love it because you just kind of, they think you're crazy, but you show up every day. You're always there. You're either a family member, a friend, you're a coworker, but you're always there. You know what I mean? Like it's you're just that one person that kind of believes a little bit different than everybody else, but you're making them think. Like I said before, it's like, oh, go ahead, show me when water bends. I've never seen that, and nobody. I personally have never been challenged with that, like water curving. That's one of the things that got me. It's like, you know what? I always believed in the globe, but I've never. That's true. Water does not bend. It does not curve. It does not. Like, when would it do that? The answer obviously is, from a globe perspective, it would be refraction. It's too far for you to understand, and it's going to happen in the distance. But you keep throwing those truths out there. You keep showing up to work, keep showing up to family events, blah, blah, blah. Right?
They'll tell you that water curves with a certain crazy conditions like that aren't common, like in a test tube, a meniscus.
Yeah.
Which is curving the other way. So concave Earth or a drop of water, or like a water that's been on, like that's sticking to a surface and it bulges, like with surface tension, has nothing to do with water actually bending in a body, like a big body of water bending. So yeah, but they'll go to extreme measures just to show you water bending that has nothing to do with a big body of water. So
they're going to go to gravity too, right? And say that, well, that's what's holding it around the Earth is it's all this gravity. And then so you can bust down gravity then for them right when they hit that too.
That's what I was saying. You need to know about your Newtonian gravity and how it was superseded by Einsteinian gravity, but still know about Newtonian gravity because you can destroy their Coriolis effect, like Earth-based Coriolis effect, with Newtonian. You can take it all away from them if you want to.
And it's great because you throw all those ideas out there, like you just said, Flatsy, Newtonian, and then Einsteinian, gravitational, whatever the heck they're all about. That makes them start thinking. It's like, oh, I haven't heard about Einstein since high school, or I haven't heard about Newton since high school, right? So now it's the onus. Whatever you're talking about, the onus is thrown on them. Now you got to actually do some research. Now you got to re-educate yourself about what you actually believe in. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, if I believe in the globe, what have I actually been believing in? Like, I believed in Newton and Einstein, but what do I actually believe in? This individual just threw that at me again. And I'm like, whatever, wherever you happen to find yourself in life, whatever stage in life, it's like, wait a second, I'm starting to think again. And I think that's key. You just throw these little bits of as flat earthers. Now we throw these little bits of information or science or lack of science at our friends, family, co-workers, and now it starts to make them think. You don't have to convince them. For myself, I found that you don't need to actually convince them in the moment. Because for myself, it took me a little while to mull through all this information and accept it. So it's the same with other people. But you throw those little tidbits of things that make them go kind of like, huh, I never thought of it that way. Because that's the way it worked for me anyway. I'm sure some of you guys, it worked for you the same way. But you throw that at the peeps in your life and it makes them think. And you just let it simmer, kind of let it simmer. Like you don't have to win. You don't have to win the war right away. It's just one little, you know what I mean? Like one little thing at a time. Let it simmer. That's what I found in my life anyway for the last 1 year. It's the way it worked for me.
Yeah, bro.
Right?
Yeah, think about that too. We grow up and go our whole lives, and all we have in our heads is all just beliefs. No, we know nothing. Think about that. That's we really don't know anything. Everything is a belief until you wake up out of that sleep.
Oh my God, dude, you're right. Like it's like I'll have all these things I believe, but I can't answer it. If a 5-year-old asked me to explain it, I couldn't explain it. I couldn't explain any of it to you. So it's good. It's good. I think Globers who have flat earthers in their life should count their lives lucky. What's who am I talking to here? German Shepherd, Paul.
Yeah.
What's the what's the greatest opposition you've faced when you've mentioned anything to do with a flat Earth, like the idea? What have you experienced?
Greatest opposition?
Yeah, I can expand on that.
I've never really been in a. Well, if you mean like debate wise, like what was the best argument that I couldn't like get through? I've never really had that experience because I've never really been in a debate. So I've never really had to struggle with that. Most people that I've had conversations with were just regular, average people that don't really have this great, knowledge of even the flow system itself. So their knowledge is very basic. So I didn't have to struggle that hard when I was trying to help people out that were close to me. And I usually in here I don't really like debating. I think it is important. It's just not me. It's not for me. I'm not that eloquent. And there's just so many other people in here that aren't so good at it. Yeah. Good. What was yours though? I'm sure you obviously must have one.
Well, I didn't really mean like a debate. I've had some things, whatever, but what I meant was like, what have the reactions been for you when you mentioned that you know what, like me personally, I've mentioned, like I said, over a year ago, hey, what do you guys think about flat Earth? I'm thinking about it. It seems interesting, and I've had people literally. It feels like it's like a 180. Like a nice individual you're looking at, and they flip, and they're like, "What kind of idiot would believe in such and such and such?" Almost like Lord of the Rings, and then they have that. What's that guy with the ring? The little goblin or whatever the heck he is. When he just kind of switches. I've seen that several times.
Yeah, Gollum? No, I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, you know how he just switches, like just like that, like a snap of a finger, he switches. I've actually witnessed that, like in front, like to the person that I was talking to, several times, not just one person, but several different individuals. And it was, to me, it was like, okay, we're not even talking about flat Earth anymore. It's like, what the heck are you doing psychologically? Like, what's going on here? That was kind of a red flag for me. You know what I mean? Like, I found that interesting. So that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Did you come across any of that?
Yeah, absolutely. All the time. And you know, the worst thing is just trying to even start the conversation and immediately you just get laughed at. And you're just like, no, bro, this is serious. This is real. Like, it's not a joke. And they just, you know, because that's what they're taught to do.
Yeah.
That always, you know, that's fucking sucks. And then you have to like sit down and waste so much time trying to explain to them that you're fucking serious, you know, and you know, they all have that. They all do it, and people that come in here do it. Every person that I've ever talked to, they immediately they start to think about what you're saying, and they're like, they know it makes sense, but then they immediately say, well, what about the other planets? What about the stars? What about this? What about that? You know, and it's just boom, 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 rapid fire.
Yep.
Yeah, which I get, I understand, because I was the same way when I was learning about it. I just didn't have anybody to talk to at the time, so I was reading and doing my own shit. Until then, I kind of started looking at stuff on YouTube, and that's what led me here to this Discord. Thank you, Robert Pisano.
Oh yeah, he brought you here.
Yeah.
How
I didn't
long?
even know this existed until I talked to him, and he told me about it.
What did he tell you about? Like, did
Well,
he?
I told him that I'd like to talk to him about the topic, because I was watching all his videos and I really enjoyed them. They were, as far as the content I was seeing on YouTube, I thought his was just outstanding and the best. And so I wanted to talk to him. So I reached out to him and had a couple conversations with him. And yeah, he hooked me up with Jose that's in here a lot. He gave me Jose's number, and I called him and we chatted. And Jose brought me in here.
Jose,
it's been a blessing, man.
Nice. So you reached out to somebody, and then that's pretty cool, man. Like I personally, I thought there's got to be a group or something that believes in flat Earth. So I went to Discord and I found this. But that's good. Jose, I feel like I know Jose. He comes in very sporadic.
Once in a great, yeah.
Yeah.
He was actually just in here a couple of days ago, but I didn't get a chance to say what's up because I was busy. But he probably doesn't remember me anyways. What was I going to say? Fuck, I lost my train of thought.
That's cool, man. People reach out and kind of connect.
Oh, yeah. So I just remembered. So at the time when I was having all this, going through all this, I didn't even know. I was very low tech. I didn't have a smartphone. I don't even think I had a computer at the time. I was using my my dad's all the time. And so I didn't even know what Discord was. I had never heard of it. Wasn't familiar with it at all until Robert mentioned. I was like, "What Discord? What are you talking about? What the hell is that?" So it's been a wild ride.
Who's Robert? Who is that? He's got a channel or something. What does he do? Video?
Robert Pisano. He had a YouTube channel and he's put out a lot of content.
Oh, flat Earth content, I guess.
Yeah, his I think it was the name was Planete Veritas was his YouTube channel. Is what it was called.
Spanish. Sounds Spanish. I'm in Canada.
I think when I was talking to him, he was living, I think, somewhere around Cuba, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know where he is now, though. I haven't spoken to him since. Well, actually, no, I take that back. I did speak to him a few months after I got in here to thank him for bringing me here. And actually, yeah, he was telling me about this. He was trying to organize actually a trip to Antarctica, and he was just like, "Fuck it, man! I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get some people with me that are about it, and we're gonna arm up. And we're just gonna say, fuck it, stop us if you want. We're gonna live stream it. I don't know what happened to that. I wish if somebody knows, let me know if that's still in the works.
Antarctica. You guys are nuts. Really? Yeah. Cool. I like that.
That's the last thing he told me.
It starts with the flat Earth when you realize the truth.
If you're not familiar with his videos, I highly recommend you go watch them all, bro, because it is all fucking just gold.
So I got Robert. What's the last name?
Pisano. Here, I'll drop
Can you do that?
Planetae Veritas on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll find it I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it is really good stuff. He really exposed a lot of good stuff, man. Yeah, you got to go check him out. He was a sharp cookie. He is a sharp cookie.
If you drop it in the text, I'm going to make a little note here. Check it out when I get a chance.
Yeah, I really enjoyed his stuff. Like, I found out that NASA refers to Earth as a spaceship, and that it's over encumbered or something. And there's a lot of stuff in there that you got to check it out. Check it out to see how NASA refers to us. It's nuts. It's not good.
Yeah, NASA.
Yeah, Robert's a fucking beast.
Oh, that's it. You posted it there. Okay. Planet Veritas. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, too, I've noticed, because I was just checking his channel out actually a couple of days ago because I was looking for one of his old videos. A lot of them have been removed. I don't know if he did that or if YouTube did that, but I was kind of disappointed to see that a lot of stuff is just, it's not there anymore, which is unfortunate. I was so lucky too when I first started looking into flat Earth because I missed all the bullshit that's out there. I got the real straight dope right away. Edward Hendry and Robert Pisano. That was a blessing. I missed all the bullshit that's out there. I did read a couple of books that I thought were not that compelling. I know a lot of people like what's his name, Eric Dubay. I can't remember the name of his book, but I read it and I was so just, I don't know, it was horrible. There was no like references to anything he said. It was almost like it was just copied and pasted from everything was copied and pasted from other people's books, but he didn't credit anyone. There was no sources. I'd still read it though if you haven't.
But was that 200 proofs?
Yeah, I think it was that one.
Yeah, I think 100 of them are from John Carpenter's 100 proofs. Written in, like, I don't know, the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Yeah, I think you are correct.
He added to it, yeah. But yeah, it would be nice if there was references and
I'm not
sources.
trying to shit on Eric Dubé or anything. I don't even know him, so.
Yeah.
I was extremely cautious too, though, when I was looking into this thing, especially with people on YouTube that have a lot of followers. I'm always a little leery of, just from past experiences with people that I've, listened to and kind of spent a lot of time, like Alex Jones, for instance. And he put out some good material, right? But I realized, he got that material out because they let him get that material out. That was okay. But he can't talk about NASA. He's a full supporter of NASA, what a contradiction, right? He's so anti-government, so anti-establishment, and the government lies, but not about NASA. Fuck, you serious, bro?
That's awesome, man. That's funny. That's exactly how so many are. That's good, man. Good observation. I've seen the same.
That was a hard pill for me to swallow too, because I was listening to Alex like in the beginning when he was just nothing, and he seemed extremely genuine and just wanted to spread truth. But I don't know, man. Somewhere along the line, I think the money got him or something, because next thing you knew, he wanted to be the biggest news agency in the world, and a lot of shit seemed to change. But hey, he helped me wake up to a lot of stuff, so it's not all bad.
I've personally found with the people that I'm acquainted with is they go on all these rabbit trails. They do everything, every conspiracy theory you can think of, and I don't know. I'm telling myself it's not that big a deal because at least they're questioning. They're starting to question. Eventually, all the rest of the stuff it'll kind of like uh, wheat and chaff and whatever. Like it gets blown away, right? The good stuff falls down and the truth falls down, and you have that in your plate. Eventually, they're going to realize, you know what? The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. You can measure it. You can look at it. You can feel it. You can all that. Science is on the flat Earth side because flat Earth is science. The rest of the stuff, that's good. Do it. Do it for a season. Do it for a little while. The important thing is that you're questioning. You're questioning.
God is true.
It's true. Yeah. Did you say God is true?
Yeah, God is the truth. Truth is God.
Agreed. Yeah. Agreed. I can expand on that, but I won't because this channel isn't about that.
I'm not paying attention to who's coming in and out. So if there's some new people in here at all, and I'm not paying attention. I don't want to just sit here and ramble all day. I don't. There's some new people in here. Please stop me at any moment.
So, Paul, how long have you been a flat earther, or at least kind of sort of identified with it?
Oh my
Entertainment.
god. Whew. I don't remember the year. I want to say 2015, but I could be a little off. It might be 2016, and it was probably a year or two till I got into Discord.
So you've been looking
So
into
it's
this
been
quite a while. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's been a while, man. And it was the best thing, one of the best things that has ever happened to me. Honestly, it's my life is so much different now than before. I'm so much more happier than I was before.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, as rebels, I noticed you've been sitting in here listening for a while without roles. If you'd like to head up to VC check-in 1, somebody could have a chat with you and get you up to speed on the server and how things work, and give you a role which will allow you to open your mic in here if you wish to speak. If not, then yeah, you're welcome to just sit in here and listen. Thanks.
I used to think it was all these evil men and these systems of government that was keeping us under control, and they were using, which they are, they're using many things, monetary system and things to control us. But the main thing is the globe Earth, man. It is the it is the source. It is the biggest problem we face.
I'm sorry, bro. What did you say? Like, I feel like you said something good here. What did you say?
Oh, I said I used to think that it was just evil men behind all this and using governments and the monetary system and all these other systems to keep us in slavery and control us. But which is true, those things are true. But the bigger picture, the most important thing is the globe Earth. That is the biggest, tool they've used to enslave humanity. Every human on this earth is born and brought up with no idea of where they actually are. That's powerful.
Yep. Agreed. So what do you think, Paul V? What do you think this is the best approach towards people that believe all this? Like globe believers sort of thing, like sleeping people. You know what I mean? Like I know Miggy or Mayhem. He's kind of like take all the restrictions off. I'm sick and tired of these people. I'm gonna just tell them the truth. That's it, straight up. 1-2 punch sort of thing. And they don't like it, whatever. Like he seems tired of it, but what's your thoughts on that?
I think it depends on the person you're speaking with. You got to get a feel for the kind of person they are and go from there. Sometimes,
read the room.
People need to be, sometimes people need to be hit over the head. Sometimes you need to be, what's the term? Kid gloves. So it all depends on the person you're speaking with. You got to feel them out. It's a tough thing too, because so many people, we get so many trolls in here that are just disingenuous and lie and just want to come in here. Man, I don't even know why. Honestly, I don't know what's going on in their head. It baffles me, but and a lot of times you get people in here that are actually genuine and want to get an understanding of where we're coming from. Those are the people I like. People that are honest and genuine and not trying to argue the globe all day.
Yeah, but sometimes it takes like 10, 12 years to mature to that level where you're like, you know what, I'm sick and tired of this life. Well, the nonsense. I just want the truth. I don't know. It takes some time, I guess. I don't know. That's why I'm still mulling around what Mayhem is his approach. You know what I mean? He's a off kind of guy.
He's a what?
Take the gloves off and straight up, like, this is what you believe. Okay, here, these are the facts, and you don't believe it. Go after yourself, sort of thing. But
I've seen Mayhem take all approaches, man. I've seen him be very gentle and have very good conversations with people that are willing to be honest and have those conversations. Yeah.
You haven't seen though that he's moved to a new stage. Like he's gone up. He's aggressive.
Well,
now.
yeah, because he changed his name, right? He's Mayhem now.
Yeah.
He used to have a different name. When I first met him, he had a different name.
Miggy. Yeah, he's tired of it now. He doesn't have the patience for it anymore. Been doing it too long.
That's cool. That's cool, man. We need men like him.
Yep.
That have that spunk and that energy and are ready to do battle with those people.
Those people don't bring anything to the fight, though. That's the thing. That's the truth. They don't bring anything.
They bring a lot of belief.
Yeah.
Assumption. And let's assume this. Let's say this, and let's it's always the same with those people.
I was the same way, though. I got to be honest. I was the same way. And so I think Flatsy Klein just called me out on it about 8 minutes ago. It's like, yeah, belief. It's like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I actually know. I'm using the wrong verbiage.
I learned that too when I first came in here, because I used to say that too, man. I got hammered by a lot of people, QE and Helio, and oh man, when I first came in here, I got beat up. I actually almost lost my flat Earth roll one night because I don't know if it was, I can't remember who it was. It might have been QE. He asked me what I thought the the shape of the Earth was.
Yeah.
And I took a really long pause before I answered it. Or he asked me, maybe he didn't ask me the shape, maybe he just asked me if I thought the Earth was flat. And I paused for a really long time. And he was like, "Oh, that was way too long. I'm taking your flat Earth roll away." But the reason why I did that is because I was thinking of not just the ground we stand on and live on, but I was thinking of the entire system itself when he asked me. So I was being cautious of how I answered, because I really don't know the entire system itself, what it looks like if it has a shape. So that's where. And then when I explained that to him, he was like, "Okay, I got you."
Well, that's what I'm saying about about Mickey Mayhem. Like it's okay, I guess. Like he's sick and tired of it, but you have guys like you that are like you're still working through it. I'm the same way. I'm still working through it, right? So,
well, I'm never going to know what the entire Earth system looks like. I will never know that. I don't think.
Well,
I'll never be. I can't see it. I can't get away and. Go ahead.
You can always measure it.
Oh no, yeah, the surface, yes. I'm talking about the entirety of Earth, the whole thing, not just the ground, but everything.
Yeah.
The whole thing, the sun, the moon, the stars, the air we breathe, all that shit. Is there a firmament? Is there an ice wall?
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, who knows any of that?
Is there, yeah. So that's what I was thinking about when he asked me that question. I was trying to think, fuck, I don't know.
Well, we don't know, but we do know. There's so many things that we do know. Do we know there's a firmament? Air quotes, firmament? No. But we do know that you need something to contain gas pressure.
Yes.
Again, this is coming from a guy that's 1 year into this. So you need a container. So you need something. Is it a firmament? Okay, call it whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, what shape is it though, right? We don't know. We don't know what it looks like. We don't know
exactly. Yeah.
How it works, And people like to use that, that dome analogy a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure we can do that because water is always level, and if we have water down here that's flat and level, and we have water above, right? So that should be probably flat and level as well, right?
Logically speaking, right? Or logically thinking, yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm not
That doesn't
advocating
really fit
for
a dome shape, does it?
I'm not going to advocate for a dome, but I do want to at least say that water needs to be contained. It doesn't matter what's containing it. It takes the shape of its container, but on its surface is where it's flat and level. So, if water's above us, it doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be a dome, but it does have to be contained. So, get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Immediately when you just said that, I visualized what you were saying. Yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah. So I'm not advocating for a dome. I'm advocating for containment inside here, outside here. Maybe, who knows? I can't say either way because whatever we don't know what's outside of our own realm, and we don't know that it follows the same natural laws as we do here. I mean, people do say "as below, so or as above, so below," but we only know what goes on in our own system and how it works naturally here. Sorry, what was that?
I don't know. I was just trying to. What's it? If you assume there might be a dome, what's it containing? Is there water above the dome?
Well, I'm saying the container could be whatever shape, because the surface of the water is what's flat, and if there's waters above, it's contained like it would be here. So
Why?
it doesn't matter what the shape of the container is. It matters that we know that water seeks and finds level on its surface and takes the shape of whatever container it's in. So it doesn't matter what shape. It doesn't matter if it's domed or not. It matters that it's contained.
Yeah. So what's with the water above? Where did that come from? Is that from the Bible? And
Yeah.
is that from the Bible?
Yeah, that's in Genesis.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Genesis.
Okay,
So that's
so
what you were talking about. You were saying it doesn't. You don't know about it being dome shaped because of whatever the waters above need to be flat and level also. And I was trying to bring to the forefront that it doesn't matter what the shape of the container is as long as it is a container for the waters above too.
so I'll just be the devil's advocate. Where did you get the waters above from?
You guys, you were talking about it.
Yeah, I brought it up.
I mean, yeah, but also the Bible. I knew what you were talking
Bible,
about, but you guys were talking about it.
I knew it
Thanks
was
for
the
correcting
Bible.
me on that too, Flatsy, because now I got to stop saying that. I'm so glad that you pointed that out to me. I'm thinking about it in a whole new way now. Yeah, I was wrong. Thank you very much.
No, no problem. I wouldn't say that I know the answers. That's just me and my. Because you were talking about having a logical line of reasoning, and I was just pointing out and challenging your line of reasoning on it.
Yeah, that's important though. That's how we learn, right?
Yeah.
So we're again. So the Bible said there's water above said dome. Is that what we're saying?
No, I said firmament, not dome.
No, I
But a
didn't.
lot of people,
No. Yeah. I'm not advocating
a
for a
lot of
dome.
people, yeah, a lot of people will, they say that and do that. I don't think anyone does here.
Yeah, that's
There's
why
a
I
lot of people
prefaced
you
it.
will meet and talk to will throw that at you about the dome. This
Yeah,
dome
that's why I
shape that they.
prefaced it.
Mm.
That I didn't advocate for a dome. I'm just going ahead and pointing out that it doesn't actually matter what the shape of the container is. It's that it has to be contained because the water seeks its level on its surface and takes the shape of the container. So I'm not advocating for a shape of whatever our containment would, be. I'm just saying that
Can I
the
say
way that you were thinking about it was something that could, be thought about in the way that we see.
So the water takes the shape of its container. So we have oceans. Obviously, there's shores. So that is the container. What's with the dome?
Yeah.
The dome.
The dome
I'm gonna say the dome
we
is
have to have
air pressure because we
the
need to have.
dome is. Hold on now. You're saying a dome instead of just a container. You're going ahead and giving a shape to it. Yeah, we know that gas pressure requires containment, but we don't need it to be a certain shape. It just needs to be a container.
Agreed,
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what shape it is. We just know that the antecedent to gas pressure is containment. Not advocating for the dome, but I'm not saying that you can